Chapter 276. After wiping out the orc rearguard, Surin led the army back to the northern city. By this time, the remaining orcs had basically all evacuated to the northern wilderness. The kingdom's allied army had pursued the orcs for a while and had achieved some results, but the orcs' main force had retreated. Sulin originally wanted to see if there was a chance to keep the high priest of the orcs, but now it seemed impossible. When he left, Sulin also took the refugees he had gathered in the wild with him. But this time, the number of refugees he gathered was much smaller, only more than 3,000 people in total. It took Sulin 4 days to return to the northern town. At this time, the northern town had become a large construction site. Because of the skyrocketing population, the northern town was now overcrowded. In just 2 months, Sulin had immigrated more than 100,000 people from all the provinces in the northern region. The third phase of the northern town was currently under construction. According to Sulin's blueprint, the third phase of the northern town's walls would be 8 kilometers long. If it was completed, the northern town could easily accommodate more than 100,000 people. It would be one of the largest cities in the entire Kingdom of Florence. It wasn't that Sulin couldn't build a bigger city. In fact, with the current productivity of society, a city with more than 100,000 people would need other towns to provide for it. After all, the more people living in the city, the more resources they would need. In this era, without fertilizers, the output of the land was limited. It would take a lot of land to provide for a city with 100,000 people. If they kept expanding the land, many farmers would have to live outside the city. If it were the Kingdom of Florence, this wouldn't be a problem. After all, the land in Florence had been developed for hundreds of years. The number of kobolds and goblins in the wilderness was limited. However, the northern town was different. It had only been occupied for a year. Even if the northern town's army kept patrolling, the number of monsters in the wilderness would still increase. It wasn't safe for the farmers to live far away from the city. Therefore, Sulin wasn't planning to build a big city with too many people. Since the northern town had fertilizer and the harvest altar, the land here had a lot of production. It wouldn't be difficult to provide for a city with 100,000 people. However, Sulin did not plan to build such a large city. He planned to build another city to the west of Northtown City. So far, Sulin's territory had 3 cities. Aside from Northtown City, there was also Mirror Lake City and Centaur City. However, Mirror Lake City and Centaur City did not have a large population. After several migrations, Mirror Lake City's population had reached 10,000, while Centaur City's population was even lower, only around 4,000. Sulin planned to leave 60,000 people in the North Town, 20,000 in the Mirror Lake City, 5,000 in the Centaur City, and the remaining 15,000 in the new city to be built. More than 20 gathering points of various sizes have been set up outside the northern citadel. Each gathering point had 2,000 to 5,000 people, which added up to more than 50,000 people. These people were currently working on the construction site. The construction of the northern citadel's third phase of construction was prioritized, and it had to be completed before November. This was because it would start snowing in Northtown City in November. If there were no houses by then, these refugees and slaves would freeze to death. It was already August, and there were only 3 months until November. It was very stressful to complete the construction of the city walls and houses in such a short period of time. Sulin's return did not affect the construction of the city. Now, there were many grassroots officials in Northtown City. These trained officials could do their jobs. As long as they were given a task, they would do it according to the requirements. Therefore, even though the number of people in Northtown City had increased by several times, Sulin had fewer things to deal with. In the past, Sulin had to deal with a lot of trivial matters. Now, the people under him had taken care of everything in an orderly manner. As for corruption, abuse of power, these problems had not appeared in Northtown City yet. It did not mean that the officials in Northtown City had high ideological awareness. In fact, these people also had their own selfish desires. To prevent this from happening, Northtown City had set up a special monitoring department. Apart from a monitoring department, the most important thing was the prison in Northtown City. Sulen had spent a lot of effort to build the prison, and the results were surprisingly good. After the grassroots officials received their training, they had to come to the prison for their last ideological and political lesson. After experiencing the special treatment here, all the grassroots officials became respectful and fearful of this place. They also worked diligently and did not dare to cross the line. In order to deepen the memory of these grassroots officials, Sulen had set a rule that every 6 months, all the officials had to go to the prison for ideological and political re-education. As for the results, it seemed to be quite good so far. As for the jailers and wardens in the prison, because they worked here, the effects here were ineffective unless they were no longer working in the prison. Of course, there was also a monitoring system for the prison staff. Sulen had hired a sculptor to carve 2 statues of mythical creatures according to the myths and legends in his previous life. These 2 statues had no other functions. Tao Wu, lifelike +33, intimidating +34, indestructible +30, distinguishing between loyal and traitorous +34, questioning heart +32. With these, the governance of Northtown City had reached a level that was unattainable even in his previous life. Of course, Sulen still had a lot of benefits for the officials. In addition to the basic salary, there were extra benefits every month. It could be said that the living standards of the grassroots officials were quite good. Sulen did not calculate the salaries of the officials accurately like Zhu Hongwu did. The salaries were so low that the officials could barely feed their families. Although Sulen did not advocate high salaries for honest people, it was unacceptable to let the horses run and not eat grass. How could there be such a good thing in the world? After all, there were only a few people like Hai Rui in the entire Ming dynasty. The benefits of the grassroots officials in Northtown City were quite good. Although they could not be rich, they could still live without worrying about food and clothing. Moreover, Sulen promised them that when schools were built in Northtown City, their children would be able to enroll directly. Although Sulen had less work, the number of grassroots officials was starting to decrease. Sulen did not have a good solution at the moment. He could only choose some refugees from the slaves. When these people were transported to Northtown City, all of them were divided into small teams. Some of the grassroots officials were selected from these people. Those who did a good job and cooperated well during the migration were all promoted to grassroots officials. They were then allowed to learn from the previous grassroots officials for a period of time. Once they learned enough, those who passed the internship were sent to the grassroots officials' training base in batches. Those who did not pass the assessment were sent back directly. Sulen used this method to train a group of grassroots officials quickly. The arrival of a large number of people not only made Northtown City crowded, but also brought a lot of problems such as security and hygiene. The main problem was that there were only 300 people in the city guard. Relying on 300 people to manage a city of 100,000 people was a serious lack of manpower. When the army from Northtown City returned, Sulen temporarily transferred 1,000 spearmen to serve as the security force. At the same time, the military camp began to recruit new soldiers. Some of these new soldiers were to serve as the security force, while the others were to serve as spearmen and archers. Sulen wanted to build the formation breaker and archer battalion, so he needed a large number of spear guards and sharpshooters. Due to the probability of advancement, these 2 special forces would not be full for a long time. The third phase of Northtown City city wall was 15 meters tall and 8 kilometers long. The top was 5 meters wide, and the bottom was 5 meters wide. It could be said that this part of the city wall was the largest construction apart from the Wonder Building. To build this wall, Northtown City used 60,000 people to work. Among them, 30,000 were human slaves, and the rest were kobolds, gnomes, and gnolls. The 60,000 people were assigned to the construction site that was 8 kilometers long. The brick kiln factory in Northtown City also began to produce bricks in large quantities. Because the residential buildings were also being built, the demand for bricks in Northtown City skyrocketed. There was already a lack of supply. Sulen allowed the brick kiln factory to expand production while transporting rocks from the quarry. Even so, the supply of bricks was still tight. Faced with this situation, Sulen had to use the previous method of building houses, which was to use mud and straw to build houses. Although this kind of house was not beautiful, and the lighting was bad, and it was easy to get wet on rainy days, it was good at keeping warm. These houses only needed to survive the winter. When a supply of bricks was enough, the houses could be rebuilt. The large number of people coming in made Northtown City's daily necessities very tight. There was no shortage of food in Northtown City, and there were enough potatoes. However, the supply of meat was tight. The human body needed to eat a lot of meat, so Sulen used a large number of fish as a substitute. Everyone was given a bowl of fish soup every day. As for beef and mutton, it was better not to think about it. Northtown City was severely lacking in beef and mutton. Sulen had ordered to stop the slaughter of beef and mutton. The livestock raised by the centaurs had not been sold yet, so Sulen was buying beef and mutton from the caravans. The soldiers in Northtown City were strong, loyal, and disciplined. However, they also had a weakness, which was that they consumed a lot of meat. After all, a knight had to eat at least half a kilogram of meat a day. Their strong bodies required a lot of meat to provide energy. The army in the North Town could be said to be all gluttons. The amount of meat they consumed every day made Su Luan's liver ache. A meal would consume at least dozens of cows and hundreds of sheep. Now, there were only some cattle and sheep left in the farms in the North Town. Just for meat, Sulen spent nearly 10,000 kinner every month. Chapter 277. With the development of the northern town, Su Luan was preparing to establish a principality. A duchy was the smallest country in the world, and the king was usually called a Grand Duke. Above the duchy were the kingdoms, empires, and of course, there was also the city-state alliance, such as the city-state alliance in the south of the Kingdom of Florence. It was a loose alliance formed by more than 20 prosperous free cities or noble territories. There was no subordinate relationship between the city-states, and each was in a state of autonomy. However, if you underestimated this alliance, you would suffer a great loss. Although this city-state alliance only had 1/5 of the land of the Kingdom of Florence, its population was 1/3 of the Kingdom of Florence. No matter how you looked at it, the Kingdom of Florence could suppress this city-state alliance. However, the reality was that the Kingdom of Florence was beaten by them. In the few conflicts between the Kingdom of Florence and the Romavias city-state alliance in history, it was always the Kingdom of Florence that was defeated. Not only the Kingdom of Florence, but even the surrounding countries were no match for the Romavias city-state alliance. It could be said that the Rolandia city-state alliance was a little overlord in the surrounding areas. If it were not for the fact that they were not keen on invading, the surrounding kingdoms and duchies would have been unified by them. The reason why this city-state alliance was so powerful was that the wizard civilization here was prosperous. It had the largest wizard academy on the continent. Even the Rolandia city-state alliance was said to be formed by the Starry Sky Council. The number of wizards they had was more than the number of wizards in the surrounding countries combined. At the same time, the Rolandia city-state alliance was also one of the most developed areas in commercial activities. Sulen wanted to establish a duchy, but it was still a little lacking. After all, although it now had a population of 120,000, it only had one city. In this case, it was still possible to establish a free city-state, but establishing a duchy was a little small. Fortunately, with the continuous construction of a northern citadel, other cities were also rapidly building. It would not take long for the northern citadel to have 4 cities. By then, it would be easy for other forces to recognize the establishment of a duchy. For the construction of the city, the northern citadel once again began to go to the wilderness to capture slaves. Now that the northern citadel had enough military force, it was better to let them go through actual combat than training. After Sulen had finished dealing with some important matters, he began to build a training camp for the shooting camp. This training camp was also placed in the outer city, right next to the formation breaker. Sulen specially mobilized a construction team and used 3 days to build this camp. After the construction of the camp was completed, Su Luan began to gather all the archers who had been upgraded to the level of marksman. There were a total of 4 archers who had reached the level of sharpshooter, one more than the last time he checked. 2 of the 4 archers were war spirits. After all, the earliest archers under his command were war spirits. If they wanted to be promoted to a soldier of the sound shooting battalion, they had to go through a cruel training. After completing the training, they had to merge with the light ball of the soldiers of the sound shooting battalion. Only then could they be considered to have successfully advanced. Because of his experience in the capture barracks, Sulin also had some experience in training the archery camp. After the camp was established, he let these master archers enter for training. Sulin had not been paying attention to them because in addition to the sound shooting battalion, the continuous battle with the orcs had allowed some long spears to advance to the spear guard. Naturally, Sulin did not waste time. He directly gathered these newly advanced spear guard. This time, there were 11 spear guards who participated in the advancement. Among them, 5 were war spirits, and the rest were ordinary humans. After such a long time, the first batch of war spirits that Sulin had summoned, except for these, had all died in battle. The war spirits that were recruited after that were still of low levels. 11 spear guards participated in the trial of the formation breaker. Sulin could not help but feel nervous now. This time, he did not know how many of the 2 elite soldiers would be able to successfully advance. The trial of the formation breaker and the sound shooting battalion lasted for a week. Sulin arranged for people to continuously supply these 2 camps. Then, in addition to coming here every day to treat the injured soldiers, he would check the progress of the Secret Realm's repair and the Wizard Tower's construction. The progress of the restoration of these 2 places was very slow, especially the Wizard Tower. In this era, building a 120-meter-tall tower was an impossible task if one did not have supernatural powers. Because of the war, the trade routes were not smooth. The price of obsidian had risen, and the supply had decreased a lot. In order to obtain enough obsidian, Sulin began to send the gray dwarfs to find obsidian veins in the underground world. According to the wizard's research, the formation of obsidian was related to the activity of magma. There were no volcanoes in the northern wilderness, so there were very few obsidian reserves. The underground world was rich in mineral resources, but the amount of obsidian was also limited. The gray dwarfs found some scattered obsidian veins. The production of obsidian was very low, and some of the obsidian's quality was poor. Sulin also needed to use spells to remove the impurities. There were not many obsidian, but some iron, ore, crystal, and copper ores were found. Sulin drew a mineral map of these discovered veins in the underground world. When there were enough people, they would slowly excavate them. Lord, just as Sulin finished his daily training and returned from the formation breaker and sniper camp, a servant hurried to him. "What's the hurry?" Sulin glanced at him and asked. "The Grey Dwarves in Orlando City have just sent word that they have found an obsidian vein," the attendant said respectfully. "Great. Tell them to hurry up and excavate," Sulin said happily. "The Grey Dwarfs are ready to excavate, but what? The obsidian vein is in the territory of the Taurens." The Grey Dwarfs wanted to excavate the vein, but the Taurens refused. They also captured some Grey Dwarfs, the servant said quickly. "Taurens? Who gave them the courage to capture my people?" Sulin's eyes flashed coldly, and the temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. "Do you have information about the Taurens? How many of them are there? How strong are they?" After a while, Sulin continued to ask. "According to the Grey Dwarfs, this Tauren tribe has at least 200 people. The specific strength is not clear, but the Grey Dwarfs found that there is a Tauren shaman among them. The Taurens were not a widespread race on the continent. They were large, humanoid monsters, and in fact, they were called Minotaurs. Minotaurs were strong and usually very warlike creatures. These creatures had high physique and strength. Usually, an adult Tauren strength could reach twice that of a human. They were stronger than ogres and more intelligent. Furthermore, they were proficient in forging. Although they could only forge their own axes, armor, and shields, they were much stronger than ogres. A qualified Tauren warrior was at the level of a Grand Knight. These 3-meter-tall, muscular monsters had very strong destructive power, As for the Berserk Taurens, their strength was at the level of a knight commander. Although the Minotaurs had limited intelligence, they were very talented in some aspects. For example, they wouldn't get lost in a maze, and their sense of smell allowed them to track their enemies through smell. These various aspects made the Minotaurs famous in the underground world for being difficult to deal with. The Taurens believed in the Tauren king, Buffett. Although they were both dark creatures, the Taurens and Gnolls often fought because the Tauren king, Buffett, and the Gnoll king, Yeenagu, were mortal enemies. 200 Minotaurs were not something that the Duergar of Orlando could deal with. At this time, a scene of a Duergar fighting with a Minotaur suddenly appeared in Su Luan's mind. The 3-meter-tall Minotaur was tall and mighty, while the Duergar, who was only 5 meters tall at most, looked like a child standing next to them. The difference in height was so obvious. How could they fight? Jump up and hit their knees? At this thought, Su Luan wanted to laugh. Soon, Su Luan came back to his senses. These Minotaurs were definitely going to attack them. Regardless of whether they attacked the Grey Dwarf or not, he still understood the principle of allowing others to sleep soundly beside him. This underground world had been regarded by Su Luan as his territory. These Taurens were going to fight sooner or later, but now it was a little earlier. However, there was not enough information about these Taurens. Su Luan was going to send the Drows to investigate. He asked Aten to send people to collect information, and Su Luan began to gather soldiers. 200 Taurens with the strength of at least a knight were not easy to deal with, especially in an area with a complicated environment like the underground world. Without full confidence, Su Luan would not act rashly. They were different from all the enemies Su Luan had encountered before. These Taurens knew how to forge armor and weapons, so their equipment was very good. In addition to their strength and physical strength, they were very difficult to deal with. In addition to the soldiers in the northern city, Su Luan also sent people to invite Alex. This battle also required the help of the Harpies. Although these Taurens were wearing heavy armor and the effect of throwing stones was limited, the damage of throwing kerosene would not be reduced. Su Luan was worried that if the place where these Minotaurs lived was a maze, it would be a headache. In a maze, it would be difficult to use human wave tactics, and the environment of the maze was not friendly to the Harpies. After giving the orders, Su Luan continued to check on the training of the formation breaker and the sniper battalion while waiting for information. A week passed quickly. After a week of training, the 11 spear guards and the 4 sharpshooters completed all the training. Looking at these energetic soldiers, Su Luan was very happy. Su Luan brought these soldiers to a quiet room for their advancement. He took out 15 small light orbs and chose to fuse them. The light orbs entered the bodies of these soldiers, and a progress bar appeared on the images of these soldiers. The fusion had begun. Chapter 278. In Sullen's system, 15 soldiers were in the process of advancing. It took about 2 hours to advance, but those who failed to advance often didn't take that long. After about an hour, soldiers who failed to advance began to come out one after another. Su Luan didn't have any good way to deal with these people. The success rate of fusing the templates of the formation breaker and the sound shooter camp was not high. As for the better self-created hero template, although the success rate of this thing was 100%, the probability of obtaining it was too low. Su Luan had only obtained 2 so far. Moreover, the self-created hero template was not something that anyone could use. Ordinary soldiers had no chance to use it. One by one, the soldiers who failed to advance left the quiet room. The light balls of the templates were also taken back into the tiger tally. Finally, after 2 hours, the last 3 soldiers came out of the quiet room. They had successfully fused the templates. 2 soldiers of the formation breaker and 1 archer of the sound shooter camp. Sound shooter camp, current population, 1,500. After a cruel selection of excellent archers, they have successfully advanced to become soldiers of the sound shooter camp. They have a stronger physique, elite vision, and powerful attack power. The soldiers of the sound shooter camp inherited all the archers' previous talents, including advanced agility, intermediate strength, tenacity, eagle eye, evasion, and other talents. They also added an exclusive talent of the Sound Shooter camp. Sound Shooter. Sound Shooter, Sharp Arrow, Rain of Arrows, Featherwood Shooter, Life and Death. Attack speed increased by 30%. Range increased by 30%. Additional effect. Rain of Arrows, Sharp Arrow, Rain of Arrows. Shoot a large number of arrows in a very short period of time. Range of arrows is reduced by 20%. Power is reduced by 15%. Attack speed is increased by 200% for 30 seconds. After use, the user will enter a weakened state. Sharp Arrow. Shoot at a target with great effort. Attack distance increased by 50%. Arrow speed increased by 100%. Additional effect. Armor break. Seeing that the archer of the Sound Shooter camp had successfully advanced, Sulin couldn't wait to take him to the training ground for testing. The basic ability test was quickly completed. Whether it was the range or the number of times the bow was pulled, it was much higher than the previous archer. In addition to these, there was also the test of new skills. After activating Sky Filling Arrow Rain, the archers of the Sniper Battalion instantly grabbed 5 arrows and began to shoot. Their speed was extremely fast. Then, wave after wave of arrows were shot out. In 30 seconds, the archers of the Sniper Battalion had shot out at least 20 waves of arrows. In the end, the target 200 meters away was filled with hundreds of arrows. Furthermore, the arrow penetrated the target. This kind of attack power could already penetrate ordinary iron armor. In other words, a single archer from the Sound Shooting Battalion could wipe out a group of 100 soldiers in just 30 seconds. Sullen's eyes lit up when he saw this. However, even though the skill Sky Rain of Arrows was powerful, it would cause the player to enter a weakened state after using it. They would need to rest for a period of time to recover. During this period, the shooting speed, range, and power of the archers would decrease by 50%. After the archery battalion recovered, they began to test out the skill, Great Precision. Compared to the dazzling arrows that filled the sky, Great Precision was only an ordinary arrow. However, this arrow was no less stunning than the previous arrows that filled the sky. A flash of light could be seen on the arrow. Then, the arrow streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning and instantly hit the target. The center of the target was directly pierced by the arrow. After piercing the target, the arrow continued to penetrate the rock wall behind it. In the end, nearly half of the arrow was buried in the rock wall behind it. Seeing such exaggerated power, Sulin couldn't help but inwardly click his tongue. Even dwarf plate armor couldn't block this power. Moreover, the shooting range was 400 meters. The effect of this arrow was already comparable to a ballista, and its accuracy far exceeded that of a ballista. Although a ballista could also shoot 500 to 600 meters, after 100 to 200 meters, the accuracy was very low. This skill was very useful for sniping enemy generals on the battlefield. Although Sky Rain of Arrows didn't cause one to enter a weakened state after using Sky Rain of Arrows, it still couldn't be used continuously. Moreover, using this skill consumed a lot of energy. Even if one was at full strength, they could only use it 3 times. The archers of the Sound Shooting Battalion were unexpectedly powerful. If 500 archers of the Sound Shooting Battalion were to release their skills together on the battlefield, it was possible to directly wipe out an army. However, when he thought about the success rate of the advancement, Sulin couldn't help but scratch his head. Of course, after seeing the power of the archers of the Archery Battalion, Sulin also had some expectations for the ultimate class of half-elf archers. However, the half-elf archers required too much EXP to advance, and there was still a long way to go before they could advance into Phantom Magic archers. The development of the northern battlefront city was very fast. More than 80% of the city's population was building their territory. Apart from housing and city walls, the land reclamation in the northern battlefront city continued to increase. According to Sullen's plan, the northern battlefront city needed to reclaim 100,000 acres of fertile land. 100,000 acres of fertile land sounded like a lot, but on average, it was less than 1 acre per person. Take Cult City, for example. There were more than 300,000 acres of fertile land around the city. Many farmers had already moved out of the city to make it easier for them to farm. The same would happen to the territories around the northern battlefront city after it stabilized. After the outer city of the northern battlefront city was built, Sulin planned to move the market there too. The inner city was mostly built with housing. Perhaps the northern battlefront city would also rise one day with real estate. Since the population of the city had increased, Sulin asked the army to recruit more soldiers. However, these soldiers would not join the army directly. They would be part of the militia instead. They would not be paid, only some subsidies. Sulin planned to train most of the men in the northern battlefront city into the militia. Of course, the militia training was not as good as the regular army, but it had a lot of benefits. For example, it cost less. If there was a shortage of soldiers during a battle, the militia could help defend the city. Although the militia's combat power was low, they were still good at defending the city. The militia could also be used as a supplement to the regular army. If the regular army suffered casualties, the militia could pick the best ones to replace them. Seeing that the northern battlefront city was developing well, Sulin brought some people to the Mirror Lake City. Compared to the northern battlefront city, the conditions in the Mirror Lake City were much simpler. The city walls had already been built. Now, they were building houses and some basic facilities. Mirror Lake City had a big lake next to it, so there was a lot of fish there. The lake was the main source of meat for the city. The population of the Mirror Lake City had been replenished a few times, and now there were around 10,000 people. They still needed the support of the northern battlefront city for food. According to Sulin's plan, the Mirror Lake City needed to develop 3,000 mu of farmland before the snowfall this year. Mirror Lake City had already developed a few hundred mu of farmland. The Mirror Lake City only had 500 soldiers, but these 500 soldiers were all elite veterans. These soldiers were also divided into two groups. They took turns to sweep the surrounding plains and capture more slaves. Northern Battlefront City, Mirror Lake City, and Centaur City formed a triangle. After the three cities took turns clearing out the area, the number of monsters had gradually decreased. Perhaps in a few years, villages and towns could be built in this area. The triangular plains would also be quickly cultivated. Sulin did not appoint anyone to be in charge of the Mirror Lake City. So many things had to be reported to the northern battlefront city. Then, after the northern battlefront city made a decision, they would have to send the order back. Going back and forth was a bit troublesome. Sulin had another purpose this time, and that was to appoint some officials. At the sawmill to the east of the Mirror Lake City, there was a small-scale battle going on there. Everyone, speed up, charge! Under the command, the soldiers of the northern battlefront city began to charge. The leading soldier roared and threw down his shield. He raised his spear and began to charge. The archers behind him also began to provide cover. Archers 45 degrees to the side. Cover them with arrows. The northern battlefront city's army was made up of spearmen and archers. At the same time, there were also some centaur cavalry. However, the Mirror Lake City did not have such equipment. The spearmen, wearing metal armor and holding spears, began to charge. Aside from orcs and ogres, the other races in the wilderness could not stop them. On the battlefield, the soldiers were facing some gnolls. There were about 300 gnolls, and their physiques were more robust. They were about 2 meters tall and were equipped with simple weapons. The workers of the sawmill were hiding behind fences. In front of them were some spearmen defending. Many areas outside of the Mirror Lake City were being harassed by these monsters. The rain of arrows covered the area, and a large number of gnolls were turned into hedgehogs. The vanguard suffered heavy casualties, and their formation was instantly disrupted. The charging spearmen took advantage of this opportunity to speed up, and their 3-meter-long spears pierced through the gnolls. The spearmen's charge did not slow down, and they continued to charge forward. Following that, more gnolls were pierced by the spears. Basically, every spear had 2 to 3 gnolls skewered on it. At this point, the spearmen's momentum had been exhausted. It was time for the spearmen in the front row to drop their spears and draw their swords from their waists, continuing to fight the jack-o'-lanterns. The spearmen in the back row weaved through the gaps and began to push the gnolls back. Charge! Just as the gnolls were being forced back, an angry roar sounded out. 20 barbarian warriors charged from the flank. Compared to the spearmen's charge, the barbarians' charge was even more unstoppable. Although there were only 20 of them, they gave off a feeling that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. They were unstoppable. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of muffled sounds, the gnolls standing at the outermost edge were sent flying by the barbarians. When they landed, their bodies were clearly twisted. It was obvious that many of their bones had been broken. Blood kept coming out of their mouths. It seemed that they did not have long to live. After charging into the enemy's formation, the barbarians began to wave their axes. Everywhere they passed, there was no enemy. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. A large number of gnolls were cut in half by the sharp axes. For a moment, the gnolls' formation became even more chaotic and was about to collapse. Chapter 279. A wood. At this moment, a taller jackhallen wearing iron armor let out a howl. Then, the chaotic gnolls resumed their formation. Leader. The leader of the spearmen reacted instantly. This group of gnolls was under the command of a leader. No wonder they could hold on for so long under the attack of the Northgard City Army. After confirming the gnolls' location, the general gave the order 130 meters ahead. Target that big gnoll in metal armor. Cover it with arrows. After hearing the order, the archers first calculated the distance, then raised their bows and started shooting. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bowstrings was heard continuously. In the next second, a large number of arrows flew into the air. 100 arrows directly covered the gnoll leader's location, completely blocking any space to dodge. Before it could continue to command the army, it was nailed to the ground by the rain of arrows. A large number of arrows pierced through the crude metal armor on its body, making it look like a big hedgehog. The death of the leader caused the gnolls, who had just stabilized, to fall into chaos again. Some of the gnolls had already started to run away. Under the combined attack of the spearmen, the barbarians, and the archers, those gnolls were no match at all. Soon, all the gnolls who resisted were killed. After arranging for people to capture the captives, the rest of the soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. Sulen stood not far away and watched the end of the battle. He nodded in his mind. He was patrolling the territory with the soldiers, and he didn't expect to see the spearmen's captain commanding the battle when he arrived. Go and call the spearmen's captain over. Sulen ordered the servant next to him. Soon, a servant rode over. After about 10 minutes, a burly spearman's captain with a scar on his face came in front of Sulen and bowed. Greetings, Lord. Rise, Sulen said with a smile. You were the one commanding the battle just now? Yes, Lord. The soldier nodded and said. Although he had seen it with his own eyes, Sulen was still surprised. One had to know that Sulen didn't train these soldiers to command. This soldier was completely self-taught. Thinking of this, Sulen used the system to check the soldier's information. The system prompt sounded in Sulen's ears, and what surprised him was the content of the prompt. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have discovered a hero among your subordinates. A new hero? Sulen was shocked when he heard the system notification. After all, the chances of a soldier becoming a hero were extremely low. He did not expect to be so lucky to encounter one here. Sulen seriously sized up the spearman in front of him. He was tall and muscular and looked very well proportioned. His expression was solemn, and his gaze was firm. His posture was also very standard, giving people a feeling of steadiness and steadiness. What's your name? Sulen asked. Akam, the soldier replied. Sulen nodded and continued. Your command just now was excellent. You have proven your bravery and military talent. I'm going to appoint you as a general. Are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me and fight for me? A hint of surprise appeared on Akam's face, but it quickly disappeared. He knelt in front of Sulen on one knee, placed his right hand on his chest, and said with a serious expression, Lord, I, Akam, am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. I will become your sword and fight for you everywhere. As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in Sulen's ears again. Congratulations, host. Hero, Occam pledges his loyalty to you and requests to become your subordinate. Do you accept? Accept. Occam's name appeared in the hero column in the system interface. At the same time, his data also appeared in front of Sulen. Hero, Occam, loyalty, 100 race, human rank, transcendent rank, 3 profession, warrior strength, 23 agility, 14 vitality, 21 spirit, 12 charm, 12 command, 86 characteristics, talents, advanced sturdiness, intermediate fortitude, strong will, discipline, command, calm, insight, bravery, integrity, loyalty, prohibition, coldness, battle reflexes commander. He is an excellent commander. Under his command, the army will display stronger combat power, command plus 10, army combat power plus 10, prohibition. He hates drinking and does not allow alcohol in his army. Army discipline plus 15 skills, charge, shield bash, evasion, smash, cleave, hurling, boost morale, weapon mastery, hand-to-hand combat, tackle, rapid assault, defense, dual weapon mastery. Weapon proficiency, gun mastery 182, sword mastery 165, hurling 130, horsemanship 107. Looking at Occam's attributes, Sulen was quite satisfied. Although a rank 3 transcendent was not considered high among the heroes, as long as he worked hard and participated in a few battles, he would be able to advance to rank for very quickly. Moreover, Occam's attributes were different from Boulder's and Johnson's. He was a commander-type hero. Although Boulder and Johnson were stronger than Occam, they were the kind of heroes who charged in a battle. Although these heroes were strong, they didn't know how to deploy troops or fight a war. The only hero in Northern Citadel that could hold her own was Succubus Chrissy. Moreover, Succubus Chrissy wasn't familiar with battle formations. Occam was a commander-type hero, which was very beneficial for the expansion of Northern Citadel. Sulen pulled out his sword and placed it on Occam's shoulder. He followed the knight's way of swearing loyalty in this world. Very good. After the ceremony, Sulen gave his sword to Occam, who was kneeling on one knee, and said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, you are the military commander of Mirror Lake City. The army of Mirror Lake City will be under your command. At the same time, you will be the governor of Mirror Lake City and will be responsible for the construction of Mirror Lake City." "Yes, sir," Occam replied when he heard Sulen's appointment. Appointing Occam as the governor of Mirror Lake City was only a temporary measure. In Sulen's mind, the military and administrative forces of a city were two completely different lines. The military was only responsible for training troops and fighting, while the administrative forces were responsible for developing the city. The two sides cooperated with each other or restrained each other to form a balance. This separation of civil and military was very necessary. If there were no such restrictions, when there were more territories and more generals, there would be no restrictions. Those generals might very well become local tyrants. Although these people had declared their loyalty to Sulen, their descendants might not. In order to prevent the emergence of such separatist forces, Sulen had banned them from the route. However, the situation now was a bit special. Sulen did not have enough manpower. When the officer training base in Northern Citadel was upgraded, a better training system would be established. Then qualified officers would be trained. When that time came, Occam's power would be taken back and his position would be changed. In the future, Sulen would also confer nobles. In this world, before you had the power to break the rules, it was best to follow the rules of this world. Although the aristocratic system had many shortcomings, it was very suitable for this era. Of course, Sulen was not like other countries where the nobles had absolute authority in their fief. Everything in the fief was controlled by the nobles. This was impossible. The nobles in Sulen were like hereditary military commanders. They had their own army, but they did not have the right to govern the fief. The right to govern the fief belonged to the country. The taxes in the fief were also equally distributed by the country and the nobles. Although the fief was nominally ruled by the lord of a city, the lord did not control all the wealth in the city. There were free people, merchants, and ordinary civilians in the city. These people own land and houses. The wealth belonged to these people. Although it belonged to the Lord in name, the Lord only owned a part of the land or manor. It was impossible for the Lord to own all the land. In Sulen's rules, the nobles owned manors, castles, mansions, and knights. However, the army that protected the city had to be owned by the country. The nobles could only keep their own private army. At the same time, all the land except the fief of the Lord belonged to the duchy. The free people and merchants were also citizens of the duchy. The laws in the fief were the same as those in the duchy. In other words, the nobles could keep their wealth, but the management of the city, political power, and laws belonged to the duchy. Of course, the nobles could also hold positions in the duchy. Their status as nobles did not affect these positions. As for the sudden change from the feudal lord's fief system to the feudal county centralization system, Sulen had considered it. Although he had the system, the loyalty in the system could not be locked to the maximum value. Only those who used the self-created hero template could be locked to it. Once he implemented the county system, the nobles who did not get enough benefits would definitely not be willing. After all, being a local tyrant or a local rich man, as long as one was not stupid, one would know which choice was better. At that time, there would even be defections. After all, the surrounding countries were all fief systems. Therefore, Sulen decided to centralize the power in this way. In fact, Sulen did not care much about the wealth. What he cared about was the population and land. The foundation of a country was built on the population and land. Sulen had also studied the fief system in Florence and the surrounding countries. Although the fief system made the nobles the local tyrant in the fief, they still had to pay taxes to the nobles one level above them. Under normal circumstances, it was half. Of course, the lord's own property belonged to him. These taxes would be divided step by step and finally go to the king. In this way, as long as there were no problems, the king would always be the most powerful. Of course, in this extraordinary world, there were many changes. For example, the appearance of a legend. In fact, the law of this world was still the law of the jungle. After inspecting the progress of Mirror Lake City, Sulen handed the development plan of Mirror Lake City to Occam. Then he returned to North City with the army. Chapter 280. On the way back to Northern Town, Sulen went to Centaur City. Centaur City was very big. 70% of the population were centaurs, while the remaining 30% were humans. Compared to Mirror Lake City, Centaur City was much simpler. There were more livestock pens here. Centaurs were good at breeding, but they weren't good at farming. Outside of Centaur City, there was a large grassland. Aside from cattle and sheep, it was also where Northtown's military horses were produced. Northtown had 6,000 to 7,000 soldiers, but they had more than 20,000 war horses. Currently, all the soldiers in Northern Town were mounted infantry. Some of the soldiers could even fight on horseback. For example, some of the half-elves could already easily shoot from horseback. Compared to humans, the half-elves were a bit weaker. After all, the half-elves were born with high agility. Moreover, there were druids among the half-elves, so they could communicate with animals more easily. The centaurs used to be a nomadic tribe, but now they were semi-nomadic. With Centaur City, the centaur herders would return to Centaur City every once in a while to buy all kinds of supplies. In the past, the centaur tribe would have a large number of livestock freeze to death during winter. Moreover, there was no food during winter, so many livestock would starve and lose their fat. Every winter was very difficult for the centaurs. Now that Centaur City was here, these problems were no longer a problem for them. Centaur City blocked out the wind and snow in the northern town. Honeycomb coal was now widely used in northern town. The Lord's castle, Sulen, had also extravagantly installed floor heating. Centaur City was the same. All the livestock pens were equipped with coal stoves and chimneys. It was very safe for the livestock to spend the winter here. They didn't have to worry about orcs or gnolls robbing them, nor did they have to worry about the livestock freezing to death. In the past, the northern town city was researching silage. Sulen didn't raise livestock in his past life, but he had heard of silage before. However, he didn't know much about it. He only knew the name and some of the steps, but he didn't know how to make it. Therefore, he could only let the druids research according to the little information that Sulen had provided. These druids had already made some progress, but they still needed to use some nature spells to make silage. This wasn't a problem for the druids, but it would be hard to spread it. After all, there weren't many people who knew nature spells, so not many spellcasters would do this. In addition to silage, Northern Town City also provided large amounts of grain. In Centaur City, there were veterinarians, merchants, and even people who were good at farming. There were also tax officials. All livestock transactions were limited to Centaur City, which made it easier to collect taxes. Northern Town City now had another job, and that was to collect wool. Not long ago, the half-elves in Northern Town City researched wool weaving technology. Now, Northern Town City could weave wool, silk, linen, cotton, and several other kinds of cloth. However, besides linen, the production of the other kinds of cloth wasn't high. The Centaurs' annual income from raising livestock was very good, so the Centaurs' lives were much better than before. After all, in the Centaur tribe, only the Centaur chieftain could enjoy a good life. The other Centaurs were no different from the orcs. Salt, clothes, weapons, tea, pottery, wine, and sugar were all things that the Centaurs couldn't produce. Now that they had joined the Northern Battlefront City, these things could be easily bought with a bit of money. Although the Centaurs still had a lot of power, it would be very difficult to make them betray the Northern Battlefront City. The Centaurs at the bottom of the hierarchy didn't want to go back to their previous lives. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it was hard to go from extravagance to frugality. This wasn't just a saying. In the past, no one had enjoyed a city that sheltered them from the wind and rain. They had delicious food, warm clothes, and their own property. This was simply impossible in the past. Now that the Centaurs were asked to give up on this life and go back to their previous life, the Centaurs at the bottom wouldn't agree. This was also done deliberately by Sulen. His method was completely open. Even if the Centaur chieftain knew about it, they couldn't blame him or stop him. Using this method, Sulen firmly tied the Centaur tribe to Northern Town City. Sulen didn't have the intention to completely annex the Centaur tribe. He just wanted the Centaurs to become a vassal of Northern Town City. Looking at the current results, it was quite good. Mission was still supportive of the Centaur tribe's change. Before this, the Centaur tribe liked to rob. They had 4 legs and could run very fast. Their arrows were very accurate, and they were very powerful. This made the Centaurs the most famous robbers in the wilderness. At that time, the Centaurs didn't want to trade at all. Later on, they had a conflict with the Beastmen tribes. Under the pressure of the Beastmen tribes, the Centaurs began to trade on a small scale. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that they traded with the humans and received all kinds of supplies, the Centaurs would have already declined in the conflict with the Beastmen tribes. Of course, the Centaurs suffered heavy casualties because they were too careless. When Sulen arrived at Centaur City, the city was in the middle of a cattle and sheep trade. The Centaur tribe's cattle and sheep were currently monopolized by Northern Town City. Of course, when the number of cattle and sheep was increased, it would gradually be open to other caravans. This time, there weren't many cattle and sheep to be traded. It wasn't the season for cattle and sheep to be sold. Welcome, Lord. The Little Mare mission led many Centaurs to greet him and gave him a warm hug. How are you living here? Sulen asked after he broke away from the 2 towering balls. We are living very well. Just last week, the tribe welcomed a few new lives. The Little Mare mission said happily. Thank you again for your help. Sulen waved his hand and said, No need to thank me. After all, the Centaurs are now part of Northern Town City. As the Lord of Northern Town City, I have the obligation to make the lives of my people better. You are the best, Lord. Led by mission, Sulen arrived at the largest house in Centaur City. The Centaur tribe did not have a chief yet. A group of Centaurs sat on linen and straw mats. In the middle of the room was a huge bonfire. Several chefs were roasting lambs. Drops of fat dripped from the roasted lambs, creating clusters of flames. While the chefs were roasting the lambs, they were constantly brushing sauce on them. This method was improved by Frodo. After all, the centaurs would only dip their meat in salt before eating it. Sulin and Mission sat in the main seats. In addition to a dozen centaurs, there were also some humans. These humans were tax collectors and merchants sent by Northern Town City. Although the banquet was very simple, the atmosphere was very good. These centaurs were very satisfied with their current life. The purpose of Su Luin's inspection was to see the life of the centaurs. On the other hand, he was ready to officially appoint the governor of the Centaur City. Centaur City was different from Mirror Lake City. The residents here were mainly centaurs. It was impossible to appoint a centaur to be the governor. This would make the centaurs panic, so the best candidate was Mission. However, other than the governor, more than half of the officials in the hall were humans, especially the tax collector, the market manager, the warehouse manager, and even the city defense officer needed both humans and centaurs. The Centaur City had a group of soldiers stationed here. There weren't many people, only 100. These people were usually responsible for maintaining the security of the territory. With these people, the Centaur City wouldn't be completely controlled by the centaurs. The Centaur tribe was now under the Elder System. Under Sullen's request, the centaurs began to learn the humans' language. Under these circumstances, the centaurs in the North City gradually began to break away from their primitive tribal state and slowly entered the age of civilization. Perhaps in a few hundred years, the scholars who studied the history of the centaurs would call this the Centaurs' Age of Enlightenment. Sulin stayed in Centaur City for a day before leaving with his team and returning to the North City. The construction of the North City was still progressing steadily. As soon as they approached the North City, a cry came from the sky. Sulin looked up and saw a group of Cryopteris with a wingspan of 3 meters quickly flying over. These Cryopteris had been raised for half a year and were now past their infancy stage. Cryopteris needed 3 years to reach adulthood. Only then could they start training. He was looking forward to these Cryopteris Knights. In the last battle with the orcs, he saw the power of the Orc Wyvern Knights. If those wyverns hadn't met Alex, the 3,000 Harpies would have suffered heavy casualties. The Harpies could bully an army without air power, but once they met the Hippogriff Knights, Wyvern Knights, or Griffin Knights, they would suffer heavy losses. The biggest one in the sky was Sullen's Ice Quetzalcoatlus. After seeing Sulin, the Ice Quetzalcoatlus directly dived towards Sulin. The little guy flapped its wings and wanted to land on Sullen's shoulder, but it seemed to have forgotten its size. In the end, it could only land on the ground beside him. Unlike other Cryopteris, the Ice Quetzalcoatlus had a thin layer of dragon scales on its body. Although its defense was not as strong as a real dragon, it was still much stronger than an ordinary Quetzalcoatlus. Sulin rubbed its head and let the little guy play by itself. Although the little guy was less than a year old, a Euron also had a dragon's aura. Its presence scared the horses. After sending the little guy away, it took a while for the horses to recover. This also made Sulin notice the weakness of the horses. When facing the enemy cavalry on the battlefield, it seemed that the dragon's aura could directly destroy the cavalry's horse. What was the difference between a cavalry without a horse and a tiger without claws and teeth? Chapter 281. The advantage of coming to Northern Battlefront City was obvious. The knights in Northern Battlefront City were all centaurs. As intelligent beings, although they would be affected by the dragon aura, the effect was minimal. Of course, the warhorses in Northern Battlefront City would be affected as well. Sulin planned to train the warhorses accordingly so that they could slowly get used to the dragon aura. Warhorses were actually very timid animals. It would take a long time for them to get used to the dragon aura. However, Sulin was not in a hurry. After all, the warhorses in Northern Battlefront City were mostly used for quick advance or retreat. After returning to Northern Battlefront City, Sulin immediately received news from Aten. Sulin had asked them to collect information about the Minotaurs. They had completed their mission. There are more than 300 Minotaurs in the tribe. Sulin looked at the Drow scout in surprise. Yes, sir. After careful investigation, we finally confirmed their exact number. There are about 350 of them, the drow said respectfully. Sulen nodded. A tribe of 350 people. Are there any minotaurs in it? Minotaurs were the name of the minotaurs after they advanced into the legendary level. They were powerful and evil creatures. They liked to build mazes and lure their enemies into them to kill them one by one. Minotaurs were powerful and immune to mazes. Wizards' mazes were ineffective against them. They were good at using giant axes as weapons. They were cunning and evil. They were one of the monsters that adventurers did not want to encounter the most. Minotaurs were powerful and had mazes that could make people dizzy. They were very difficult to deal with. Most importantly, the rewards were very low. Unlike dragons, the Minotaurs did not like to collect treasures. Therefore, killing these monsters was often a loss. We didn't find any Minotaurs. Seems like we're in luck. This Minotaur's tribe did not give birth to such powerful creatures. Sulen held his chin with one hand and leaned back in his chair. Sir, this is the map of the Minotaur's territory. We've investigated it. There are no powerful creatures nearby. After understanding the Minotaur's strength, Sulen began to prepare to wipe out the Minotaurs. After all, not only did the Minotaurs occupy the obsidian mine, but they also captured his people. If he did not rescue them, the Grey Dwarf's loyalty would decrease. Following Sullen's orders, the war machine of Northern Battlefront City began to move. Since they were going to fight in the underground world, human spearmen were not suited for the environment. Sulen planned to use Duergar, half-elf archers, centaurs, and harpies. Humans did not have night vision, so fighting in a place like the underworld was very inconvenient. In addition to these troops, Hathaway, Chris, Karina, and Alex would also go on this expedition. Without the help of spellcasters, the Taurens would suffer a lot of casualties. Adult Minotaurs could reach the level of knights. The Minotaur warriors were generally Transcendent Tier 2, and the Berserk Minotaurs were Transcendent Tier 3. The army of Northern Battlefront City gathered quickly. There were 200 centaurs, 400 dwarven defenders, 300 half-elf archers, 100 barbarian warriors, and 3,000 harpies forming a huge team. Sulen led the army into the underground world through the connecting tunnel. This was not their first time in the underground world, so they quickly adapted to the environment. Under the lead of the Drow scouts, the army of Northern Battlefront City advanced through the tunnels toward the Minotaur's tribe. The Minotaur's tribe was northwest of the dwarf city of Orlando. They had to pass through 5 tunnels and 3 underground caverns. The underground world's terrain was complicated, so the army moved slowly. Many of the tunnels were limited in width, so only 5 people could walk side by side. The army of Northern Battlefront City was stretched into a long line. The movement of thousands of people was not small, so it naturally alerted many underground creatures. As soon as they entered the tunnel, a group of hook horrors fell from the sky. However, they could never imagine how powerful the enemy they were facing this time was. The 2-meter-tall hook horrors were shot to death in the air before they could even attack. The half-elf longbow's power could easily penetrate the armor of the dwarves at close range, so these hook horrors could block it. Moreover, the soldiers Sulen brought this time all had night vision, so those hook horrors in the dark tunnels had already been discovered by Sulen. Other than the hook horrors, there was also a group of lion-scorpion beasts living in the underground caverns. When these lion-scorpion beasts noticed the army, they immediately hid. The lion-scorpion beasts were very intelligent, so they naturally knew how to avoid danger. Sulen recorded the positions of these lion-scorpion beasts. He was prepared to see if he could tame these lion-scorpion beasts in the future. The lion-scorpion beasts were also flying mounts. Although they couldn't compare to the pterosaur, they were not any worse than the hippogriff knights and griffin knights. However, taming the lion-scorpion beasts was very difficult. Moreover, these beasts' tails could move, so the knights were worried that the lion-scorpion beasts would use their stingers to attack. After passing through an underground tunnel, the army of Northern Battlefront City finally arrived near the Minotaur's tribe. Sulen didn't immediately attack, so he let the army rest. He took out the sky illuminating lamp and released a group invisibility spell. A gray energy barrier enveloped the army of Northern Battlefront City, and in the next second, the army of Northern Battlefront City disappeared without a trace. All the soldiers began to rest. Traveling for a long time was very tiring, not to mention in a place like the underground world. The army didn't light a fire, and they were very close to the Minotaur's tribe. If they lit a fire to cook, it would attract the attention of the Minotaurs. The army had brought rations with them. These rations were made by Sulan from his previous world. He used dried meat, flour, potatoes, salt, sugar, vegetable oil, and diced vegetables to make stir-fried noodles before processing them into biscuits. It could be soaked in water or eaten directly. These rations had a rough texture, and the taste was not bad. Of course, according to Frodo, this was a complete waste of food, but for the army, this kind of food was very convenient. The biscuits made from stir-fried noodles were very convenient to eat. There were vegetables, salt, and diced meat inside. Not only could it fill one's stomach, it could also provide vitamins. Of course, only Northern Battlefront City would spend so much effort on rations. The rations of other countries in this world were a mess. Black bread was the norm, and sometimes they didn't even have this kind of black bread mixed with shavings and stones. Of course, the treatment of the elite army was very good. Northern Battlefront City's rations were not cheap, and only Sulan was rich enough to add diced meat, sugar, and vegetable oil. The cost of a single serving of rations was 2 goldnars. The army set up camp in the invisibility barrier and quietly ate the rations. After eating the rations, the army quickly took the time to rest. After the army set up camp, the drows all left to investigate the surroundings. There was no difference between day and night in the underworld. The creatures here slept according to their unique method of timing. The drows used magic pillars. Every day, the magic pillars would slowly light up from the lowest point, which meant the beginning of the day. When all the pillars lit up, it meant the end of the day, and then the magic pillars would begin to extinguish from the bottom to the top. The dwarves used mechanical timing, and at the same time, they also had magic pillars similar to the drows. Sulan didn't know the Tauren's timing tool, but he knew that it was now daytime. Sulan, who had night vision, was not affected by the darkness of the underworld. He took out a monocular made of transparent crystal. Sulan stood there and clearly saw the situation in the Tauren camp in the distance. These Taurens had just finished a hunt and were enjoying their food. Although they were far away, Sulan could still see that their prey was an underground salamander. The underground salamander was also a little overlord in the underworld, but now it had become food for the Taurens. An underground salamander was about 5 meters long. If you removed the tail that occupied half of its body would be 2 or 3 meters long. This kind of underground creature had a fierce temperament. Even the manticore didn't like to provoke them, but the drows would domesticate these underground salamanders as mounts. The strongest drows were the petrifying lizard knights, but they were rare. Generally, a petrifying lizard knight would lead a small team of underground salamander knights to form a patrol team. The underground salamanders were slightly smaller than the petrifying lizards, but they didn't have the petrifying light of the petrifying lizards. Seeing the Taurens barbecuing food, Sulan didn't continue to pay attention. When he returned to the tent, Sulan, Hathaway, Chris, and the others also began to enjoy the food. Time passed by, and soon it was night in the underworld. At this time, many animals began to come out to look for food. The camp in the northern city was still silent. A few wildebeests quickly disappeared after approaching. The Tauren tribe in the distance also quieted down. Only the tall totem pillars were still shining. Sulan waited until midnight before he began to move. 3,000 harpies flew into the sky, and Hathaway cast 2 spells to remove sound and smell. Then the group of harpies began to approach the Tauren tribe. Sulan led the dwarves in formation and began to quietly approach the camp. The half-elf archers behind him were ready. Soon, the harpies arrived above the Tauren tribe. They were very familiar with this kind of air attack. With a command, a large number of Molotov cocktails fell from the sky, and the Tauren tribe became a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. Chapter 282. Roar. A tyrannical roar echoed, followed by even more roars. With the light of the Molotov cocktails, Sulin was able to clearly see the situation of the Tauren camp. The Molotov cocktails weren't as effective as Sulin had imagined. Although they had ignited quite a few houses, the casualties of the Tauren were limited. Moreover, when the Molotov cocktails ignited the camp, a burst of ice energy suddenly appeared. Ice storm. A whirlwind made of ice and snow suddenly appeared, quickly suppressing the burning flames and extinguishing many of them. Sulin frowned. The flames of the Molotov cocktails were a lot stronger than ordinary flames, but the materials that Sulin had made were still quite different from real Molotov cocktails. Kerosene couldn't compare to gasoline, and charcoal couldn't compare to aluminum powder or rubber. Whether it was burning or sticking, it was much worse. Last time, they had succeeded in bullying the Beastmen army because there were no casters among them. Moreover, they were living in tents. Now that they had encountered a caster's spell, it was normal for it to be barely effective. The Harpy retreated after throwing the Molotov cocktails. There weren't many Molotov cocktails in western town's northern city, mainly because kerosene was hard to find. This kind of war preparation material could only be produced in the Desert Kingdom, and it was sold in limited quantities. Sulin had saved up a lot of kerosene for a long time. He had used most of it last time when he had set fire to the Beastmen camp, and the rest had been thrown out today, so the effect was limited. With the help of the flames, Sulin saw the appearance of the Tauren. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had seen a Tauren outside of some books. Taurens weren't commonly seen on the surface, and most of them were underground creatures. Their appearance was very unique, looking like a bull that walked upright. The Tauren had a human body and was 3 meters tall. Their muscles were bulging, and they looked very powerful. They wore fine iron armor and held a shield in one hand and an axe in the other. Their axes were even bigger than the barbarians' axes. They were 2 meters long, and only these Taurens could wield them. Although they were called Taurens, they didn't inherit the gentle nature of bulls. Instead, they inherited the tyrannical side of bulls. These minotaurs were cruel and tyrannical. They loved war and killing. In fact, minotaurs had inherited a trace of demon blood. They worshipped demons and liked to capture other weak creatures as slaves. The minotaurs worshipped the Minotaur King Buffet, the Lord of the Abyss 600th floor. These minotaurs, who were over 3 meters tall and weighed close to 1,000 pounds, could be said to be the best heavy infantry. After putting out the fire, these minotaurs rushed out of the camp. Looking at the tall Taurens in heavy armor and weapons, the earth trembled when they ran, and then looking at the gray dwarfs who were less than 5 meters tall, wearing iron armor and standing in neat rows like a group of gas tanks, Sulin felt that they were not very reliable. How do you plan to deal with those minotaurs? Sulin looked at the gray dwarves suspiciously. When they decided to deal with the Taurens, the gray dwarves had strongly requested to participate. Although Sulin didn't think highly of the gray dwarves had clashed with the minotaurs in the underworld before. Until Sulin took action, these gray dwarves had been doing well. They still had experience in dealing with the minotaurs. The minotaurs look tall and mighty, but they're just for show. When we fight them, we just roll under their legs and jump up to chop off their hind legs. The gray dwarf's commander, Barton, patted his chest and said. However, Sulin didn't think this tactic was reliable at all. Seeing Sulin's expression of disbelief, Barton continued to explain, "Those big guys are too big. They turn very slowly and are not as agile as us. Also, it's very inconvenient for them to attack us because we're short. We may be short, but we're agile. In order to deal with the minotaurs, we even developed a slide kick. When the minotaurs attack, we just slide under their legs and use our axes to attack their private parts. If we're lucky, we can even castrate them." Sulin originally thought that these gray dwarves had some kind of ultimate move to deal with the minotaurs, but it turned out that this was it. If they were lucky, they could castrate them. But if they were unlucky, wouldn't they become snacks delivered to their doorstep? Would they be able to crush gas tanks with a single stomp of their hooves? Sulin wasn't optimistic about the Grey Dwarf's plan. According to what they said, if they were facing a single minotaur, they might be able to pull it off. However, they were facing a group of minotaurs. Sure, they might be able to dodge the first minotaur with a slide kick, but there would be more minotaurs behind. The minotaur's hooves alone could trample the gray dwarfs to death. After figuring out the gray dwarfs' plan, Sulen didn't have much hope for them. If he let them go, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Sulen still needed these gray dwarves to help him mine and forge equipment. How could he bear to see them die? If they were all dead, who would forge equipment for him? Where are the ballistae? Prepare to load them. Sulen ordered. All gray dwarves fall back and get into formation. My lord, please believe in our strength. We dwarves will completely crush these idiots. Barton quickly said when he saw Sulen's stance, strongly urging them to fight. However, Sulen didn't think much of it and forbade them from acting on their own. Against the Minotaurs, Sulen's plan was to use the ballistae to attack first, then let the barbarian warriors and centaur heavy cavalry charge. Most of the barbarian warriors had leveled up to barbarian berserkers, and normal minotaurs were no match for them. Only the berserk minotaurs could contend with them. The centaur heavy cavalry wasn't weak either. When they ran, even the minotaurs wouldn't be able to withstand their momentum. First, use the ballistae to disrupt the minotaur's formation, then use the barbarian warriors and centaur heavy cavalry to launch a surprise attack. The gnome's archers would suppress the enemy with a rain of arrows, and the gray dwarf's defenders would attack. Sulen quickly came up with a plan. However, the casualties in a battle like this would definitely not be low. In order to reduce the casualties, he would have to rely on Chris, Hathaway, and Karina's spells. Hathaway, prepare your spells. Release them when the minotaurs get close. Sulen called Hathaway and the others over and had them prepare their spells. Don't worry, we'll treat those minotaurs well. Hathaway said excitedly. She was very interested in the minotaurs right now. She planned to find a few minotaurs' corpses and bring them to the lab for research after the battle. The underground world was very dim. Even with the fire still burning in the camp, it still looked a little hazy. Muffled sounds echoed in the underground cavern. The ground under their feet trembled slightly. The minotaurs rushed over with a violent aura. Their 3-meter-tall bodies made them look like little giants. Even the barbarian warriors, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, stopped underestimating them. Their expressions became very serious. The centaur heavy cavalry also had the same expression. The whole army was excited. Boost morale advanced. Advanced group haste. AoE magic weapon. Reduce enemy defense. Rays of light flashed from Sulen's body. In an instant, all the Northern Citadel troops were buffed with all kinds of spells. The morale of the Northern Citadel troops soared. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit as they looked at the Minotaurs in the distance. Seeing that the Minotaurs were about 400 yards away, Sulen directly cast a silent spell on the Minotaur shaman. The shaman was about to buff the Minotaur shaman when he suddenly felt a strange membrane surrounding his body. The originally active elemental energy was also blocked by this membrane. All of his spells couldn't be cast at this moment. The Minotaur shaman was directly crippled. After losing the shaman, the Minotaur's combat power was reduced by at least 20%. The Minotaurs in their berserk state began to charge. Several hundred Minotaurs in heavy armor charged forward with great momentum. The sound of their hooves hitting the ground was like muffled thunder. Ballistae fire! Bang, bang, bang. With Sulen's order, 30 ballistae immediately fired. 33-meter-long spears with powerful momentum shot towards the Minotaur's army. One of the Minotaurs at the front was directly hit by a spear. Their high-quality heavy armor couldn't block the ballistae's attack. An ear-piercing metallic sound echoed. In the next second, that Minotaur's body was pierced by a ballista. Blood crazily gushed out of his body. Even the Minotaurs with powerful constitutions couldn't resist being hit by a ballista. Seeing the state of their companions, these Minotaurs became even more furious. Their chests were fiercely heaving up and down as they kept breathing out white mist from their nostrils. The hot breath they exhaled condensed into steam in the air. Their muscles bulged, and their veins bulged like earthworms. Their eyes were bloodshot. The ballistae kept firing, but the quality of the Minotaur's shields was clearly very good. After piercing through the shields, the ballistae lost their penetrative power. The centaurs on the side stamped their hooves a few times and prepared to charge. Charm. At this time, Chrissy took the initiative to make a move. A pink light flashed from Chrissy's body and then swept across the Minotaurs. Immediately after, many of the Minotaurs who were charging suddenly stopped. Their originally bloodshot eyes became blank. But after a mere breath, these Minotaurs suddenly swung their axes and attacked the other Minotaurs around them. The Minotaurs who were attacked reacted quickly and raised their weapons to counterattack. In an instant, the charging Minotaur's army became chaotic. Seeing this situation, Sulen naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He directly led the barbarians and centaurs to charge. The distance of 300 meters only took a few breaths. Sulen led the barbarians and centaurs to fiercely crash into the chaotic Minotaurs. Chapter 283. Boom! Metal clanging. The centaur heavy cavalry ferociously rammed into the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs were forced back by the powerful impact. Suluen's purple dragon halberd was like a viper. With a flash of cold light, a large amount of blood spurted from the neck of the Minotaurs. The 3-meter-tall Minotaurs were about to swing their giant axes. Their bodies swayed, and the light in their eyes dimmed. Their huge bodies fell down like a mountain of gold. The Minotaurs opened their mouths and spat out a string of red bubbles. Large amounts of blood stained the ground red. Their bodies twitched for a bit before they stopped breathing. Although the barbarians weren't as tall as the Minotaurs, their attacks were much fiercer. Their giant axes cut through the air and viciously slashed at the Minotaur's armor. Even the well-forged armor couldn't withstand the barbarian strength. A terrifying gash was torn open, and hot blood gushed out. The Minotaurs suffered heavy losses under the combined attack of the northern battlefront city soldiers and the Minotaurs controlled by Crazy. Seduction. Just as Sulen was about to continue and kill the Minotaurs, a pink light flashed again. The Minotaurs that were fighting suddenly stopped. Everyone stop. Move back 3 meters. Crazy's voice came from Adair. All the Taurans immediately stopped attacking and moved back 3 meters according to Crazy's instructions. Seeing this, Sulen was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He knew Crazy's charm was powerful, and even women couldn't resist it. However, he didn't expect it to be this powerful. 200 to 300 Minotaurs were controlled by her charm in a row. Normal charm didn't have such a powerful effect. The reason why Crazy's charm was so powerful was because of the charm nature of her self-created hero template. Her charm, which was a self-created hero template, could directly make the enemy change sides. Coupled with the charm of a succubus, its power was even more terrifying. One had to know that even barbarians with strong will would most likely be controlled by Crazy's charm. Chris, you controlled all of them. Although Sulen had seen it, he still found it hard to believe. Of course, these calves are now my subordinates. Chris said proudly. How? How did you do it? Sulen looked at his little succubus in surprise. Crazy snorted proudly. She gently flapped her wings and landed on the ground. Minotaurs exist in the abyss as well. They have the bloodline of demons. These creatures have a natural worship for demons. If they drink demon blood and evolve into Minotaurs, it will be difficult to deal with them. But right now, ordinary Minotaurs have a hard time resisting the effects of charm. Of course, the prerequisite is that the caster is a demon, Chris said proudly as she flapped her demonic wings a few times. Looking at the brave Minotaurs standing there obediently, the people of Northtown City felt a strong sense of disharmony. For them, who had just prepared for a fierce battle, it was like a dream. At the same time, it made them feel uncomfortable, as if they had punched cotton with all their might. Although the two sides were on opposing sides, seeing these powerful Minotaurs being controlled so easily, even their life and death, made the surrounding troops look at Crazy with awe, especially the barbarians who had experienced it once. When they saw Crazy's gaze, They were like mice who saw a cat. They kept quiet out of fear. Ahem. All right, everyone stop standing there. Some of you go and release the captured dwarves. Others go and clean up the battlefield. Sulen coughed and started to do his job. Chris, you want those minotaurs to put down their weapons. Okay. Chris nodded. She then saw the minotaurs put down their weapons one by one. The minotaurs didn't suffer heavy casualties. In the previous battle and the damage from the ballistae, about 30 minotaurs had died. Some of the injured ones were saved by sullen spells. Next, Sulen led people to clean up the collection in the minotaurs' camp. The minotaurs were the most powerful tribe in the surrounding area, and they were a race that liked to rob and plunder. They had a very rich collection. Sulen found a lot of high-quality gems and some precious metals. The minotaurs didn't care much about gold and silver. They mostly just robbed for the sake of looting, not for the sake of looting. The members of the chaotic evil faction didn't care about other things, so the probability of strange things appearing was the highest. Sulen wasn't surprised by anything they did. In addition to these things, there was also a lot of iron ore. The minotaurs knew how to smelt iron and forge equipment. These things were left behind by them when they were forging equipment. There should be a lot of veins around this camp. The imprisoned gray dwarves were also rescued. These gray dwarves seemed to be good people. In addition to the gray dwarves, there were many other underworld races imprisoned in the Minotaurs' camp. The Minotaurs liked to enslave slaves. Basically, all the underworld races liked to do this. In addition to the gray dwarves, there were also bugbears and earth goblins. As for the weak ones, they were directly killed by the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs didn't care about the weak ones at all. Now, these slaves and the Minotaurs had all become the spoils of war of the northern town city. Sulen asked the others to clean up the battlefield. He then asked the gray dwarves to explore the ore veins and organize people to mine the obsidian. The wizard tower required a lot of obsidian, and the previous stockpile was almost used up. Looking at the tower and camp, Sulen found that the location was pretty good. Although he hadn't finished exploring it, as far as he was concerned, the minerals here were still very rich. Sulen was going to build a city here and then mine the surrounding mines. After arranging other things, Sulen began to look at his harvest. The harvest this time was not bountiful. Defeating the Minotaurs only gave him 3,000 experience points. What surprised Sulen was the 2 gold chests. He casually opened the 2 gold chests. A light flashed, and a system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened a gold chest. You have obtained the item Mount Horse tag. Congratulations, host. You have opened a gold chest. You have obtained the item 100/steel. Sulen took out the mount plate. He had gotten one before, but it was the most common black-maned horse, which was not much different from an ordinary warhorse. But this time, the mount plate he got was the Pegasus. Sulen looked at the Mount Horse tag in his hand. It looked ordinary, and the material was smooth. It seemed to be a type of jade, but it felt warm and comfortable. There were some cloud patterns on one side of the Mount Horse tag, and the other side was a Pegasus. The Pegasus was lifelike, as if it was going to jump out at any moment. Pegasus Mount Horse tag. After use, summon a majestic Pegasus as a mount. After riding, it can greatly increase movement speed and attack power. It can also fly. Speed plus 15. Fly. The Pegasus has the ability to fly. Space travel. Can quickly escape from battle and is not affected by dimensional anchor, space imprisonment, and other spells. Looking at the attributes of the Pegasus Mount Horse tag, Sulen was so surprised that his jaw dropped. He was still wondering what kind of mount he would get this time. He didn't expect to get such a big surprise. Sulen still didn't have the ability to fly. Of course, with the help of the Wind Dragon Flag or the Thunder Domain, he could fly for a short period of time. However, the speed was not very fast, and it would consume a lot of energy. With his Pegasus, Sulen could fly freely in the sky. The Pegasus was much cooler than a wizard's flying broom. Compared to the adepts who rode on flying brooms and flying tools, riding a Pegasus was like comparing an Audi to an Alto. In addition to flying, the Pegasus also had a very powerful ability to travel through space. It could actually ignore the effects of spells like dimensional anchor and spatial imprisonment and directly travel through space to escape. With this ability, those sneak attacks and decapitation tactics were basically ineffective against it. Of course, this also meant that it was foolproof. The same spell in the hands of a wizard apprentice and a legendary wizard would have the same effect. Whether or not one could escape depended on the strength of both sides. Of course, with the Pegasus ability, normal legendary wizards could basically ignore it. Sulin picked up the Pegasus Mount Horse tag and chose to use it. The tag turned into a ray of light and merged with Sullen's body. In the next second, a portal appeared next to him, and a horse's neigh sounded. A white light flashed in front of Sullen's eyes, and a handsome horse suddenly appeared next to him. This horse was completely white, and there was not a single trace of color on its body. Its body was tall, and its limbs were long. Its steps were light, and its muscles were well proportioned. Its eyes were bright. Even people who didn't know anything about horses could tell it was a good horse. This horse was lowering its head and rubbing Sullen's face. Sulin reached out his hand and stroked its mane. It was smooth and soft. It was very comfortable. After a while, Sulin got on the horse. The Pegasus neighed and stood up like a human. Then, it dashed forward with a whoosh. The Northern Fortress city soldiers in the camp only saw a white shadow fly past them. Before they could react, the shadow had already disappeared in front of them. Sulin could only feel the scenery in front of him quickly passing by, but he didn't feel any bumps. Even the wind in front of him didn't change. The Pegasus was running very fast. After running for a while, a pair of pure white wings suddenly appeared on its side. The Pegasus that was running directly soared into the sky. Chapter 284. Sulin only felt another force enveloping him, and then the draconic horse under him soared into the air. The heavenly horse quickly traveled through the air, and its four hooves were covered in clouds. The heavenly horse moved through the air as if it was walking on flat ground. Its speed increased once again, and its figure flew past the dome of the underground world like a bolt of lightning. After riding the Pegasus for 2 laps in the underground world, Sulin returned to the camp of the Torrents. The height of the underground world was limited, so the Pegasus needed to control its altitude when flying. When returning to the camp, it was still a little grumpy. Obviously, the Pegasus had not enjoyed itself enough just now. Sulin rubbed the heavenly horse's head and comforted it before walking towards the camp. "Boss, where did you find such a beautiful horse?" Johnson was about to go out when he saw Sulin bringing a horse back. The horse was pure white without a single trace of color. It was very beautiful, and people could not help but want to touch it. "Ouch!" Johnson cried out in pain. It turned out that just now, he did not succeed in touching it. Instead, he was bitten by the heavenly horse. "Hey, you want to go to the sky with a horse?" Johnson reached out and prepared to take care of the heavenly horse. Sulin looked at Johnson with a playful expression. The heavenly horse was not an ordinary horse. After the system merged with the rules of this world, it became more suitable for the growth of this plane, and the heavenly horse was the same. Sulin's heavenly horse was actually a heavenly creature. According to the division of the Magi, it should belong to the 7 hills of paradise. It was the same type of creature as the unicorn, and its strength was not weaker than the unicorn. It could be considered a type of divine creature, although it did not have the strength of a legend rank. If you underestimated them, you would suffer a great loss. As expected, Johnson and the Pegasus fought, but in the end, he was chased and beaten up by the Pegasus. Although Johnson was strong, the Pegasus could fly, and its speed was fast, so Johnson could not catch it all. Furthermore, this guy was very vengeful, so he used his hind hooves to fiercely hit Johnson on the head, causing a big bump to appear on Johnson's bald head, causing Sulin to want to laugh. All right, little horse." Sulin comforted the Pegasus so that it would no longer attack Johnson. Only then did the Pegasus stop attacking. Then, when Johnson wasn't paying attention, it spat saliva all over his face. "Boss, this horse is too powerful. I actually lost to a horse." Johnson rubbed his head and said with a sad face, "Be content. This is a Pegasus, a heavenly creature. It's normal that you can't beat it." Sulin glanced at him and said, "Heavenly realm creatures are amazing." Johnson curled his lips and said, feeling unconvinced in his heart. He muttered softly, "What Pegasus? To put it bluntly, it's still a horse. If it's a horse, it has to be ridden." Harumph. The Pegasus raised its 2 hooves and was about to step on him. "Good horse, don't lower yourself to his level." Sulin stroked the mane of the Pegasus and comforted it. At the same time, he quickly sent Johnson away. This guy had a big mouth. If he stayed for a while, he would definitely be beaten again. Bringing the Pegasus back to the camp, Hathaway, Chris, and Karina were all very interested in the Pegasus. They were all spellcasters, so they could naturally feel that the magic energy contained in the Pegasus's body was not any weaker than theirs. "Sulin, what's going on with this horse?" Hathaway looked at the Pegasus in surprise. Sulin patted the back of the Pegasus and said proudly, "This is a Pegasus. I met it by accident. It was impressed by my wisdom and strength, so it took the initiative to ask to be my mount." Hearing Sulin's shameless words, the Pegasus could not help but roll its eyes. "This is a Pegasus?" Hathaway automatically filtered out the information in Sulin's words and stared at the Pegasus with shining eyes. As a wizard, Hathaway knew that the Pegasus and the unicorn were both heavenly creatures. Divine creatures were very rare in the material world. The unicorn was still okay. In the past, when the elf forest was not closed, there were many unicorns living there. However, since the elf forest was closed, unicorns were very rare. Another reason why there were so few unicorns was that they were often hunted by others. It could be said that every part of a unicorn's body was a treasure. The horn on its head was a very important magic material that had very special uses. Its blood also contained magic power, and many evil gods liked unicorns as sacrifices. Although unicorns were powerful, those who dared to hunt unicorns were not mediocre. Each and every one of them was naturally powerful. This was also why unicorns were so rare in the outside world. In fact, even with the protection of druids and elves, unicorns were still an endangered species in the material plane. According to a wizard who did not want to be named, there were at least a dozen magic items made from unicorns in this world. For thousands of years, the number of unicorns in the prime material plane had been in a state of slow decline. Pegasi were even rarer in the prime material plane. Su Luan's Pegasus could be said to be the only one that had appeared in the prime material plane in the past few hundred years. "Didn't you see it?" Sulin said proudly. "Can I take some of its blood?" Hathaway pulled Sulin and asked, "Just a little. It won't hurt." Uft. Suddenly, the Pegasus spat at Hathaway. "Ha!" Seeing Hathaway's embarrassed look, Sulin couldn't help but laugh. "Don't think about it. The Pegasus can understand you." Sulin saw Hathaway's angry look and said, "The Pegasus is a divine creature. Its intelligence is not inferior to humans. If you want its blood, you can talk to it yourself." Sulin shrugged. Although he could force the Pegasus to cooperate, it would definitely make the Pegasus uncomfortable. Therefore, Sulin did not care and let them talk on their own. After hearing Sulin's words, Hathaway could only give up for now. However, she made up her mind to find a way to get the Pegasus's blood. "Can I try riding it?" Chris, who was at the side, looked at the Pegasus with shining eyes. It was obvious that she also liked this Pegasus. However, as an abyss demon, she was at odds with a heavenly realm creature. It was already good enough that the two of them did not fight when they met. "It's okay. I'll talk to it later. It shouldn't be a problem." Sulin looked at the little succubus's eager expression and couldn't bear to refuse. "Really?" The little succubus Chris hugged Sulin's arm. The pair of D+ peaks on her body kept rubbing against him. Sulin's anger was immediately aroused. As if sensing the change in Sulin, the little succubus gently blew into his ear. Then, before Sulin could fire, she ran away. "You can hide for a while, but can you hide for a while? I'll use the plasma cannon to deal with you tonight." Seeing the little succubus running away, Su Lin had already made a decision in his heart. Su Lin let the Pegasus roam around the camp by itself and then returned to his room. There were still some things he needed to deal with. The first was the problem of the Minotaurs. After the previous battle, there were still 302 Minotaurs alive. They were powerful heavy infantry, and their charge was not inferior to heavy cavalry. If he could subdue them, there would naturally be many benefits. However, the problem was that these Minotaurs were all controlled by the little succubus's charm. If they broke free from the charm, they would definitely rebel. Although the probability was very low, it could not be ignored. Su Lin still had no way to control them. Perhaps the concentration camp that he built to imprison the dwarves would have some effect. He planned to imprison these Minotaurs when he returned and test the effect. In addition to the problem of the Minotaurs, there was also the problem of building a city here. To be honest, with the current strength of the Northern Citadel, it was already very difficult to carry out multiple large-scale projects at the same time. Building a city here would be more difficult in terms of manpower and other resources. However, just now he had read the report and map of the nearby mineral veins that the Grey Dwarves had just reported. He had decided to build a city here. It was not that he did not know that there was a shortage of manpower and resources, but there were too many good things here. Not to mention the obsidian mine, there were also mana crystals, fire copper, iron, gold, gem, silver, Kana's iron, and more than a dozen other minerals. Although he did not know the output of these mineral veins, the current minerals were enough for Su Lin to build a dungeon here. There were not many other creatures in the area where the Minotaurs lived. If he wanted to build a city, he would need a lot of manpower. Su Lin did not plan to transfer manpower from the surface world. After all, the Northern Citadel was already very busy. He planned to capture slaves in the underworld. The first batch of slaves were the ones that they had just rescued from the Minotaurs. As they were saved from the evil Minotaurs, the slaves were very grateful and wanted to repay Su Lin. Since they were so enthusiastic, Su Lin had no choice but to reluctantly accept them. Therefore, these people became the new city's first batch of slaves. Of course, to build a dungeon, it was not enough to rely on these people. He had to capture more slaves from the surrounding areas. Although the population of the underworld was far less than that of the surface world, there were still many options for capturing slaves. The most common ones were the Houndhead men and gnomes. These two creatures were very common both on the surface world and in the underworld. Su Lin also controlled a Houndhead men tribe with thousands of people. He just needed to bring those Houndhead men to build the dungeon. Other than the Houndhead men, there were also many gnomes, cavemen, goblins, gnomes, and orcs living in the caves. Other than the information about the mineral veins, most of the surrounding topographic maps had been drawn. In the maps, Su Lin found an underground lake. This was the main water source of the Tauren tribe. Other than the underground lake, the Grey Dwarves also found some broken underground ruins. However, there were some monsters around the ruins, so they did not get close. On the other side of the camp, there were a few tunnels that led to unknown places. Chapter 285. Su Lin already knew about the tunnels that the Grey Dwarves had found. When he killed the Necromancer last time, he learned from the Necromancer's diary that the Necromancer had come here from one of the tunnels. The Necromancer was not a normal person. Why would a normal person keep a diary and write down everything they knew? Wasn't that helping the enemy? One of the tunnels led to the Underdark, which was the base camp of the Drows. It was much more dangerous than the underground world that Su Lin now occupied. Su Lin had no plans to go there for the time being. Besides, he had to guard against the enemy's sneak attack. After looking at the surrounding topographic map, Su Lin was very interested in the ruins that the Grey Dwarves had found. He sent someone to summon the Grey Dwarves who had found the ruins. A few minutes later, 2 Grey Dwarves were brought in by the guards. "Is this the ruin that you found?" Su Lin asked directly. "Yes, master. While my team and I were exploring the surrounding mineral veins, we found that there were monsters gathered here. Oh, by the way, there's a tribe of goblins living near the ruins. They should know more about the ruins," the Grey Dwarf said respectfully. "Tribe of goblins? We're short of manpower here. Capture them," Su Lin said directly. It didn't take too much manpower to deal with a tribe of goblins. Sulin took 100 gray dwarves and 2 teams of centaurs and prepared to go. Hathaway heard that there was a ruin there and strongly wanted to go with them. The army made some simple preparations and set off quickly. Sulin rode in the middle of the team on a Pegasus, while Hathaway rode on a black-maned horse with a look of resentment. She originally wanted to ride with Sulin on the Pegasus, but the Pegasus was unwilling and wouldn't let Hathaway on it no matter what. Obviously, the little guy was still very vengeful. The underground ruins were not far from here. After passing through 2 tunnels and an underground cave, the group arrived near the underground ruins. Master, there are the underground ruins. The goblins living here are in the northeast direction, the gray dwarf who acted as the guide said. Lead the way. Let's capture the goblins first before exploring the ruins, Sulin said with a nod. The group continued to move forward under the lead of the gray dwarf. The underground cavern was huge, and they could vaguely hear the sound of an underground river flowing. Moss and mushrooms grew on the ground, and on the other side of the underground cavern was a large stalactite cave. Flutter. At this time, the sound of wings flapping suddenly came from the karst cave. It seemed to be approaching here. Sulin looked up and soon saw a black cloud flying out of the dark karst cave. At the same time, there was a squeaking sound. It's a vampire bat. Upon hearing these noises, the gray dwarves immediately reacted. As underground creatures, they were very familiar with the sounds of vampire bats. Vampire bats were notorious in the underground world. Individually, they weren't strong, but there were too many of them. Every time they moved out, there would be tens of thousands of them. Furthermore, they liked to swarm the enemy when they attacked. These palm-sized bats were extremely ferocious. Even an elephant would be sucked dry of blood in less than a minute. Due to their large numbers, small size, and agile bodies, they were very difficult to deal with for ordinary creatures. As soon as he finished speaking, the thousands of vampire bats quickly flew over. At the same time, these vampire bats continuously emitted strange sound waves. Although these sound waves couldn't be heard, they made people feel dizzy and uncomfortable. Ice storm, thunderstorm. A tornado formed by ice blades suddenly appeared. Along with the sharp ice blades, large numbers of vampire bats were cut into pieces and fell to the ground. For a moment, the surrounding air was filled with the smell of blood. Then, a dazzling flash of lightning appeared. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, large numbers of lightning snakes jumped and swam in the sky. The vampire bats that had just flown over were immediately turned into charcoal by the lightning snakes and fell to the ground. Soon, the ground was covered with a layer of vampire bat corpses. After clearing out the vampire bats, the army continued forward. After more than an hour, Sulin finally saw the underground ruins. The gnome tribe was about 2 to 3 kilometers away from the ruins. Without stopping, the army launched an attack on the gnome tribe. There were many bugbears and earth goblins in the tribe. These bugbears were about 1.6 meters tall and were much stronger than their cousins, the green goblins. Moreover, they were very disciplined. After discovering that someone was attacking, they quickly formed a simple spear formation. Although most of their weapons were bone spears or rusted metal, it wasn't easy to form a formation in such a short time. However, the gnomes were still gnomes. Although their neat formation made them look threatening, under the superior weapons and armor of the dwarves and the arrows of the centaurs, the bugbears were quickly scattered and captured. Seeing that the battle was over, Sulin stepped forward and asked, "Which one of you is the leader?" The gnomes looked at each other, but no one answered his question. "Sir, the gnomes don't speak the surface language," a gray dwarf whispered to Sulin. Sulin was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, the light was dim, so no one could see clearly. "Ahem, Hathaway, cast language proficiency on me." Sulin coughed. Hathaway held back her laughter and cast language proficiency on Sulin. Sulin asked the gnomes again, "Sir, our leader has just been killed by you." A gnome trembled as he spoke. "All right, which one of you knows the specific situation of the ruins?" Sulin changed his question. "Sir, Borat is the most familiar with the ruins. A gnome stepped forward and said, "You are Borat?" Sulen asked. "I am, sir," the gnome said flatteringly. Sulen nodded and said, "How much do you know about the ruins?" "Sir, there is a devil's curse in the ruins. You will be affected by the curse if you go near it. There are also many terrifying monsters in there." "Devil's curse?" Sulen raised his eyebrows. "It's a devil's curse. People who go near it will be cursed. Their bodies will become weak and their minds will go crazy. Some people will mutate and become horribly twisted. However, without exception, they will become crazy. The monsters in there are also very crazy, but the strange thing is that these monsters will not leave the area. The curse will weaken after leaving the area." "Bring us there." "According to what you said, there won't be any big problems in a short time," Sulen said directly. He then waved his hand and left some soldiers to watch over the captives. He then led the rest to the ruins. As for Borat's objection, it was directly ignored. "Hathaway, come with me. I keep feeling that there is something wrong with the devil's curse." Okay. Soon, the group was divided into two groups again. More than half of them stayed in the gnome tribe to watch over it. Sulen led two groups of gray dwarves and a group of centaurs to the ruins. As Sulen's group approached the ruins, they could see many broken walls scattered on the ground. These buildings had been there for a long time and were severely damaged. It was impossible to recognize their original appearance. Many places were in a mess. It seemed that other people had been here to search. This situation was normal. It would be abnormal if no one came to search the ruins. They did not waste any time outside the ruins. They continued to go deeper into the ruins. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Some faint sounds came from the ruins. Sulen waved his hand and signaled everyone to stop. Soon, a huge black shadow rushed toward them. "It's the death pincers. Run." When Borat saw the black shadow, he was so scared that he turned around to run. Unfortunately, as soon as he turned around, a gray dwarf soldier beside him kicked him to the ground. Then, a sharp axe was placed against his neck. "If he runs again, cut off his legs," Sulen said coldly. "Yes, sir." As soon as the voice faded, the rocks in front were all smashed away by the shadow. Then, a huge, eight-legged armored creature appeared in front of them. It had a pair of exaggeratedly huge jaws in its mouth, and its huge mouth was filled with sharp teeth. Its whole body was wrapped in a layer of black carapace, and it rushed forward violently. Hiss! When the gray dwarves saw this ferocious-looking insect, they all gasped. This thing was too big. It was even bigger than an elephant. The death pincers. Mutated creature, challenge rating 12+. The huge monster in front of them was actually a type of mutated insect. It had mutated because of the mana pollution radiation. Its huge jaws could easily bite a dwarf's armor in half. At the same time, its body had a strong defense. Its carapace had a layer of metallic luster, and its vitality was also very strong. For the gray dwarves, this type of mutated monster was still a big threat. However, it was unlucky to encounter Sulen. A monster of this level would only give him some extra loot. Lightning spear. A spear made of lightning suddenly appeared. A large amount of lightning gathered, and in the next second, the lightning spear instantly hit the charging death pincers. The huge death pincer worm's body instantly stiffened, and a fist-sized hole appeared in its hard carapace. Then, its entire body was covered in lightning, and its 8 legs twitched a few times before it collapsed with a loud bang. A large amount of blood gushed out. The death pincers was done for. He waved his hand and asked a few gray dwarfs to drag the body of the death pincers over. The meat of this kind of beetle was inedible, but its carapace was still a good material. It was suitable to be used to make shields or armor. Chapter 286. Sulen looked at the map. There were many red dots on the map. Be careful. There are many other mutant creatures here. After dealing with the loot, the group continued forward. 2 gray dwarves escorted an earth goblin in front, followed by Sulen and Hathaway. "We can't go any closer. If we go any further, we'll be in the territory of the ghosts," Borat said in horror after moving forward for a while. There are a lot of ghosts. Once we enter, they'll pounce on us like crazy. Ghosts. Sullen's eyes lit up. Ghosts, the undead creatures, were most often found in mass graves or cemeteries without priests to purify them. They were also found in areas where a large number of creatures had died. It was easy for them to be born in areas where the aura of the undead was strong. Ghosts usually appeared at night, but there was no sun in the underground world. They could appear at any time. There were many types of ghosts, but they all had one thing in common. They had something that they couldn't let go of. It was called obsession or resentment. It was said that if you helped a ghost fulfill its obsession or resentment, you could get a reward from the ghost, such as a high-grade soul crystal. Of course, it was very difficult to fulfill the obsession of a ghost. After all, after turning into a ghost, they had basically lost their rationality. It was not easy to know their obsession and fulfill it. Sulen needed a lot of soul crystals now. Now that he encountered a ghost, he naturally wouldn't let it go. He ignored the earth goblin's cries and directly led him into the territory of the ghosts. As soon as he entered, Sulen felt the obvious difference. The temperature here was a few degrees lower than outside. There was a sudden fog in the surroundings. He didn't know when it started, but there were gusts of cold wind. It seemed that countless people were crying softly. How many people died here? It's a land of the undead, Sulen said in surprise after noticing the surroundings. I feel at least 100 ghosts here, Hathaway said with a frown. Faintly discernible shadows appeared in the mist. They were like wandering ghosts. At this moment, Sulen suddenly felt his vision blur. The next second, the scenery around him changed completely. When his vision was restored, he found himself in the middle of a starry sky. The scenery around him changed rapidly. For a moment, he saw high-rise buildings and heavy traffic. For a moment, he saw a bustling city in Middleworld. At this moment, Su Luen felt like he was watching an unedited movie. He saw the mature and beautiful Lady Elizabeth J. of Cullen City. Her body was as hot and tempting as ever. She begged him to stay, and she was willing to be his mistress. Even the other nobles in Kalen City expressed their support for him to become the new governor. The next second, he appeared in the office again. He ate and worked hard at the same time. It can actually reflect the memories in my heart. This is no longer something that a spirit can do. Seeing the various scenes in front of him, Sulen quickly reacted. What he encountered this time was actually a ghost with the ability to dream. This kind of ghost with the ability to peek into the deepest memories in people's hearts. And then, according to these memories, weave the most unforgettable scene in one's heart, the most desired scene. Once you were immersed in this dream of nothingness, it was very likely that you would never wake up. It would use the most terrifying scene in your memory to completely defeat you when you were the most immersed in it, and then turn you into resources for its continued growth. However, this spirit with the ability to dream probably didn't expect Sullen's dream to be so different. On one side, it was the current technological society. On the other side, it was the middle world's magical world. They were two completely unrelated worlds, which gave Su Luen the feeling that several completely unrelated movies had been randomly edited and spliced together. The state of the movie was too bad, and the story was too bad. How could he be immersed in it? It's better to be a good editor who can use the ability to dream. Sulen shook his head and sighed with emotion. At this moment, the spirit controlling the dream seemed to have finally made a decision. Sullen's vision turned black, and the next second, he appeared in a strange yet familiar place. Little Sue, help me send this document to Mr. Wong. Little Sue, this is your performance pay for this month. Check it. Little Sue, the final payment of Mr. Zhang's order from last time hasn't arrived yet. Hurry him up. All kinds of noises sounded. Sullen's eyes were a little confused. Little Sue, what's wrong? Are you too tired? A woman in her 30s patted Sullen's shoulder. Nothing, I was distracted, sisterly, Sulen said casually. After a busy day, Sulen dragged his tired body back home. Sullen's house was in an old neighborhood. It was a neighborhood built by the textile factory in the 80s of his previous world. Although it was old, when he stepped into the house, his heart was filled with warmth. Mom, I'm back, Sulen shouted. Little treasure, you're back. I'll heat up the food for you. Mrs. Sue took off her reading glasses and stood up from the sofa. When she saw her son's smiling face, she turned around and prepared to go to the kitchen. Mom, don't bother. I'll do it myself. Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Where's Dad? Sulin quickly asked. Your Uncle Zhang asked him to go over and help. He'll be back in a while. Sulin skillfully heated up the food and started eating. It was still that familiar taste. As always, it was disgusting. Sulin, who had eaten this dish for more than 20 years, habitually complained. Soon, Mr. Su returned from outside. I've told old Zhang that I'll go to work with him tomorrow. Dad, you're already 60 years old. Why are you still going to work? Can't you just rest at home? Sulin put down the bowl and said, What rest? You've been retired for half a year. You're 28 years old this year. It's time to find a partner and get married. If you don't have some money, how can you get a wife? Besides, there's still your brother. How can I rest? Mr. Su directly retorted. In the following days, Sulin was busy with work every day. When he returned home, although life was tough, he still felt very warm. On this day, after having dinner with his family, Sulin slowly stood up. Mom, Dad, little brother, I'm leaving. Take care. Little brother, I'm not here anymore. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Mom and Dad in the future. Little treasure, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Mrs. Su's face changed, and she asked anxiously, What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Su's face darkened. Brother, don't tell me you owe money? Su Jing asked. Goodbye. Although I can't bear to part, it's time for me to leave. Sulin smiled faintly and reflected the scene in front of him in the depths of his mind. There was a flash of light. The whole world was like a mirror. In an instant, it shattered into pieces and all the images disappeared. Once again, a gray fog appeared in front of him. A flash of lightning pierced through the surrounding fog. Sulin glanced around. The others were still trapped in their own dreams and had not woken up. Sulin only broke the dream that trapped him. If the others wanted to come out, they had to break the dream themselves or get rid of the person who created the dream. I should thank you for letting me see them again. Now it's time to end it. Faintly discernible shadows appeared. In the next second, these shadows quickly gathered in the middle. Evil thoughts and spiritual attacks continuously attacked Sulin's mind. If a person with a weak willpower encountered such a powerful spiritual attack, they would easily be attacked by this powerful spiritual attack and become an idiot. However, this time, the spiritual attacks failed. All the spiritual attacks were like clay oxen entering the sea. After entering Sulin's body, they disappeared without a trace. A strange person with countless faces appeared in front of him. His face was constantly changing. Happiness, anger, sadness, joy, all kinds of expressions appeared alternately. With the appearance of the figure, the surrounding cold aura instantly intensified by more than 10 times. Some frost seemed to have appeared on the ground, and the entire space was shrouded in extremely dense negative energy. Thousand-faced Soul Eater. When he saw this figure, Sulin recognized this monster. This was a very powerful type of spirit creature. In fact, it was not just a spirit, but a monster formed by the fusion of hundreds and thousands of spirits. Its most bizarre ability was to manipulate dreams. Even a legendary spellcaster would fail miserably at such an easy task. Sulin was not affected by it. On one hand, he had the memories of his previous life and the memories of his current life. The difference between the two was too big. He could easily escape from the dream. On the other hand, he had the Iron Will attribute. With this attribute, his spiritual resistance was shockingly high. Perhaps other legendary wizards would find it difficult to deal with the thousand-faced Soul Eater, but Sulin's ability just happened to be able to suppress it. Spiritual attack. Life siphon. Streaks of spiritual energy turned into countless spikes and rushed towards Sulin. This was the manifestation of spiritual interference. At the same time, a ferocious ghost face appeared beside Sulin. It then took a deep breath towards Sulin. Little bits of green life force floated out from Sulin's body. However, in the next second, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from his body and instantly hit the ferocious ghost face. Lightning domain. Dazzling lightning shot out from Sullen's body. The surrounding attacks were instantly torn to pieces. Lightning spear. A large amount of lightning quickly gathered in Sullen's hand. A lightning spear completely condensed from lightning appeared in his hand. The lightning spear pierced through the mist and instantly hit the figure. The azure lightning power exploded in an instant. Countless lightning snakes wreaked havoc in the surrounding space. Even the thick aura of death was torn to pieces at this moment. Screams filled with unwillingness and hatred raged in the ears. Chapter 287. Death Gaze. A black ray of light suddenly appeared and hit Sulin directly in the next second. Sulin only felt a chill in his body, and the power of thunder in his body instantly burst out, directly dispersing the energy with the aura of death. Feeling the aura of death, Sulin also broke out in a cold sweat. Death Gaze was a very dangerous ability that completely ignored defense. It only had one effect, which was instant death. The enemy hit by this ability would go through a judgment of death. If the judgment failed, then even if the enemy was a giant dragon, they would die immediately. Of course, the probability of this judgment of death was very low, but its effect was also very scary. It was impossible to gamble with one's life every time. The probability of the judgment of death was related to the level of both sides, as well as spell resistance, physique, and many other factors. Sulin did not expect that the thousand-faced soul eater in front of him would have this skill. Of course, there were also many creatures that were immune to Death Gaze, such as gods and demigods who only had divinity. They were immune to this skill, and there were also undead, golems, and elemental creatures that were immune to the instant death effect. After seeing this skill, Sullen's vigilance increased greatly. Lightning flashed. Thunder Prison. A thunderbolt as thick as a bucket fell from the sky and instantly hit the thousand-faced soul eater. The thunderbolt turned into thunder and lightning, enveloping the entire area in it. The thousand-faced soul eater suddenly let out a painful howl, and a large number of ghosts flew out of its body. Then, they were instantly enveloped by the surrounding power of thunder and lightning. The undead aura on these ghosts quickly disappeared under the power of thunder and lightning. After opening the thunder and lightning domain, the surrounding space had completely turned into a world of thunder and lightning, with countless bolts of lightning swimming in the air. The thousand-faced soul eater noticed that its power was getting weaker and weaker. According to this process, it would not be long before it was directly purified. Faced with such a crisis, the thousand-faced soul eater naturally would not wait for death. Countless bodies made up of ghosts kept changing, trying to break through the thunder and lightning cage. Every time it collided with the thunder and lightning, it would consume some of its power. Soul Howl. A wave of soul power instantly erupted from the thousand-faced soul eater. Sulin felt as if his head was suddenly being hammered by a dozen hammers. Intense pain wreaked havoc in his mind. After a while, the pain disappeared. Sulin felt a warm sensation at the tip of his nose. He reached out and touched it. A large amount of blood was oozing out of his nostrils. Damn it! Sulin's expression was ugly. The howling of his soul had almost driven Sulin crazy. He didn't want to experience that kind of pain again. Under the attack, just now, Sulin's thunder prison also weakened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the thousand-faced soul eater forcefully escaped from the thunder prison after consuming a large number of spirits. In the next second, strange weeping sounds could be heard. In the land of the undead, the fog appeared again. Blurry figures also appeared in the fog. These figures wandered around Sulin and let out evil grins. Many spirits even wanted to suck the life energy from Sulin. However, as the thunder and lightning on Sulin's body surged again, the spirits that couldn't dodge in time were instantly enveloped by the thunder and lightning. The bodies made of fog instantly exploded. Then, the spirits that were further away screamed in horror and fled from sullen surroundings. Thunderbolt. After the thousand-faced soul eater escaped from the thunder prison, it instantly blended into the surrounding spirits. With the help of the spirit's disguise, Sulin could not find its true body. Seeing this situation, the thunder and lightning energy in Sullen's body quickly circulated. The powerful thunder and lightning energy erupted again. A thundercloud shrouded the sky, and a large amount of thunder and lightning kept rolling. In the next second, hundreds of thunder and lightning bolts fell from the sky and enveloped the entire space. The spirits in this space were all enveloped by the thunder and lightning. Ordinary spirits couldn't withstand the thunder and lightning attack at all. In an instant, a large number of spirits were killed. Sulin looked around and instantly saw the figure of the thousand-faced soul eater. "Found you!" With a flash of thunder and lightning, Sullen's body disappeared in an instant. In the next second, he appeared in front of the thousand-faced soul eater. Thunderstorm. Powerful thunder and lightning energy came from Sullen's body and then exploded in an instant. The dazzling thunder and lightning directly lit up the dark underground space. Thunder Spear. A spear condensed from thunder and lightning appeared in Sullen's hand. This time, he didn't throw it. Instead, he directly grabbed the thunder spear and stabbed the thousand-faced soul eater. The powerful thunder and lightning energy directly exploded in the body of the thousand-faced soul eater. Roar! With a miserable howl, the thousand-faced soul eater's body exploded like fireworks. Countless shadows flew out of her body. The thunder and lightning completely tore her body apart. In the end, countless spirits were purified by the thunder and lightning energy. The surrounding death energy dissipated and the fog dispersed. Figures appeared in this space. These figures looked at Sulin blankly. They seemed to want to say something, but in the next second, countless spiritual lights dissipated with the wind. These spirits that were once trapped here were completely freed by the thunder and lightning energy. However, because their souls were also destroyed, they directly entered the Origin Sea and formed a new soul in the Origin Sea. After all the spirits dispersed, the shadow of a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared in front of Sulin. This middle-aged man should be a spellcaster. After bowing to Sulin in an ancient wizard's way, he turned into countless light spots and scattered with the wind. "Thank you." There seemed to be a weak voice in his ear. The voice was ethereal and almost inaudible. Clang! With a soft sound, a purple crystal fell to the ground. This was not condensed by sullen soul energy. Instead, it was left behind by the thousand-faced soul eater. This kind of soul crystal could only be condensed after the death of a high-grade spirit body. It contained the final essence of a spirit, and its quality was much higher than that of a man-made soul crystal. Sulin reached out and picked up the soul crystal. The purple soul energy in the soul crystal was pure and transparent. This was a legendary grade soul crystal. Felix's Longing, legendary grade soul crystal. This was the soul crystal condensed by the Arcanist Felix's soul energy. It contained his infinite longing. Felix was the original main body of the thousand-faced soul eater. He was a powerful Arcanist, but for some unknown reason, he died here. However, for some unknown reason, this Arcanist's soul turned into a ghost. Then, over the past few thousand years, he devoured countless souls and finally became the thousand-faced soul eater. In the end, he was freed in Sullen's hands. This soul crystal still contained the last remnants of his longing. The emotions on it seemed to be able to affect Sullen's emotions. After dealing with the thousand-faced soul eater, the fog dissipated. The land of the undead was also purified by Sullen's lightning domain. All the negative energy was dispelled, and the area became normal again. At the same time, after the death of the thousand-faced soul eater, the northern city soldiers and gnomes who had fallen into the dream woke up one after another. However, many of them were still in a daze. It was obvious that they had not woken up from the dream. Hathaway slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, Many images flashed through her eyes. It was just a dream after all. Hathaway sighed softly. She quickly recovered. After Hathaway woke up, the others also woke up one after another. However, none of them looked good. It was obvious that the dream they had just experienced was not good. "Is that specter dead?" Hathaway asked. "It's already dead. I didn't expect this specter to evolve into a rare monster like the thousand-faced soul eater. It even has the ability to dream." Sulen said slowly, nodding slightly. "Let's take a break. We'll continue our journey." After the nightmare, although the group did not feel tired physically, they did not feel good mentally. After all, it took a lot of courage to face the thing they feared the most in the dream. Of course, it was not that there were no benefits at all. After going through the training of the dream, the spirit attribute would increase slightly. An increase of 1 or 2 points was not bad. Of course, if one was extremely lucky, they could also obtain the innate talent of strong will. However, Sulen and the others were not very lucky. None of them had awakened the innate talent of strong will. After resting for a while, the group continued to move forward into the ruins. Some mutated insects and giant centipedes appeared. These things were not very strong. Sulen did not have to do anything. They were all taken care of by Hathaway, the Grey Dwarf, and the centaurs. As they continued to go deeper, more and more dilapidated ancient buildings appeared before Sulen's eyes. Sulen even recognized some mining equipment. However, after thousands of years, these equipment had become seriously rusty. Other than being melted down and reforged, there was no other use for them. The ruins were probably built on a vein of, or Sulen and the others found many mines, but the equipment inside had long decayed. Some of the mines had also collapsed. Sulen picked up some ores to check, but he did not find much. The ores were very pure. It seemed that the ancient arcanists had been mining here for a long time. The veins near the surface were basically all mined. Now, many of these mines have become the nests of underground creatures. Sulen did not destroy the nests. He led the group deeper. Soon, Sulen found some magic lamps left on some stone pillars. These magic lamps had lost their power and could not work. Some were completely broken. There were some damaged walls and machinery around. This seemed to be the mine's factory. There were many traces of battle in this area. It was unknown who left them behind. There was a big explosion on the side. Many of the factory's walls were blown up, but they could still see the magnificence of this building. After arriving here, Sulen also felt the energy that shrouded this place. It made him feel a little depressed. Chapter 288. The area of the ruins was very large, and the periphery was a mining area. Sulen found a lot of railroad tracks and mining equipment, but they had all been abandoned. Sulen and the others did not stay there and continued to move deeper into the ruins. "What's this?" Sulen suddenly saw a flash of metal on the ground next to him. A gray dwarf next to him was very perceptive. He went up the wall and picked up the piece of metal from the rubble. The metal was a fragment of something unknown. Although it was damaged, there was no rust on the surface. The color was somewhat like gold, but the color was a little dim. "This is arcanite, an alloy made in the era of the Arcane Empire. It could be used to replace adamantine. Of course, its effect is still not as good as adamantine, but its price is very low compared to adamantine, so it was widely used in many places in the Arcane Empire." Hathaway took a look and immediately identified the material of the metal. But this is because the ancient arcanists were rich. Now, this arcanite is traded at the Wizard Fair for 500 kinnur per pound. The piece of arcanite found by Sulen was the size of a fist and weighed about 2 pounds. "We just came in, and we already have such a harvest. It seems that this secret realm is going to be rich." After passing through the ruins, everything around them was quickly displayed in front of them. This was a very large plaza. Behind the plaza was a dilapidated adept tower. The tower had been broken, and only a dozen meters high was left. The upper part was completely destroyed, and the square was full of broken walls. There were still some passages near the plaza, and there were many buildings in the surroundings. However, most of these buildings had already collapsed, and only a few of them were still relatively intact. These relatively intact buildings were not simple. Unsurprisingly, there were traces of arcane spells here. Intruders detected. Intruders detected. Reserve energy activated. Defensive magic-powered guards activated. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Suddenly, a dull sound came from the wall in front of them, and then several tall shadows appeared. There were not many of them, only 6 of them, but their aura was quite amazing. The whole ground trembled slightly. What are these? Several gray dwarves looked at the golems that came out and swallowed unconsciously. These are puppet golems from the era of the Arcane Empire. Sulen explained. Be careful, these guys aren't easy to deal with. Sulen was very surprised by the technology of the Arcane Kingdom. After thousands of years, the golem puppets passed down from the era of the Arcane Kingdom could still move. Target locked. Execute the attack order. After the golems locked onto Sulen and the others, they picked up their weapons and charged at them. These golems were different from the steel golems they had seen in the ruins of the Secret Realm. They were yellowish-green in color and looked like they were made of bronze. The 6 steel golems rushed up, and the dwarven defenders immediately raised their shields and rushed over. Clang! There was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, and the dwarf warrior's axe hit the leg of the steel golem and bounced off. Not a single mark was left on the golem's body. Be careful, attack their joints. Sullen's figure flashed and rushed up. The purple dragon halberd drew an arc and instantly hit the chest of a puppet golem. The chest of the puppet golem was directly pierced, and at the same time, a powerful force of thunder and lightning broke out in an instant, destroying the runic array in the puppet golem. The eyes of the 3-meter-tall puppet golem flickered a few times and then dimmed. A gray dwarf rushed up, but before he could attack, he was kicked out by the puppet golem. Fortunately, the dwarves were all wearing heavy armor. Although they looked a little embarrassed, in fact, their lives were not in danger. Although these steel golems were strong, they were naturally not enough to face Sulen, a legendary strongman. After a while, the 3 puppet golems stopped moving. Although it seemed easy for Sulen to deal with these puppet golems, in fact, if ordinary adventurers encountered these golems, they would be in big trouble. The alloy steel craftsmanship of the era of the Arcane Kingdom could not be damaged by ordinary weapons. In many cases, even if the weapons were scrapped, they might not be able to destroy the golems. If one had to find an adjective to summarize it, it would be to use cold weapons to dismantle a tank. Golems were very resistant to spells and could ignore most of the negative states. To deal with them, in addition to blocking them, they could only break them down. Stone to mud. Hathaway's hand flashed, and then she gently pointed. The foot of another puppet golem that was attacking suddenly softened, and the originally hard rock turned into a muddy swamp. In a breath, the puppet golems sank into the swamp. Although the puppet golems were powerful, they had no place to borrow strength in the swamp and could only slowly descend. If they had enough energy, they could use energy to get out of here. Unfortunately, after thousands of years, it was a miracle that these golems could be activated, let alone have enough energy. Then Hathaway flashed a few more spells, and the remaining 2 golems were all trapped. The 3 puppet golems kept struggling in the swamp, but it was to no avail. After a while, these golems should have run out of energy and were completely motionless. These golems were brought back when we left. Many of the steel golems from the era of the Arcane Empire were lost in craftsmanship. I want to try and see if I can find the answer from them. Hathaway said after dealing with a few golems. Well, when we go back, we'll fish them out. Sulen nodded and said, Let's go. Let's see what's in this ruin. Sulen was still in a good mood after dealing with these golems. Sulen had already felt that the ruins were shrouded in a strange energy. He didn't know what it was that the ancient arcanists had built, but it was still effective until now. After entering the houses that were relatively well preserved, they didn't find anything valuable. After thousands of years, very few things could be preserved in good condition. There were a few pieces of armor that seemed to be well preserved, but when they were picked up, they were rusted beyond recognition. A gentle poke would leave a hole. After coming out of these houses, Sulin walked to the wizard tower next to him. In fact, he didn't have much hope. The wizard tower was even more damaged, and there were even fewer valuable things. Walking into the broken wizard tower, Sulin saw a large number of strange bottles and jars. The things inside had been completely decayed, and their original appearance could not be seen. He pushed open the small door next to him, and there was a laboratory behind the small door. In the middle of the room, there was a test bench with a lot of books on the shelves next to it. There were also a lot of materials under it. Although these materials looked intact, they instantly turned into a cloud of dust with a gentle touch. Some strange organs were sealed in some crystal vessels next to it. He didn't know what kind of creature they belonged to. These things had also completely lost their effectiveness due to the loss of magic power. Although many things here were completely damaged, Sulin still found some experiment logs. These experiment logs should be more important information, and they were recorded in a specially processed notebook. Arcane Calendar 1025, 12th of September, I found a special mineral in the underground mineral base in the north. When I first saw this mineral, I noticed that it was different. I swear, this is a brand new metal, and it also has other energy. Arcane Calendar 1025, October 3rd, I extracted 3 kilograms of metal from a ton of ore. This is a silver-white metal. Although I don't know the characteristics of this metal, I think I'm going to be rich this time. Next year on the Arcane Voice, I'll be on the cover. There is a missing part in the middle, as if it was erased by some force. Arcane Calendar 1026, May 8th. My discovery really surprised the people of the Nine Ring Council. They recognized my discovery, but they were unwilling to continue the research. They also warned that this metal is very dangerous. *T. These people are jealous of my research success and want me to give up. Then they will get the fruits of my labor. I will never let them succeed. Arcane Calendar 1026, October 13th. This is really a great metal. It can accelerate the mutation of species. A ferocious bear can actually overturn a ground dragon after mutation. This is really a great discovery. If we use it to cultivate our warriors, we will easily gain a lot of combat power. Year 1027 of the Arcana Calendar, 2nd of March, my first experiment failed. Although Bane's body had strengthened a lot, there were problems with his mind. He became manic and irritable, and his body after the mutation was not as perfect as I thought it would be. Well, I admit that it is very imperfect. Arcane Calendar 1027, April 7th. The experiment failed again. Bane's body also has problems. His body began to age rapidly and even deformed. Arcane Calendar 1027, May 2nd. The Nine Ring Tower sent people to investigate. Fortunately, I was prepared in advance. They did not find out about my research. This group of stubborn old people should have been in their coffins long ago. Arcane Calendar 1027, August 6th. Why is this? I experimented on insects. Those insects successfully broke through the limit and became bigger and stronger. But why did it fail on humans? Year 1027 of the Arcana Calendar, December 23rd. I'm a genius. I've succeeded. I've succeeded in making a slave strong. It won't be long before my experiment will make those people's jaws drop. Year 1028 of the Arcana Calendar, February 4th. My experiment seems to have succeeded. That slave has started to change. Today was really dangerous. There was actually a slave who wanted to escape. I killed that slave and made him into a specimen to scare the other slaves. Chapter 289. Sulin was very satisfied after looking at the stats of the item. This weapon was tailor-made for him. The power of thunder combined with Sulin's own thunder territory made him even more powerful. Next, he would have to face the troll tribe. To Sulin's surprise, Xeon brought the caravan back. The snow that fell 2 days ago did not cover the entire northern wasteland. At least, Xeon and the caravan did not encounter it. As for why they were late, it was because there were too many people in the caravan. They spent too much time arranging the caravan. This time, the caravan spent 15,000 kinner and brought back more than 2,000 slaves. In addition to the normal slaves, Xion also bought more than 300 artisan slaves with various skills. They were only able to buy so many artisan slaves with the help of the caravan that cooperated with the northern fortress. Otherwise, they would not have been able to buy them at all. There were also many refugees that followed them here. After a few months of advertising, the northern fortress had gained a lot of fame. Many refugees that could not survive were willing to follow the caravan to the northern fortress. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. Chapter 290. Move this body over. This creature doesn't seem to be that simple, Hathaway suddenly said, just as the Duergars were about to skin the monsters. 2 Duergars carried the body over. Hathaway threw the monster's body directly on the workbench, then took out a space bag, took out a knife, pliers, tweezers, and a bunch of professional tools for dissecting, and then put on a protective suit. The whole process took only 2 minutes to complete. You want to dissect them? Sulen asked in surprise. Yes, this creature is a newly discovered creature. I need to understand its body structure and value. Hathaway said without looking up. Then she snapped her fingers, and an energy shield wrapped the monster's body. She then put on gloves and was ready to dissect it. Sulen looked around and looked at Hathaway. A 36D cutie bear girl suddenly took out a bunch of knives to dissect a monster. It was a bit strange. Hathaway didn't notice Sullen's expression. After getting ready, she began to dissect. As an alchemist, Hathaway was also very familiar with dissection. She accurately found the easiest part to dissect, and then quickly dissected the monster's body. Seeing her neat movements, Sulen suddenly felt a chill on his back. He watched as Hathaway dissected a complete body into pieces like a butcher dissecting an ox, and the internal organs were also placed aside. The scales on the monster's body were also separated, and the whole workbench was filled with various internal organs and materials of the monster. After dissecting, Hathaway took out some research tools like a microscope and other equipment from the space bag, and then began to analyze the materials. Seeing that Hathaway was busy, Sulen didn't want to disturb her. He could only start to search the ruins. Sir, we found some strange devices. At this time, a Duergars ran over to report. Strange devices? Over there. Sullen's eyes lit up. The devices in the ruins were left behind from the time of the Arcane Empire, and many of the technologies were still not mastered. If they could find something good to study or repair, they might get unimaginable benefits. In the basement over there, under the lead of the Duergars, Sulin came to the abandoned building that was still intact. There was a staircase extending downwards in the building, and they went down the stairs to the basement. Because it had been closed for a long time, the air in the basement was very turbid. Sulin snapped his fingers and summoned 2 wind elementals to clean up the dust around them. At the same time, fresh air. The basement area was very large. Sulin roughly observed it. It was the size of a football field. After entering, Sulin clearly felt that the strange energy was getting stronger and stronger. Summoning a ball of light, Sulin began to observe the strange mechanical structure in the basement. It was made of red crystal mixed with a pale gold alloy. Sulin carefully observed for a while and found that the structure of the device was not complicated. Combined with his knowledge of magic and machinery, Sulin roughly judged that it was a device used to amplify the energy field, and the range of coverage was just the range of the ruins. What is this device used for? Sulin frowned and then came to the middle of the device. The device was not damaged and was still working. After circling around the device, Sulin found the core of the device. After hesitating for a moment, Sulin opened the core of the device. The outer shell of the magical device slowly opened, and a cylinder rose from within. Above the cylinder, a small piece of silver-white metal emitting a strange energy field appeared in front of his eyes. This can't be the metal that the Arcanist found, right? The 4-wheel card thought to himself. He immediately reacted to the metal in front of him. However, after seeing this piece of metal, Sulin suddenly felt that this metal seemed to be very similar to something he had learned about in his previous life. This can't be a nuclear material, can it? A thought suddenly appeared in Sulin's mind. He then began to compare the two in his mind. Nuclear radiation could kill creatures and also cause them to mutate, but this mutation was uncontrollable. However, the mutation in this ancient ruin was guided and interfered with by humans. Sulin had reason to believe that this piece of metal was a nuclear material. System, appraise it. Ding! Appraisal complete. The target is a high-purity metal, plutonium. This metal has a strong radiation property. Please take note. After hearing the system's prompt, Sulin's expression became very interesting. He did not expect the Arcanist to be so bold as to use this radioactive metal to induce mutations in living creatures. Judging from the monsters living in the ruins, their experiment was obviously a success. As for the Arcanist, who was studying these mutated monsters everywhere, he had died long ago. It was no wonder that the elders of the 9 Ring Towers would oppose his continued research on this radiation mutation. It was really because the uncertainty and danger of this mutation was too high. Even if the human body in this world was good, if ordinary people were exposed to this radiation environment, the mortality rate was still very high. Of course, Sulin's current physical fitness had long been immune to this kind of radiation, and the Grey Dwarves and Centaurs were also not affected much. This metal plutonium was discovered in the later days of the Arcane Empire, but unlike the Arcanist who used it to induce mutation in creatures, other Arcanists studied elemental fission. It was said that this technology was used to provide a stable and huge amount of energy for the floating city. During the Arcane Empire, the floating city had an obstacle that could not be bypassed, and that was the Mice Energy Core. This was a magical energy core. Legend had it that this energy core was born during the era of the New Gods. It was made by some great Arcanists with the power of the goddess of magic. It could provide a huge amount of energy continuously and stably. It was also the appearance of the Mice Energy Core that made the appearance of the floating city a reality. As the saying went, success and failure depended on the same person. The Mice Energy Core had many advantages, such as continuous and stable energy, safety and efficiency, simple maintenance, huge energy, and so on. So, for a long time, the floating city used the Mice Energy Core as its energy core. However, the Mice Energy Core had a fatal flaw, and that was it had to be connected to the magic net. Only by connecting to the magic net, with the help of the magic net, could it have that huge and almost miraculous energy. Once the magic net was lost, the energy of the mice energy core would rapidly decline. After the arcanists at that time discovered this problem, they began to study it continuously. Their research had two directions. One was to try the artificial magic net, and the other was to completely abandon the mice energy core and then research and replace it with a new energy source. In the battle between the arcanists and the gods, the magic net had collapsed, but the floating cities of the arcanists hadn't become mere decorations. It was clear that the arcanists had succeeded, but it was unknown how far they had gone. After that great war, a lot of information about the arcanists had been erased by the gods. It was also because this world was not the main material plane that the gods were most concerned about, and the power of the gods was somewhat insufficient. So a lot of information about the arcane empire was secretly preserved by the wizards. However, the artificial magic net and elemental fission technology were still not left behind. According to the information passed down, the arcanists had entered the interstellar era. After all, they were able to colonize planes, and the wizard civilization of this world had not yet stepped out of the plane. Only some powerful wizards relied on their own power to enter the astral world and carry out some interstellar travel. Overall, the current civilization was still far from the heyday of the arcanists. After all, this was an extraordinary world. Sometimes, a person's power could be so strong that it could destroy the world. For example, if a legendary spellcaster was given time to cast a level 9 spell, Meteorite, it would not be a problem for him to destroy a city. To be able to enter the astral world, one had to be at least a legend. It was said that the danger level of the astral world was at least level 16, but few people would venture into the astral world before entering the legendary realm. It was not an adventure, it was a death wish. To explore the astral world, one had to be at least a high-level legend. Many evil gods lived in the astral world, and the vast majority of ancient dragons, archaic dragons, and so on. Once you encountered them, you would not even have a chance to escape if you were below the legendary realm. Although the legendary masters could not defeat them, escaping was not a problem. After all, they had left the material plane. Although there was no protection from the plane, the restrictions of the plane were also loosened. A teleportation spell here was much more difficult and far than in the material plane. Sulen asked the gray dwarf to find a heavy lead box, and then put the silver-white metal into the box. As the metal was put into the lead box, Sulen keenly found that the strange energy that had shrouded the whole ruins had completely disappeared. In other parts of the ruins, with the disappearance of the energy field, other creatures in the ruins had some sense, and all the mutant animals became restless. After putting away the metal, Sulen did not leave. He intended to dismantle the equipment and transport it back. Taking out a few magic crystals, Sulen used image photography to save the image of the equipment, and then carefully dismantled it. These gray dwarves were indeed good craftsmen. Although it was the first time they had come into contact with this kind of equipment, these gray dwarves did a very good job. In addition to using image photography to save image data, these gray dwarves also drew a blueprint on which all the parts were numbered. Then these parts were also recorded in that location. After dismantling all these parts, all the parts were carefully preserved and then put into sullen storage space. However, there were still too many parts, and the storage space could not fit them all. In the end, he could only let the gray dwarves carry them. Chapter 291. It took some time to dismantle all the parts of the equipment and transport them away. Sulen also left the basement. Back on the surface of the ruins, Hathaway was still studying the monsters. The ruins were almost completely searched by the gray dwarfs, but there was nothing valuable except for the equipment. Are you done with your research? We're ready to go. Sulen looked at Hathaway, who was still studying, and said, "The results will be out soon. Wait for me." Hathaway said impatiently. Then she left Sulen there and continued her research. Not finished yet. See it in 10 minutes. 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 I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. Not finished yet. See it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. Not yet, finished yet. Not yet, yet. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. Not yet. See 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 it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Chapter 292. Quartz ore was not rare in the northern lands. The composition of quartz ore and sand were very similar. Even if there was no quartz ore, sand could be used as a substitute. As for the mushroom plants, they could collect some from the surroundings of the relics. It was not difficult to cultivate mushroom plants, and the requirements for the environment were not high. Su Luan collected all kinds of mushroom plants in the relics, and then brought back all the remaining crystal beasts in the relics. There were not many crystal beasts. Excluding the ones that had died, there were only 26 crystal beasts left. These crystal beasts were all placed in cages and transported back. After searching the hidden realm one last time and finding nothing valuable, Su Lin led the caravan back. As they left the square, the monsters in the ruins ran out of their nests. There were deathclaws, worms, giant centipedes, and a kind of giant beetle that looked like a tank. These bugs immediately rushed up when they saw Su Lin and the others. Summoned magic creatures. A hexagram array rose from the ground, and in the next second, four vigorous silhouettes rushed out of the array. They were the 4 silver wolves. These wolves were 5 meters tall at the shoulder and had strong bodies. Their claws and teeth were sharp. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the mutant bugs. These wolves cooperated with each other. 2 of them harassed the bugs, while the other 2 attacked. If it were not for the tough shells of the mutant bugs, they would have suffered heavy casualties. Reduced defense. Everyone get ready. Greater group haste. Group enchantment weapon. Rays of light flashed from Sullen's body, and everyone immediately felt their bodies fill with power. The centaurs kept shooting arrows at the bugs. The steel arrowheads fiercely pierced through the gaps in the bug shells, and green blood spurted out. After the Duergars were buffed with spells, they rushed forward with their short legs, as if they were flying. These Duergars had experience dealing with giant beetles, so they attacked the beetles' limbs in groups. Their sharp axes constantly chopped at the beetles' leg joints. The giant beetles didn't even have time to resist before their legs were cut off. Their huge bodies fell to the ground, and then they were swarmed by the gray dwarves and completely wiped out. A few barbarian berserkers roared and rushed up with giant axes in their hands. These 2-meter-tall, burly men with bulging muscles jumped onto the back of the death pincer beetle. The powerful impact directly smashed the death pincer beetle to the ground, and the giant axes in their hands chopped down towards its head. Even though they were protected by a tough shell, the barbarians' monstrous strength was enough to shatter their shell with just a few swings of the axe. Blood splattered everywhere. The death beetles shook their bodies in pain, trying to shake off the people on their backs. However, the barbarians were standing on top of them, so they couldn't shake them off. In just a few breaths of time, the movements of the death beetles became smaller and smaller until they finally collapsed. Fireball, chain lightning, ice storm. Hathaway pointed the staff in her hand, and a large fireball fell in the middle of the giant centipedes. A huge explosion sounded, and the surrounding giant centipedes were blown to pieces. A bolt of lightning flashed back and forth on the battlefield, and a few giant centipedes were numb all over. Countless ice blades appeared out of thin air and spun quickly. Wherever the whirlwind of ice blades passed, a large number of monsters were directly cut into pieces, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. As everyone cleared out the various mutant monsters in the ruins, the number of mutant monsters decreased rapidly. With the support of Sulin and Hathaway's spells, the whole battle became very simple. In the past, these thick-skinned monsters were a headache to deal with, but with all kinds of spells, their weapons could easily tear through their defenses. With the cooperation of Sulin and Hathaway, the whole battle became very easy. Although there were many mutant monsters that rushed up, they didn't make any waves. Soon, with everyone's cooperation, these monsters were either killed or escaped. After collecting the spoils of war, they mainly consisted of insect shells. Regardless of whether it was the giant beetle, the giant centipede, or the death pincer worm, these monsters all had a large number of shells on their bodies. These shells were hard and tough, and many of them could be used as a good tower shield after some simple repairs. After collecting the spoils of war, the group returned to the goblin tribe. After meeting up with the troops left behind, they escorted all the goblins back. When they came, the army was lightly armed, but when they returned, not only did they have nearly 1,000 more slaves, but they also had a dozen more carriages. The speed of the team's advance became much slower. The surrounding monsters had long gone around the large army when they saw them. On the way, Sulin and the others didn't encounter any enemies. This exploration of the ruins took 3 days, and it ended satisfactorily. The rewards were also very great. After returning to the Minotaur's camp, Sulin handed the newly captured goblin slaves to the drows for training. With the addition of the kobolds, the Minotaur's camp soon had a labor force of nearly 5,000 people. Sulin named the city Crete and ordered a large number of slaves to start the construction of the city, including the Minotaurs. The underground world had no shortage of rocks. More than 200 Minotaurs, under the command of Chris, began to mine the rocks. After the Grey Dwarves repaired them, they began to build the city. Crete wasn't large, and there weren't many permanent residents. Most of the time, it was used as a transit station to transport the minerals mined from the surrounding mines. Sulin specially built a teleportation portal in Crete and appointed Chris as the city lord of Crete. Sulin was severely lacking in management talents. He had no choice but to let Chris stay in Crete for the time being. However, with the teleportation portal, Chris could return to Northern Citadel at any time. She could even manage the city during the day and take care of the cannons in Northern Citadel at night. With the support of the obsidian mine in Crete, the construction of the Wizard Tower in Northern Citadel continued. Sulin didn't stay in Northern Citadel for long. He had to build a suitable breeding base for the crystal beasts as soon as possible. Before the breeding base was completed, Sulin allocated a piece of land in Northern Citadel for the crystal beasts to live in temporarily. After arriving in the new environment, the crystal beasts quickly adapted. Perhaps it was because of the lack of radiation, but the crystal beasts looked a little dispirited. The crystal beasts were fed with sand and mushrooms collected by Sulin's people. The meat was mostly fish. Northern Citadel was still lacking in beef and mutton, so it was impossible to feed the crystal beasts. However, fish was a good choice. Sulin planned to build the breeding base in the secret plane. The elemental energy there was abundant, and the place was hidden enough. As long as the equipment was reassembled, it would be perfect for the crystal beast to breed. After arriving at the secret plane through the teleportation portal and being repaired by the harpies, the secret plane finally looked a little more human. It wasn't as broken and desolate as it used to be. "Welcome back, Master." Tower Spirit number 1's voice sounded in his ear. "Long time no see, Tower Spirit number 1, Sulin greeted casually. "Master, this is the progress of the secret plane's restoration, as well as the list of materials needed." Tower Spirit number 1 projected a light screen, which recorded all kinds of materials. Just looking at some of them made Sulin's scalp tingle. Although most of them were ordinary materials, the price was still painful for Sulin. "All right, Tower Spirit number 1, you should know the value of these materials. We don't have enough money to buy them, so we can only repair some of them," Sulin said, rubbing his forehead. "By the way, I got some iron golems this time. Do you have any way to control them?" "Master, I can try to control the iron golems. It will take time to break their soul barrier," Tower Spirit number 1 said. "That's good. These iron golems are useless anyway. You can take your time to break them." Sulin nodded, then took out a few iron golems from his storage space. Out of the 6 iron golems, 3 were damaged, and 3 were still intact. However, these 3 were controlled by Sulin using a special method. They couldn't resist at all, connecting to the iron golems. As soon as the iron golems appeared, Tower Spirit number 1 started working. A wave of soul fluctuation appeared. The iron golems instantly fell into a daze. The red light in their eyes began to flicker. Connecting successful. Deciphering, analyzing target's defense mechanism. Simulation of defense mechanism successful. Beginning invasion. Invasion successful. Modifying target's original program. Reconfiguring target's program. Along with the cold mechanical voice of Tower Spirit number 1, a large amount of energy gushed out from the elemental pool for Tower Spirit number 1 to consume. The iron golems suddenly seemed to have malfunctioned. Their bodies kept spinning. Modification complete. Successfully controlled the iron golems. Authorization modification complete. The current highest authorization is set to Sulin. Setup successful. Equipment restarting. As a legendary level Tower Spirit, Tower Spirit number 1 had a crushing advantage over low-level Tower Spirits and iron golems. These iron golems were successfully modified by Tower Spirit number 1. From today onwards, there were a few more iron golems in the secret realm. The remaining 3 iron golems were damaged. However, Sulin didn't destroy them when he destroyed them. Their damage wasn't serious. After being scanned by the Tower Spirit, it was completely capable of repairing them. It only needed to replace or repair the parts and cores of the iron golems. There were many iron golems in the secret realm that had lost their repair value. There were many intact parts left in these iron golems. They could be replaced directly. Chapter 293. Next, Tower Spirit number 1 controlled the steel golems and began to repair them. The 3 damaged iron golems were quickly dismantled, revealing the complicated rune circuits and various components inside. Then, they began to be repaired. "Tower Spirit, show me the map of the secret plane," Sulin said as he lay on a sofa. A light flashed, and a 3D image of the secret plane appeared in front of Sulin. "Zoom in on the northern mountains," Sulin said after looking at it for a while. Zoomed in on the selected area. "Encircle this area." Marking complete. On the 3D image map, the area that Sulin marked out was already marked in red. It was not a big area, with an area of 20,000 square meters. Sulin transformed it into the habitat of the crystal beasts. The Tower Spirit separated the area with a dimensional circle. This area was separated from the outside world. Sulin began to modify this area. First, he dug out a basement under this area. Then he took out the equipment that he dismantled from the ruins and reassembled it. Sulin did this himself. When he dismantled the equipment, Sulin noticed that this equipment had the help of a rune circle. Sulin also recorded the rune circle, but he still needed Hathaway to set it up. Although Sulin had learned a lot of spells and spell theories, he still lacked a lot of knowledge about rune circles. After all, he did not learn about wizards since he was young. This kind of rune circle involved a lot of theoretical knowledge and rune technology, so it was still very difficult for him. Sulin was now cramming on these basic knowledge. If he wanted to go further on the path of becoming a wizard, he had to master these things. Sulin's part-time wizard rank had reached the beginner level. Because this equipment was well prepared, Sulin used his own knowledge to verify the equipment as he installed it. Therefore, the installation speed was not fast. However, it was all worth it. After he figured out how this equipment worked, Sulin could try to produce it himself in the future. He did not have to worry about the equipment being damaged. In fact, this equipment that Sulin dismantled from the ruins was already showing signs of aging. After all, it had been operating for thousands of years. Although it was protected by a rune circle, it was almost reaching its limit. After the assembly was completed and it could operate normally, Sulin would gradually replace this equipment. After a week of exploration and assembly, Sulin finally finished assembling this equipment. He also figured out how it worked inside. After the assembly was completed, Sulin asked Hathaway to set up a rune circle here. He then reconnected a crystal energy pipe from the elemental pool. The whole project took another 3 days. The total cost of the materials was around 130,000 gold nars. By now, Sulin had gained a whole new understanding of how much money wizards could burn. Although wizard items were expensive, there were not many rich wizards. Wizard research and all kinds of experiments were too expensive. Even if you gave them 100 million kinnar, these wizards could spend it all, and they would not squander it recklessly. Not to mention other things, even 100 million kinnar might not be enough to build a secret realm like Sulin's. After all, it was not easy to set up a space folding circle that could perfectly hide such a large piece of land in a space crack. After installing the rune circle and the radiation strengthening equipment, Sulin checked a few more times. After making sure everything was normal, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, this farm had caused his treasury to shrink even further. The funds he got from the Grey Dwarves were basically all gone. Fortunately, once this farm was built, it would continue to produce magic crystals. With this farm, Sulin could obtain a stable supply of magic crystals. Sulin also planned to set up a research lab to study the modification of these crystal beasts. Since magic crystals were a mineral resource, if they could be obtained this way, then other gemstones could be obtained in the same way. If he could successfully research it, he would be able to obtain a stable supply of gemstones. Many wizards' experiments required magic gemstones as materials. It could be said that wizards were the biggest consumers of magic gemstones. After making sure the equipment was working properly, Sulin took a deep breath and relaxed. After he had completely calmed down, he took out a heavy lead box from his storage and opened it. There was a piece of plutonium inside. He placed the plutonium in the center of the equipment and turned it off. Sulin suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Tower Spirit 1, connect to the energy channel of the farm." Energy channel opened. Elemental pool beginning to output energy. As the Tower Spirit's cold mechanical voice sounded, the channel in the elemental pool opened. A light blue energy rushed out of the channel, and the entire basement was illuminated by this energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A low buzzing sound was heard, and the rune circle quickly lit up. A strong wave of energy came from the center, and the radiation strengthening equipment in the middle slowly activated. A strange energy instantly shrouded the area. At first, this special energy was not very strong, but as time passed, the intensity of the energy increased rapidly. In less than a minute, the intensity of the radiation in the surroundings had reached the intensity that Sulin felt in the underground world. Looks like it's a success. Feeling the radiation around him, Sulin let out a sigh of relief. Then hurry up and move those crystal beasts here. The sooner we start the breeding, the sooner we can harvest, Hathaway said happily. There's no rush. The food for those crystal beasts is not ready yet. Let's plant the food first, Sulin said with a smile. The crystal beast's main food sources were quartz stones and mushroom plants. With the help of the tower spirit, Sulin and Hathaway changed the environment of this area, making it suitable for mushroom plants to grow. At the same time, they also changed the environment to be suitable for crystal beasts to grow. After everything was arranged, Sulin moved the crystal beasts here. As soon as they entered the breeding area, the crystal beasts became very active. Seeing that the crystal beasts were living a good life here, Sulin let out a sigh of relief. After the crystal beast breeding area was completed, Sulin left the secret world and returned to Northern Town. Northern Town was still a big construction site, and the whole city was under construction. More than 60,000 people were working on the construction. The walls of the northern citadel were being constructed at a rapid pace every day. Once this section of the wall was completed, the expansion of the northern citadel would be halted. Right now, the northern citadel had enough space to accommodate 100,000 people. Sulin's territory had more than 100,000 people, but only 40,000 had houses. The rest were still living in the camps outside the city. Other than the housing construction, there were other supporting facilities, such as roads, plazas, gardens, public bathrooms, public toilets, and the city's water and drainage system. Other than that, the outer city of Northern Town was divided into different areas, such as the workshop area, the trading area, the business area, and the military area. Sulin had high hopes for this city. Northern Town had become very busy. Sulin rode around the city on his Pegasus, and he realized that there was a shortage of low-level officials in the city. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, Mirror Lake City also needed low-level officials, and those low-level officials were all transferred from Northern Town. In addition to these, Sulin was also looking for a suitable place in Northern Town City. He was planning to build the Arcane Garden of Wonders he obtained last time. This kind of arcane garden was also called the Sky Garden because it was built on the ground. The Arcane Garden was very beautiful. It was powered by magic energy, and it could keep the flowers blooming all year round. All kinds of fountains and fake mountains complemented the garden, making it look very beautiful. Arcane gardens were not only for viewing, but they also had many other powerful effects. For example, having an arcane garden could increase the chances of newborns being born with wizard talent. It was not easy to become a wizard. Normally, all the big wizard organizations would recruit new blood in their territory regularly. Under normal circumstances, the test would be conducted on children between the ages of 8 to 12. Children at this age would have already shown their potential as a wizard, and this was the best time to cultivate a wizard. If they missed this opportunity, they would need to spend more time to make up for it. After these children were trained, most of them would become wizard apprentices before the age of 16. It was not that easy to become a wizard. Becoming a wizard was only the first step. If they couldn't become a beginner wizard before the age of 30, it would be very difficult for them to become a wizard in the future. Only when they became a beginner wizard could they be considered a real wizard. Northern Town City was already building a wizard tower. Once the tower was completed, it would recruit a large number of wizard apprentices, and Sulin's wizard organization would be officially established. The more children that had the potential to become a wizard, the more wizards there would be, and the more powerful Northern Town City would be. Building an arcane garden was a must. Other than increasing the potential of newborns, an arcane garden was also a botanical garden. He could grow all kinds of magic plants here, and it could also increase the growth rate of the plants. Although Sulin already had his own mystery mirror, no one would complain about having too many botanical gardens. The environment for those magic plants to grow was very harsh. Artificial magic plants would more or less be less effective, but the magic plants in an arcane garden did not. It was just that the arcane garden could only be a dream. Sulin walked around Northern Town City a few times, and he finally found a suitable piece of land. He circled it and set it aside to build his arcane garden in the future. Chapter 294. Building an arcane garden required a large number of magic crystals. Although it did not require magic crystals of high quality, the area of the arcane garden would consume a lot of magic crystals. The location Sulun chose to build the arcane garden was to the southeast of the city. Previously, this place was supposed to be the location of the city's garden, but due to the third phase of the Northern Citadel project, the construction of this unimportant area was temporarily halted. Now, this place was still a construction site, and it was perfect for the arcane garden. He had only confirmed the location of the arcane garden. As for the construction of the Northern Citadel, it would have to wait until the construction of the Northern Citadel's walls or houses were completed. Although he did not lack the basic materials, the core material of the arcane garden was the legendary elemental core. Sulun did not have it yet. With the legendary elemental core, the arcane garden could create an elemental harmonious environment. It could be adjusted according to the needs of various magical plants. Sulun did not have a legendary elemental core now. Elemental cores were usually produced in elemental creatures. In nature, they would only occasionally be produced in places with rich elemental energy. Elemental cores had many uses and were expensive. As for legendary elemental cores, they could only be obtained in the elemental plane. Of course, if you killed a legendary elemental creature, you would also obtain a legendary elemental core. However, elemental creatures of this level were not easy to deal with. According to the habits of elemental creatures, there would always be some weaker elemental creatures around a 4-great elemental elder. Dealing with a 4-great elemental elder was actually dealing with a group of monsters. Sulun's current strength was enough for him to kill one of the 4 great elemental elders. Of course, that was a one-on-one situation. However, the 4 great elemental elders had many followers with them. They also knew elemental summoning. If he was not careful, he would be ganged up on. Elemental creatures like the fire elemental elder basically lived in the fire elemental plane. That was their home ground. Sulun did not have the ability to travel between planes. Even Hathaway did not have the ability to travel between planes. Only legendary spellcasters could travel between planes or build an interplane teleportation circle. The elemental plane was not very friendly to humans. Take the fire elemental plane, for example. It was full of poisonous smoke, lava, and flames. Ordinary people could not survive more than a minute there. It was for this reason that only legendary mages could obtain legendary-level elemental cores. Of course, not all elemental elders lived in elemental planes. There were ancient ruins, ancient seals, or some extreme environments in the prime material plane. It was possible to encounter such legendary creatures. Of course, these places could also have sealed ancient evils, hatred, or high-level demons. In short, they would not be simple characters. Sulun had a legendary-level soul crystal in his hands. If there was a legendary-level spellcaster, he could try to use this soul crystal to exchange. Unfortunately, he did not know any legendary-level spellcasters. He rode the Pegasus around the territory. After arriving at the surface world, the Pegasus was very excited. It seemed that it did not like the environment of the underground world. To be honest, Sulun did not like it either. It was dark all day long, giving people a very oppressive feeling. Seeing the Pegasus' restless appearance, Sulun had no choice but to do as he wished. He gently squeezed the Pegasus's abdomen, and the Pegasus immediately rushed out. As it ran, a strange elemental force enveloped the Pegasus. As it ran, clouds appeared on its forehooves. Then, the Pegasus directly soared into the air and ran quickly into the distance. Look, that horse is flying. At the construction site of Northtown City, a worker was tired from work. He was about to raise his head to wipe his sweat and rest for a moment. However, as soon as he raised his head, he saw a handsome horse soar into the air. Old Grim, are you dizzy from all the work? How can a horse fly? I heard that there is bacon tonight. If you don't have enough work points, then you won't be able to eat it. A middle-aged man next to him was digging the earth with his bare arms. The skin on his back was tanned and shiny. I'm not seeing things. What I said is true. If you don't believe me, look up. It's right there. Grim pointed to the sky and shouted. The surrounding workers also heard it. Many people took this as a joke and were ready to laugh at him after seeing it. However, as soon as they took a glance, they were instantly stunned. What do you think? Is that another horse flying? Grim looked at the stunned expressions of the people around him with a complacent look. That's a Pegasus. The Pegasus is God's mount. There's some on the back of the horse. Seeing that there was really a Pegasus, the construction site directly exploded. More and more people noticed the Pegasus in the air. At the same time, many people saw Sulan on the back of the horse. That seems to be the Lord. It's the Lord on the back of the Pegasus. How can the Lord have God's mount? That must be a gift from God. The Lord is the God's messenger. Soon, this statement was accepted by the group of workers, serfs, and refugees below. Even the grassroots officials of the northern town accepted this statement. Then, this group of people stopped working. They kneeled on the ground and loudly cheered, "Long live the God's messenger, long live the Lord," and so on. Don't think that the knowledge of the commoners in this era was high. Although this world had extraordinary powers, these commoners did not understand these powers. Moreover, even in his previous life, in the 21st century with advanced technology and civilization, as a superpower, there were still many people who did not believe that the earth was round. They still stubbornly believed that the earth was flat. Sulan also heard the cheers below. This made him suddenly feel a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. "Congratulations, host. Because you rode the Pegasus across the sky, your subjects worship you." The popular sentiment of the northern town has increased by 20 points. Damn, just riding the Pegasus in the sky can increase the popular sentiment by 20 points. This is too exaggerated. At this moment, a few black spots flew from a distance. They were the Cryopteris domesticated in the northern town. After these Cryopteris saw the Pegasus, they flew over curiously. The leader was Sullen's Ice Quetzalcoatlus. After seeing Sulan riding the Pegasus, it flew over directly and looked at the Pegasus curiously. However, the Pegasus did not care about these Euron at all. According to the bloodline level, it was one level higher than those Euron. The Pegasus' arrogance seemed to have angered the Cryopteris. The Cryopteris kept chirping at it and quickly flew over here. Then, they flew back again with a provocative look. Seeing this scene, Sulan did not stop them. He also wanted to see the Pegasus' flying speed and the training of these Quetzalcoatlus. After realizing that the Pegasus did not respond, these Quetzalcoatlus began to become more aggressive. One by one, they flew back and forth arrogantly around the Pegasus. Neigh! A horse's neigh that resounded through the sky came from the Pegasus' mouth. Then, the Pegasus' forehooves suddenly jumped, and its speed increased again. The Pegasus rushed forward quickly like a meteor. One of the Quetzalcoatlus that was about to fly past the Pegasus was blown far away by the sudden acceleration of the Pegasus. It took a long time for it to stabilize its body. After seeing the Pegasus suddenly accelerate, the other Quetzalcoatlus immediately flapped their wings and flew out. The Quetzalcoatlus flying ability was even better than that of a real dragon. However, it was obvious that they had chosen the wrong opponent this time. The Pegasus figure quickly flew across the sky. Those Quetzalcoatlus could not catch up with it, even if they used all their strength. They could only watch the Pegasus figure get farther and farther away. Sullen's vision blurred. Then he saw the scenery on the ground quickly retreating. The Pegasus was running in the air, happily. It even deliberately rushed into the clouds in the sky and stirred them up. The Pegasus ran wildly in the air for about an hour. Only then did it slowly slow down and return to the northern city. After such an activity, the little fellow was finally satisfied. Sulan asked the guards to send the little fellow back to the newly built stable. The Pegasus had high requirements for food and living environment. This fellow was unwilling to enter the previous stable no matter what. In the end, Sulan found some craftsmen and used high-grade materials to build a stable. Only then did it walk in. As for food, other than fresh grass and eggs, the Pegasus also needed special food. It was a kind of magic plant, stargrass. This kind of magic plant would bloom with starry flowers. It was also very easy to cultivate. However, other than feeding the Pegasus, it had no other use. Sulen specially found a piece of land in the secret realm to plant it. It was specially used to feed the Pegasus. Although riding a Pegasus was very cool, it also required a lot of money to raise such a horse. After all, although stargrass was easy to cultivate, it was still a magic plant. It was easy to cultivate compared to other magic plants. A Pegasus consumed dozens of kilograms of grass every day. Star grass accounted for most of it. In order to keep up with the consumption, 3 acres of star grass were planted in the secret realm. If they were to plant other magic plants, the annual income would easily exceed 300,000 kinnur. After sending the little fellow back to the stable, Sulen stretched his body and began to deal with the affairs of the territory. Because the little succubus Chris was in Crete, all the affairs of the northern city were handed over to him. After the population had multiplied several times, there were a lot of things to do in the northern city. Most of them were trivial matters. Sulen spent more than 2 hours to deal with the day's affairs. This can't go on. I need to set up a staff to help me deal with these affairs. Sulen pinched his sore eyebrows and slapped his thigh. It was too much of a waste of time to deal with these affairs for 2 or 3 hours a day. He didn't want to waste all his time on these problems. Setting up a staff was to relieve him of these burdensome affairs. The general affairs of the territory would be handled by them. He only needed to see the results. Only the important matters would be handed over to them. Chapter 295. Normally, all nobles would have their own team of advisors. Many of them would serve the noble for life, and some would even serve the noble family for generations. Most of these staffs were trained by the nobles themselves and were highly loyal. Only the nobles had the financial resources and strength to do so. Some other nobles would also form their own staffs, such as the ministers of the king and so on. Sulen didn't have such a strong foundation, so he didn't have his own advisors. Therefore, he planned to build one himself. He selected some smart and capable people from the city's management staff to form his personal team of advisors. Of course, this kind of advisors wouldn't be good. They had no experience in many things, so Sulen had to solve them. However, they learned quickly. With the help of this advisor team, Sulen could finally relax a little. Northern Battlefront City basically didn't have any external threats. After the orcs were defeated, they directly retreated to the north. The human army didn't continue to pursue them. To the humans, it was a thankless task. In the wasteland outside the Blackstone Fortress, the weather was cold, the land was barren, and there were no roads. If the humans wanted to pursue the orcs, they had to prepare a lot of logistics. Moreover, when they reached the wasteland, the humans had to constantly be on guard against the attacks of other races. The logistics team needed a lot of manpower to protect, and there were no roads in the wasteland. It wasn't easy to catch up with the orcs. If they chased too fast, they would have to worry about falling into a trap. Even after entering the wasteland, it was easy to be ambushed. Once the supply line was cut off, the army at the front would collapse in a few days. In history, the human kingdoms had entered the wasteland several times to completely solve the orc problem. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. Most of the time, the orcs led the human army to run around. At this time, the human army was cut off from their supplies, exhausted, and without logistical support, the strength of the entire army fell. Then, they were besieged by the orcs and naturally suffered heavy losses. After a few such lessons, very few people would do it now. Moreover, the humans had suffered heavy losses in this war. The orcs had invaded at this time, and many cities' food had been plundered. There were also some places that had been plundered, and those that hadn't been plundered in time had been burned to ashes. Now, they still needed help from the kingdoms, so they naturally didn't want to waste food and continue chasing. Right now, many territories were organizing large-scale farming. They wanted to harvest a season's worth of autumn food before winter. They didn't want a large number of civilians to freeze or starve to death. Although the nobles didn't care about the casualties of the commoners, once a large number of commoners died, it would definitely affect their rule. After all, a large part of their taxes came from taxes. If all the civilians died, who would they look for to collect taxes? In order to resume production, many nobles had already purchased grain seeds and farming tools from Northern Town City. There was plenty of grain in Northern Town City. As long as the money was in place, all kinds of supplies would be delivered quickly. Because of the arrival of these caravans, Northern Town City had become even more prosperous. After the Orc army left, the human side also started to make a post-war summary. All kinds of benefits and factions also started to divide up. Although the death of Marquis Winter severely damaged the strength of the royal family, they still had the upper hand after gaining the support of Sulan. Of course, even with Sullan's support, the royal family couldn't help but give up some things. After all, Sulan wasn't Winter, who could help the royal family unconditionally. In fact, even the royal family had some concerns about this cooperation. Lancelot had also successfully completed the king's task, but the royal family and Su Luan had only made a verbal agreement and had not signed a document yet. Therefore, while Lancelot was wrangling with the aristocratic parliament, he sent a messenger to the king's city to formally send a messenger to Northern Town City to sign the agreement. As for the political alliance between the royal family and Sulan, the Florentine royal family felt that it wasn't reliable. Such agreements have been torn up too many times in history. After knowing that Sulan wasn't married, they wanted to marry Sulan. Such political marriages were very common in the continent. The royal family now had several princesses of suitable age. Exchanging a princess for a legendary ally was a good deal. The nobles in the north had suffered heavy losses in this orc invasion. Some noble families had even disappeared. After these noble families had no heirs, their territories would be taken back by the kingdom. Of course, some nobles who fled before the battle would be arrested and imprisoned. In serious cases, they would even be stripped of their titles. Now, the nobles were arguing very seriously. After all, those territories had already been developed. As long as they sent people to take over, it would be fine. Both the king and the nobles wanted a piece of this fat meat. For the nobles, death wasn't the harshest punishment. The heaviest punishment was stripping them of their noble status. Sometimes, a noble status required the efforts of several generations. Once they lost this status, those people would fall from the clouds, and the whole family would struggle to move forward. Of course, this punishment was rarely used unless a serious mistake was made. During the Orc invasion, almost all the nobles in the north had participated in the battle. At the same time, almost a quarter of the population of the northern provinces had been recruited as soldiers, totaling more than 400,000 people. These soldiers would quickly leave after the battle. At the same time, the Orc invasion had caused a lot of casualties. Sulan had also migrated more than 100,000 people from the northern provinces. Not only were the northern provinces short of food, but they were also short of population. Now that the northern provinces were quickly recovering their production, Sulan wouldn't be able to migrate a large number of people from the northern provinces in the next few years. If they wanted to increase their population quickly, they would have to buy from other countries. Sulan was also preparing to establish a duchy. Now that the northern city had a population of more than 100,000 people, a powerful army, and rich resources, it wouldn't be difficult to establish a duchy with enough military power and economic wealth. In this time, due to the invasion of the orcs, although the kingdom of Florence had repelled the orcs, its strength was severely weakened and it needed time to recuperate. Moreover, Surin had signed a political alliance agreement with the royal family of Florence. It could be said that the obstacles to the establishment of a principality had been reduced to the lowest level. If the northern city wasn't still under construction, Sulan would have already announced the establishment of a duchy. But now, he could only wait until the northern city was completed. He couldn't rush to announce the establishment of a duchy before the capital was built. When the time came, a large group of refugees would live in the camps, and the capital's city walls wouldn't be completed. It wouldn't look good on Sulan. According to tradition, the establishment of a duchy needed to invite some countries to observe the ceremony. At the same time, they would also act as witnesses. They couldn't wait until the ambassadors of the surrounding countries arrived and found out that the northern city was still a big construction site. Sulin couldn't afford to lose face, so the establishment of a duchy could only wait until the third phase of the northern city was almost completed. In fact, on the system panel of Sulin, the conditions to upgrade a duchy had already been met. The population of the northern city was more than 100,000 people. After the city's upgrade was completed, Sulin could announce the establishment of a duchy. Several countries that had trade relations with the northern city, such as Florence, the Southern States Alliance, the Desert Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Lorenza, had all expressed that they would send ambassadors to observe the ceremony. After the establishment of a duchy, Sulin could be considered as one of the forces on the continent, although it was only the lowest duchy among the many countries on the continent. Hathaway was very busy now. In addition to repairing the secret realm every day, she had to plant all kinds of magical plants. At the same time, she had to take care of the Wizard Tower's construction. Fortunately, she had Karina, Grace, and Alex to help her. Karina and Grace now had level 3 access to the secret realm. Sulin still thought it was funny how Karina and Grace were stunned when they saw the secret realm for the first time. They used to be the leaders of the Drows and half-elves, respectively. They had always been calm in front of Sulin. That time, they had seriously lost their composure. Karina and Grace were pleasantly surprised when they found out that Northtown City had such a huge secret dimension. As 4th-level spellcasters, they were very clear about the function of a secret dimension. Such a huge secret dimension could easily supply the needs of a wizard organization. Sulin divided an area from the secret realm and gave it to the two of them. The land could be used to plant magical plants and also be used for breeding. When Sulin came to the secret realm again, the two areas had been planted with all kinds of magical plants. Karina was planting Bloody Dachira, Weeping Grass, Shadow Flower, and so on. Grace was planting Golden Oak, Sunflower, Exploding Pepper, more Coffee, Thorn Vine, and so on. Sulin also planted these materials in the secret realm. He kept some for himself, and he planned to sell the rest. After all, there weren't many wizards in Northern Town City, and they didn't need so many magic materials. There were still many places in the secret realm that had not been planted. Although he wanted to plant all of them, there were too few people, so he could only leave them empty for now. Sometimes Sulin wanted to catch some fairies and make them his slaves. Fairies were not big creatures, only a dozen centimeters tall. They were beautiful and ugly, but they were born smart. However, they were not very powerful. They could help wizards grow magical plants. Unfortunately, due to many reasons, there were very few fairies left. These fairies were now hiding in some dangerous areas and rarely appeared in the outside world. Some large wizard organizations even had fairies living in them. Sulin planned to trade with those organizations when he had the chance. Chapter 296. Sulin observed the growth of the crystal beasts. With the presence of radiation, the crystal beasts didn't feel any discomfort. Compared to the previous area, the area here was larger, and there was an abundance of food. After coming here, the crystal beasts grew several times faster. The scales on the back of the crystal beasts had grown a lot of crystals. These crystals were transparent and very pure. When these crystal beasts were captured, the crystals on their backs were only a few centimeters tall. In Northern Fortress City, the crystals on the backs of the crystal beasts grew slowly. But in this place, it only took a few days for them to grow to the size of a fist. According to the growth of the crystal beasts, these crystals would grow to about 20 centimeters in a week and then naturally fall off from the crystal beasts. The crystal beasts could grow 10 crystals at a time, and according to the growth rate, they could be harvested once a month. Now, there were a total of 37 crystal beasts in this farm. Except for 3 newborn crystal beasts, the rest were all adult crystal beasts. According to this number, Sulin could harvest 340 magic crystals a month. Of course, this was only temporary. The crystal beasts could still reproduce. According to Hathaway's research, a crystal beast took about 3 months from birth to adulthood. When the Arcanists modified them, they deliberately sped up their growth rate. However, the increased growth rate also caused the life of these crystal beasts to be somewhat short. These crystal beasts had a lifespan of 5 to 7 years. In fact, in the 4th year, these crystal beasts would gradually age, and the growth rate of crystals on their backs would also decrease. In the last 6 months of their lives, the crystals on their backs would completely stop growing. Of course, these crystals weren't defective products. On the contrary, these crystals had become black crystals because they were contaminated with death energy. Black crystals could store all kinds of negative energy. The Shadow School and the School of Necromancy often used these crystals for experiments. According to the notebook Sulan obtained from the necromancer, these crystals were also one of the materials to make skeletal golems. Skeletal golems were known as the most cost-effective golems. The main material of skeletal golems was white bones. They didn't cost anything at all, and their strength was quite good. They were about the same as rock golems, but the cost was only a fraction of the rock golems. Moreover, the strength of a skeletal golem was directly proportional to the bone material and other raw materials used. If you were to use the bones of a dragon to make a skeletal golem, although it would not be at the legendary level, it would still be at the upper level 4 standard. However, very few people would do such a thing. Wouldn't it be better to have the skeleton of a dragon transform into an ancient dragon or a dracolic? Apart from making magic golems, the black crystal could also be used as a spellcasting material. I'll just give the black crystals to Karina. She's the only one in Northern Town City who uses shadow energy anyway. Every year, the crystal beast would go into estrus. During the estrus period, no crystals would grow. The estrus period lasted for about a week. After the mother beast was pregnant, no crystals would grow. About 2 months later, the crystal beast would give birth. A crystal beast would usually give birth to 2 to 4 babies. If everything went well, the number of crystal beasts in the northern town could exceed 100 next year, which was good news for Suluan. Moreover, as time went by, there would be no natural enemies and sufficient food, so the number of crystal beasts here would increase rapidly. He ran into Hathaway on his way back from the secret realm. Sulan, I have something to talk to you about. Hathaway's eyes lit up when she saw Sulan. She quickly walked up to him. The loose wizard robe on her body outlined her amazing curves. What is it? Sulan stared at a certain part of her body and said, I'm going to recruit some wizard apprentices. The construction of the wizard tower has already begun. Once it's finished, we'll need a lot of people, so I'm going to start training them now. Hathaway raised her right hand and brushed her hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate ear. Sulan nodded and said, You're right. It's time to recruit some wizard apprentices. You're already a grand wizard. It won't make sense if you don't have any apprentices. Besides, we're going to build a wizard academy here in the future. We'll need more people by then. Then I'll ask someone to count the number of children between the ages of 8 and 12 in my territory. Gather them together and test them, Hathaway said with a smile. I'll sign an order right now. Gather all the children of the right age in my territory to the central square of the city. Sulan was quick and decisive. He immediately got to work. Don't rush. The crystal ball to test if they have the potential to become a wizard is not finished yet. Hathaway quickly stopped Sulan. Okay, you can give the order when you're done. 2 days later, the mayor's office issued a strange order. All the children between the ages of 8 and 12 were asked to gather at the central square of the city, regardless of gender. Everyone was a little confused about this order, but some rumors began to spread like wildfire in the northern town city. Did you hear? His lordship wants all children between the ages of 8 and 12 to gather. A young man with a thin body like a bamboo pole said, Nonsense. This news has been passed down by the officials since this morning. It is said that this is the servant chosen by the Lord. This is a great opportunity. Once you're chosen, you'll have a meteoric rise. Another man beside him said excitedly, Mike, why are you so excited? You're already 20. You don't have a chance. Another man who was not tall, but had a strong body mocked. I don't have a chance, but my sister Amy is 11 years old. She's just within the range. If she's lucky enough to be chosen, I'll be rich as her brother, Mike said with a proud face. If she's lucky enough to be chosen by the Lord, it'll be even better. Stop dreaming. This time, it's not a servant. I heard from my brother that it's the Lord Wizard's idea. The Lord Wizard wants to recruit apprentices. At this moment, a man wearing the uniform of a low-level official in the northern town city walked over and said, "It's not easy to become an apprentice wizard. That's a high and mighty wizard. They can cast magical spells." Wizard, hearing this official's words, the surrounding instantly quieted down. Then, in the next second, an even louder noise erupted. "My sister has a chance to become a wizard." Mike did not even think about it. He turned around and ran home. "What are you doing? It's time to go to work." The workmate next to him shouted, "I'm going to ask my sister to hurry up and register." Mike quickly ran away without looking back. "Sir Sulan, we're also looking for apprentices." Early in the morning, Sulan had just finished his breakfast when he saw Karina and Grace coming over together. "You're also looking for apprentices?" Sulan was a little surprised. "No, we're looking for warlocks," Karina said. Although warlocks can't be compared to wizards, in the early stages, warlocks can more easily form a fighting force than wizards. "All right, then this time you two can choose together. I'll leave those who have the potential to become a warlock to you, and those who have the potential to become a wizard to Hathaway." Sulan thought for a moment and directly agreed. "Sir Sulan, there's one more question. I'd like to ask you to expand the scope of the test to 18 years old," Grace said from the side. "What?" Sulan frowned. If the age limit was expanded to 18 years old, then the population would be several times more than before. Grace nodded and said, "Warlocks awaken from puberty. Most warlocks awaken around the age of 14, and the latest is 18. After that, the probability of awakening is very low." Warlocks and wizards were different. Their awakening relied on the power of their bloodline. Warlocks usually awakened during puberty, a period when they started to gradually mature physically and mentally. During this period, because of the rapid growth of the body, some of the power hidden in the bloodline could easily trigger the awakening of a warlock's talent. Under normal circumstances, it was easier for teenagers to awaken their talent without going through complicated sexual activities. To put it bluntly, they were virgins and virgins. Moreover, during this period of time, it was very likely that the genes of the awakened warlock's talent would be transferred to the mother's body and be hidden again. Therefore, in warlock families, all sexual activities were usually prohibited before the age of 20. If the warlock's bloodline did not awaken, the family would arrange for them to marry and reproduce as soon as possible to contribute more new blood to the family. After awakening the warlock's talent, before the bloodline stabilized, sexual activities were also not allowed. In order to pursue the purity of the bloodline, some warlock families would adopt the practice of marriage between relatives. This practice could indeed increase the probability of a warlock's awakening, but also brought about another serious consequence, and that was the bloodline disease. In this kind of warlock family, the probability of mental retardation, physical disability, and other congenital diseases would greatly increase. Moreover, this practice would also cause difficulties in reproduction, and the number of people in the family would decrease. In the past, there were still many warlock families like this, but after research and development, this phenomenon slowly decreased. The awakening period of a warlock would continue until the age of 30, but generally, it would stabilize at the age of 20. After the body's development gradually stabilized, the probability of triggering a bloodline awakening would rapidly decrease. There were very few warlocks who awakened after the age of 25. In this case, it was very likely that the awakening was due to external reasons, such as taking some potions with bloodline effects, or coming into contact with some objects that stimulated the bloodline in the body, causing the bloodline to become unstable. The awakening of a warlock was suitable for most races, but it needed to be calculated according to the puberty of each race. Of course, there would be some differences. Generally, the probability of a warlock awakening was higher among the aristocrats. Many aristocrats' bloodline source came from ancient human heroes. Sulin now suspected that those ancient human heroes were the descendants of the warlocks created by the Arcanists during the Arcane Empire. Chapter 297. Although Sulin didn't know whether this speculation was reliable or not, the number of awakened sorcerers was indeed most among the nobles, and the number of awakened sorcerers was very few among the commoners. Because most of the sorcerers were born in the nobles, some busybodies called sorcerers tall, rich, and handsome. Indeed, the appearance of sorcerers was basically on the standard line, and in the early stage, sorcerers were much more comfortable than wizards. Their spells came from their blood, and they didn't need to learn as hard as wizards. This kind of treatment was naturally hated. Sorcerers had the advantage in the early stage. Not only could they use spells, but they were also not weak in close combat. Most sorcerers had excellent swordsmanship. After all, they didn't know many spells in the early stage. But in the later stage, the positions between sorcerers and wizards were reversed. Sorcerers only knew the spells in their blood, while wizards only needed to learn. The spells they knew were several times more powerful than sorcerers, and the spells they knew were also much more powerful. In comparison, sorcerers were much worse. Especially when one knew the sorcerer's blood, the spells they knew could be completely deduced. Others could totally target them based on these spells, so there was no future for sorcerers alone. After figuring out the problem of sorcerers, Sulin issued a new order, extending the age range to 18 years old. After the order was issued, the northern town was once again in an uproar. The news of the sorcerer apprentice recruitment had already spread throughout the town. Many people over the age of 12 were heartbroken. Now that there was suddenly news that the age limit could be extended to 18, countless people cheered. Sulin's territory had a population of more than 100,000, and the North Town alone had a population of more than 100,000. Excluding the older and younger ones, there were more than 20,000 people. More than 20,000 children between the ages of 8 and 18 were all selected. With so many people, naturally, they wouldn't be tested together. Otherwise, even if 3 people didn't eat and sleep, they wouldn't be able to complete this task in a short period of time. Therefore, there was no aptitude test today. All the children who came were divided into groups according to their age. Then, according to the groups, the children of each age group were divided into groups. Then, according to the groups, the basic officials of the entire North Town were called to carry out this task. After spending an entire day, everyone was given their number plates. Next, the testing time for their number plates was announced. In the next few days, the children who participated in the wizard aptitude test would be tested in batches according to their ages. These children were all between 8 and 12 years old. After the wizard aptitude test, they still needed to participate in the sorcerer aptitude test. The children participating in the warlock test were also tested in order of age. The first to be tested was when they were 18 years old. At this age, they only needed to test their warlock aptitude, and because they had exceeded the wizard age requirement, they only needed to be tested once. Similarly, because the warlock's blood meridians began to awaken at the age of 14, those children under the age of 14 had to be tested once a year before reaching the age of 14, and after the age of 14, they only needed to be tested once. To test these people, Hathaway made 20 crystal balls. These crystal balls could test the power of the will of the children. Only those who met the standard could become wizards. Sulin selected a large number of people from the half-elves and the harpies to test these children. Hathaway's school of wizardry had been around for a long time, so there was a rough probability of success in the wizard aptitude test. The probability of a human with the power of the will to become a wizard was not high. It was about 1 in 1,000. This time, there were only 3,000 to 4,000 children between the ages of 8 and 12 in the northern city, so there were only a few children with the power of the will to become a wizard. After a week of testing, the thousands of children between the ages of 8 and 12 had all been tested. In the end, only 4 people passed the test, 2 boys and 2 girls. After passing the test, A low-level official immediately went to inform the children's families, and then brought them to the city lord's mansion. Aptitude was not the only thing to become an apprentice wizard. Sulin didn't want the wizards he trained to be taken advantage of by others, so before training them, they had to sign a strict contract. The contract stated that after becoming an official wizard, they would have to work in a northern city for 100 years. After 100 years, they would regain their freedom, and then they could decide whether they wanted to stay or not. During these 100 years, the northern city would provide some resources according to the wizard's rank. If a wizard advanced during this period, they would have to sign a new contract with the northern city. Other than that, there were also hundreds of clauses in the contract that completely blocked all loopholes. Of course, Sulin had asked the little succubus Chrissy to help him make this contract. As one of the few demons that liked to play tricks, succubi were more like devils than those demons that like to kill. After the contract made by Chris was completed, Sulin let the 4 little guys with wizard talent sign the contract. At the same time, he also made arrangements for their families. Like the Lord's guards, these people were moved to the inner city of the northern city, near the Lord's mansion. At the same time, the sorcerer test was also going on. In comparison, the sorcerer test was simpler than the wizard test. The people who took the test were very honest. Karina and Grace found some drows and half-elves to do the test. The probability of awakening a sorcerer's bloodline was not much higher than those who had the aptitude to become a wizard. Of course, if the sorcerer test was done for nobles, the probability would be about 1 in 200. Although it was still very low, it was already 5 times higher than the sorcerer test. However, if the test was done for commoners, the probability of awakening a sorcerer's bloodline was only 1 in 2,000, or even lower. The sorcerer test took 2 whole weeks. This time, they found a total of 8 children who had awakened a sorcerer's bloodline. The oldest was already 16 years old, and the youngest was only 12 years old. There were no other nobles in the northern city, so Sulin was very happy to find 12 sorcerers among the commoners. At the same time, Sulin took out the contract made by Chris and asked all the children to sign it. The 16 sorcerer apprentices were all asked to go to Hathaway's lab to study. They would receive all kinds of basic education in the first year. After all, they were not nobles and had no money to learn, so they would first take a year of cultural classes. During this year, not only did they have to learn the human language, but they also had to learn the sorcerer language. They also had to learn all sorts of problems that could arise when casting spells. After a year of learning, they would have to teach sorcerer spells in the second year. At the same time, they also began to learn meditation. Sorcerers and wizards were different. Not all sorcerers could take on the role of a wizard. Only those who had the same talent of the spirit could do so. Of course, once you reach the 4th grade, you could try to learn meditation. Of course, in this case, sorcerers could only learn spells that were similar to their bloodline. As for spells that were not compatible with their bloodline, they would not be able to learn them. For example, if a sorcerer awakened fire spells, he would not be able to learn water spells in his lifetime. He would only be able to learn fire spells. The first batch of sorcerers and sorcerers' apprentices in the northern city were very lucky. After all, their mentors included a level 4 wizard and 2 level 4 sorcerers. Other wizard organizations did not have such good treatment. Under normal circumstances, low-level wizards like level 1 wizards were responsible for teaching sorcerers' apprentices. However, the northern city's conditions were a little special. Hathaway was the only wizard in the entire northern city, so Hathaway, Karina, and Grace had to teach them personally. Sulin went to the underground world every day. With the teleportation circle, it was much more convenient to go there. Crete was under construction. During this time, Chris had plundered a large number of slaves from the surrounding areas. With the addition of many slaves, the construction of Crete was very fast. Due to the location of the city, Crete was not very big. Now, all the gray dwarves had gone to the nearby mines to excavate. Every day, large amounts of obsidian were sent to the northern city. The obsidian was then used in the construction of the Wizard Tower. Chris was becoming more and more like a dungeon lord. She was a succubus, a minotaur slave, a gray dwarf slave, a kobold goblin, and a cave dweller. In addition, she had a city under construction. She was the perfect candidate for a dungeon lord. In addition to Crete, Sulin also went to Orlando, another gray dwarf city. Orlando was now one of the most important cities in the northern city. Mithril was found in the silver mines there. During this time, they had mined a total of 18 pounds of mithril. Sulin had a plan for this mithril. The mithril was prepared for the wizard tower. In fact, it was only in the hands of a wizard that mithril could unleash its full potential. In addition to its strong magic conductivity and magic compatibility, mithril was also very durable and light. In many stories told by bards, the protagonist would often complain about equipment made of mithril. Mithril was a lightweight metal, and its weight was only about a quarter of that of steel. It was also extremely tough, and ordinary weapons could not do any damage to mithril. At the same time, it had a high resistance to spells. Therefore, there were often legends about mithril being as light as a feather, invulnerable to weapons, and immune to magic. In fact, it was the most extravagant and wasteful thing to do to make armor out of mithril. Wizards had many alloys that could achieve the same effect as mithril. There was no need to use precious mithril for such things. Chapter 298. Sulin put all the gold and mithril he had mined in Orlando's treasury into his storage space, and then gave a dozen barrels of vodka and rum to the gray dwarves as a reward. The gray dwarves, who had long been drooling over the vodka, cheered. Seeing the situation, Sulin directly announced that a banquet would be held, and there would be enough alcohol. Hearing this, all the gray dwarves put down their work and began to prepare. In fact, they didn't need to prepare much, as long as there was alcohol at the banquet. The gray dwarves were still very satisfied with their current life. In the past, 80% of the minerals they mined had to be handed over to the king, which was why Sulin could easily win back then. It was because of the ruthless exploitation. Otherwise, with the gray dwarves' stone-like temper, they would definitely fight to the end. Sulin was now considering sending these gray dwarves to the blacksmith or the army. As for the mining, he was going to leave it to the kobolds. Previously, the gray dwarves were mining because of the lack of ore production. Now that the ore production had increased, the production of weapons and equipment had not kept up. This was one of the reasons why Sulin came here. Kobold miners were extremely cheap compared to dwarf miners. They didn't need to be paid as long as they had food. Of course, the efficiency of kobolds was also far lower than that of gray dwarves, but this was still acceptable. The banquet in Orlando was very lively. The gray dwarves were not obedient babies. After drinking, these guys made a lot of noise and almost tore down the banquet hall. Fortunately, the vodka was very strong. After messing around for a while, the alcohol kicked in and all of them passed out. What a bunch of careless people. Sulin put down his glass and shook his head. He had already made up his mind that he would never let these gray dwarves keep watch at night or take on any guard work in the future. It was just a banquet, yet these Duergars didn't even leave a single guard behind. They all ran over to drink, and they were all so drunk that they looked like ghosts. If they ran into an enemy, they would be easily dealt with. "Sir, the guards have been arranged." A drow came over and said. "Thank you for your hard work," Sulin said with a nod. These drows were specially called by Sulin when he returned to the northern city. After arranging the guards, Sulin left Orlando with the mithril and gold. When they returned to northern Battlefront City, a few dark clouds floated in the sky. Northern Battlefront City was located in the north, so the rain was not as plentiful as in the south. It rarely rained here. However, looking at the range of the dark clouds, it seemed like it was going to rain heavily. As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, bean-sized raindrops fell. Then, the sky was like a leaky pot, with heavy rain pouring down. Faced with this kind of weather, they naturally couldn't continue with the construction. All the construction sites stopped to rest. The rain had delayed the construction period, but there was also another problem. Many of the houses where the refugee serfs lived had some slight leaks. This was something that couldn't be helped. The technological level of this era was limited. Back then, those camps were built in a hurry, and they didn't plan to live there for long periods of time. It was normal for rain to leak. Fortunately, they didn't use a thatched roof. Otherwise, it would be raining heavily outside and drizzling inside. It was fine in the city. When Sulin was building, he had already requested that all the houses use tiles. Although the cost was high, there wouldn't be any leaks. The whole world seemed to be hung with a curtain of water, and water soon appeared on the ground. Fortunately, the drainage system of northern Battlefront City was very good. The rainwater flowed out of the city through the drainage system, and the roads in the city didn't have any major problems. Part of the roads in northern Battlefront City were paved with stones, and the other part was paved with stone slabs. Although the surface of the stones wasn't as good as stone slabs, after repeated compaction, the stones wouldn't create a muddy hole. When he was in the southern city of Kalin, Sulin hated rain the most. This was because Kalin was just like other cities in this era. There were very few drainage canals in the city, and most of the roads were made of mud. When it rained, the whole city became a swamp. Moreover, the sewage in the city flowed freely. Some dead rats, or what looked like excrement, floated on the water surface from time to time. The best business in Kalin City was selling cloaks and boots. Northern Battlefront City didn't have such a situation now, but it was still a little troublesome. More than 50,000 people lived in the camp, and the living conditions were not good. Now that it was raining, these people might get sick. These people were brought here by Sulin all the way from the northern provinces. If they got sick, it would be troublesome. Those who were strong could probably survive, but those who were weak couldn't. All the basic officials in northern Battlefront City were dispatched to arrange food and hot water for these people. The weather in the northern wastelands was bad. Fortunately, the harvest altar improved the weather a little. Otherwise, many people would get sick just from the climate. It was a little troublesome without a priest. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the whole world was lit up. It looked like the end of the world. The downpour lasted for a whole day. If a house was made of wood or straw, it would have become a funnel by now. Right now, the most popular place in the city was the tavern. Mercenaries from the caravans, soldiers from northern Battlefront City, and some people who had some spare cash all went to the tavern to drink. They didn't have to work in this kind of situation. Hathaway frowned as she looked at the rain outside. If the wizard tower is built, it can forcefully change the weather nearby with the help of the wizard tower and the magic circle. Sulin shook his head and hugged Hathaway in his arms. It's better not to use this kind of spell casually. The harvest altar is here. Although the rain is a little heavy, it won't cause a flood. With this rain, we don't need to irrigate the fields. Forcefully changing the weather is not a problem for now, but there will be side effects. Wizard spells sometimes depended on the right time and place. For example, right now, if they cast a flood spell, it would not only consume a lot of energy, but it would also be very powerful. If they cast a fireball spell, its power would be greatly reduced, and it would be more difficult to cast. Most of the time, wizards would take advantage of the situation. Hathaway nodded and shifted her body to make herself more comfortable. By the way, how are you going to deal with the church? When you officially establish the country, this problem can no longer be avoided. The church will definitely notice this place, and at that time, they will definitely request to preach. The influence of the gods must be controlled within a certain range. Otherwise, the kingdom of St. Wilco is the best example. Sullen's expression became a little serious. I'll be careful. Sulin also knew that the kingdom of St. Wilco was a religious kingdom. The whole kingdom believed in the sun god. In this kingdom, the king had to believe in the sun god to be qualified to inherit the throne. Similarly, he had to go to the church in person to be crowned. Only with the approval of the church could he be the legitimate king. Even the citizens of this kingdom were required to believe in the sun god. It could be said that in this kingdom, the clergy had the highest status. The royals and nobles could only be ranked behind them. In this kingdom, other than paying all kinds of taxes, there was also a tithe, which was that everyone had to pay 10% of their income to the church. The kingdom of St. Wilco was not like this. When the kingdom was first established, the Sun God's Church provided help. So the kingdom of St. Wilco only allowed the Sun God's Church to preach. Although the church was strong in the beginning, the king still had the final say. However, after some things, the church took over the power and finally became the kingdom of St. Wilco. The actions of the Sun God's Church had also alerted the other kingdoms. Although they did not dare to completely offend the church, they began to restrict the church. At the same time, no kingdom would allow a church to preach anymore. This was also a way for the churches to restrict each other. The rainstorm lasted for a day before stopping. There was no serious waterlogging in the northern city, but some problems were exposed. Sulen had already sent people to fix it. There were even more problems in the third phase of the construction. After all, the drainage system in the outer city had not been built. After a day and a night, the soil was very soft and could not be used for construction. After the rain cleared up, Sulen mobilized people to repair and clean up the city. At the same time, he also repaired the damaged houses. After the rainstorm, the sky was clear. There would not be any more rainstorms in the northern wilderness for a while. The two rivers outside the city had become turbulent. Some of the hydraulic machines on the banks also had problems, which also needed to be repaired. Although there was the harvest altar and the northern city had good weather, there were still a lot of troublesome things. There were a lot of things to do in the city's construction. Fortunately, it was not like when there was nothing left. Because of the rainstorm, the northern city's construction was delayed for 4 days. In order to speed up the construction, Sulen also joined in. On a whim, he used spells on the workers and slaves to speed up the construction. For example, he cast group haste on everyone to increase the workers' working speed. He also cast army spirit on the workers to boost their morale and improve their strength and stamina. He also put the workers in a state of excitement to reduce their laziness and increase their work efficiency. After these spells were created, Sulen was the first to cast them on the workers and slaves to make them work faster. But so far, the effect was very good. The construction progress was increased by a third. Of course, there were side effects, which was that the consumption of food increased. After all, energy was conserved. The faster the work was done, the more food they would eat. Sulen did not care about the consumption of food. Now that there was enough food in the northern city, it was worth it to consume some food to speed up the progress. Chapter 299. As a supernatural world, the gods were not imaginary, but real existences. Although the world had many restrictions on them, their influence was very great. Sulen's North Town could not ignore the church. Even in the modern society where the gods did not appear in Sulen's previous life, the church could be widely spread, let alone in this supernatural world. In fact, the people at the bottom also needed a spiritual support. Many churches promoted that devout believers could enter the kingdom of God after death, and then live a happy life without disease, pain, poverty, or sadness. This was also true. So many people would believe in the gods. In this world, there were no people who did not believe in the gods. After death, their souls would be used as bricks to build a wall, but those who did not believe in the gods would fall into the abyss after death. Without the protection of the gods, many souls would be stolen by creatures living in the lower planes. The result would not be better than building a wall. In comparison, becoming a petitioner after death was a very good choice. To become a petitioner, one must be a devout believer of the gods. Only then could the soul become a petitioner in the kingdom of the gods after death. The petitioners would continue to live in the kingdom of God. Under normal circumstances, they would exist like the kingdom of God. As long as the kingdom of God existed, they would always live. If the kingdom of God was destroyed, these petitioners would disappear completely. In this world, the gods were very troublesome. They had great power and almost eternal life. He did not have the strength to challenge the authority of the gods now. While the construction of Northtown City was in full swing, there was a vast plain in the middle of the continent. It was also a place where the power of the gods was very complicated. Almost all the gods had built temples here. Of course, the evil gods were very secretive about it. For example, the goddess of wealth, the lord of dawn, the goddess of Gaia, the god of war, and many other churches had temples. The god of rogues, the lord of shadows, and even some demons from the abyss, as well as evil gods hiding in unknown corners, etc. At this time, many churches had sent messengers to Northtown. In addition to participating in the construction, Sulin now took time to train the Cryopterists. After more than half a year of growth, these Cryopterists needed formal training. Because Sulin was the master of all the Cryopterists, training with his help was twice the result with half the effort. Just as Su Luan was preparing for training, an unexpected and yet expected visitor came here. A new caravan came to the city. It was a very special caravan. All the carriages in the caravan had the emblem of the god of wisdom. At the same time, this caravan had a team of 12 temple knights. Speaking of this, she smiled and said, "Such a magnificent and prosperous city can even be ranked as the most prosperous place in the continent. You flatter me, priestess. This city was not built by me alone," Sulin said politely. "You are a guest from afar. Please follow me into the city, priestess." "My pleasure." The priest smiled and nodded. Then she rode on the horse that was brought over by a temple knight. Sulin waved his hand, and a servant came over with a Pegasus. Sulin jumped on the horse without hesitation. "This is a Pegasus?" Seeing Sulin's mount, a look of surprise flashed across the priest's eyes, and his gaze on Sulin became much more solemn. As a priest of the gods, she naturally knew the value of a Pegasus. She also knew how difficult it was to obtain a Pegasus as a mount. Even the leader of the Temple Knights did not have this qualification. However, this young noble lord in front of her actually had a Pegasus as a mount. She immediately put away her disdainful thoughts. No matter why this Pegasus became his mount, this lord's strength was completely worthy of her respect. "Please." Sulin made a gesture of invitation. Of course, he noticed the change in the expression of the senior priest of the god of wisdom. This was also the reason why he deliberately brought Pegasus here to show his strength. As a high-tiered cleric of the Wisdom Church, her strength had also reached Tier 4. Her status in many countries was quite high, so she naturally received a lot of respect. As long as it wasn't an enemy church, nobody would dare to offend a high-tiered cleric and the god behind her. The priest's smile became more sincere. She lightly knocked on the horse's belly and followed Sulin into the city. At the same time, she observed the surrounding environment. Behind him, there were a few low-level priests and 12 temple knights in fine armor. Almost all churches had considerable wealth. On one hand, it was the accumulation of wealth over a long period of time. On the other hand, it was the worship of the believers. Therefore, most of the temple knights had first-rate equipment. Some rich churches would even equip the temple knights with magic equipment. Sulin only took a glance and could tell that these equipment were all rare-grade equipment that had been enchanted. After entering the northern city, the speed of the group was not fast. The priest of the Church of Wisdom had been observing everything around her. None of the priests of the Church of Wisdom were idiots. On the contrary, all of them were extremely smart people. After all, as a church with wisdom in its name, this was their trademark. Just like the goddess of wealth's wealth, the god of war's strength, and so on. The Church of Wisdom had many clergies. The most important clergy was wisdom. Basically, all intelligent life needed wisdom. This also made the Church of Wisdom a powerful god. In addition to wisdom, he also controlled prophecy, books, history, knowledge, civilization, prosperity, and more than a dozen other clergies. This god also dabbled in magic and other fields. This old god was not powerful when he was first born, but as time went by, the power of the Church of Wisdom became stronger and stronger. At first, because there was not much wisdom in the barbaric era, people believed in strength more. But later, wisdom began to gain the upper hand. Now it completely suppressed strength. The representative of the god of war was still a mid-level divine power. This was the best proof. When Sulin first heard of this knowledge, he was also quite surprised, because he had never thought that relying only on wisdom could bring about such a big change. It allowed a god with little knowledge to rush into the realm of great divine power step by step. If it were not for his low starting point, it was very likely that he would have become the first god to enter the realm of great divine power in hundreds of years. Neat rows of brick and tile houses could be seen. Straight drainage ditches. The layout of the streets was simple and clear, with shops, taverns, and blacksmiths. There were also purpose-built public toilets. This place was not as dirty and messy as other towns. There was not even any garbage on the road. Everything here was clean and tidy. Because of this, other people even believed that Sulin had mysophobia, an obsessive-compulsive disorder. Your Excellency really surprises me. The priest of a church of wisdom looked at Sulin in surprise. This lord gave her a completely different feeling from the others in this world. Chapter 300. This priest of the god of wisdom had been to many places and seen countless nobles. Many territories were much bigger and more prosperous than Northtown City, but none of them were like Northtown City. Although this territory didn't look as prosperous as those famous big cities, it was full of life and energy. Other than that, Northern Battlefront City gave her the impression that it was clean and tidy. Moreover, the workers here were not like those in other cities. They were thin and weak, and their expressions were miserable and apathetic. Although the workers here had a lot of work, they were all strong and healthy. Their complexions were rosy, and they were all serious in their work. This was completely inconceivable to her. What happened next surprised her even more. She actually saw drows, half-elves, centaurs, and gray dwarves. These races could live together peacefully in Northtown City. What's that? Just as she was thinking about the residents of this place, a cry of surprise came from behind her. What happened? The priest of the god of wisdom frowned slightly. A low-level priest behind her knocked on the horse's belly and caught up to her. "Sir, look at that building." The priest pointed at a tall and majestic gate not far away. It was the wonder of Northtown City, the Arc de Triomphe. That gate is a magic building. The priest of the god of wisdom could tell at a glance that the building was extraordinary. It is indeed a magic building. Sulin nodded. He then pointed at the Arc de Triomphe and said, "This is the Arc de Triomphe. It was built to celebrate the victory of Northtown City over the Orc army. The purpose is to commemorate this glorious war and the heroes who died in it." As he spoke, the group approached the Arc de Triomphe. Sulin purposely slowed down his footsteps so that the high-level priest and his entourage could take a closer look. I really didn't expect that I would actually see such a grand and epic building here. Looking at the building up close, everyone was even more amazed by its majesty. The exquisite statues and the reliefs were like those of an epic. Everything showed how much effort the Northern Citadel had put into the building. Sulin led the group through the Arc de Triomphe. The priest was very interested in this building. She asked questions about the building several times, but Sulin pretended not to understand or ignored her. Sulin wouldn't tell anyone about such confidential things. After confirming that she couldn't get more information from Sulin, the priest of the god of wisdom could only give up. Soon, the group arrived at the city lord's mansion. They naturally saw the harvest altar in the inner city. Compared to the Arc de Triomphe, the harvest altar didn't have as many beautiful carvings, but didn't pale in comparison. However, Sulin didn't intend to take them there. They could only endure their curiosity. The priest of the god of wisdom was getting more and more curious about Northtown City. When she first came here, she only thought that Northtown City was developing well and had great potential. Now, she completely changed her mind. It wasn't just good. As long as things continued to develop like this, Northtown City would become a prosperous place. "Please come in." Sulin jumped off his horse and made an inviting gesture. He led the group into the Lord's mansion. Everyone took a seat in the living room. Hathaway, who received the news, also came in wearing a wizard robe. "Your Excellency, it's a pleasure to meet you." The priest of the God of Wisdom stood up and bowed slightly to show her respect. A grand wizard would be respected wherever he went. As for a legendary wizard, they were like strategic nuclear weapons in his previous world. After all, if a legendary spellcaster was given the chance, it wouldn't be difficult for them to destroy a city. Compared to them, legendary warriors were treated much worse. After all, legendary warriors didn't have that kind of strategic deterrence. Hathaway smiled and nodded. She bowed to the priest as well. "Welcome, emissary of the God of Wisdom. Northtown City is proud of you." After a round of pleasantries, they sat down again. Sulin looked around and said, "Your Excellency must be tired from the journey. Do you need us to arrange a place for you to rest?" The priest of the God of Wisdom smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness. However, as a servant of the God of Wisdom, traveling isn't considered tiring. We could talk first." "Right. Let me introduce myself. My name is Vina. You can call me Vina. I'm here with good intentions and to spread the glory of wisdom," Vina continued. Wei Na continued, "Your Excellency Su Luan built a city in this barren land. Your strength and courage are amazing. Many great nobles can't afford to develop a city bit by bit under such conditions. It's a miracle that you can develop this place to such an extent. The Church of the God of Wisdom is very optimistic about your development, so we want to build a wisdom temple in your territory. Build a temple and spread the faith." Sulin smiled and said, "The God of Wisdom is a neutral God. I have no reason to reject the kindness of a powerful God." Vina stood up and bowed slightly to Sulin. "Thank you for your support, my lord." She then smiled and said, "Don't worry, my lord. We will follow the rules of Northtown City and work together to develop Northtown City well." Sulin nodded. He didn't take Vina's promise too seriously. This world was different from his previous one. In his previous world, there was a set of rules that allowed most people to live in a relatively fair environment. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. The Church of Wisdom was very polite now. Once Sulin lost control of Northtown City, it was hard to say what they would do. "Your Excellency, we still lack manpower, craftsmen, and resources. The Church of Wisdom has great influence. We can help you with migration and opening up new channels. We can provide you with sufficient funds and even management personnel." Vina waved at a low-level priest behind her. Then, the priest handed a sheepskin scroll to Sulin. "As long as you are willing to accept, we can provide it for you for free. We also promise that we will not interfere with the management of your territory." Vina looked at Sulin with confidence. She believed that no one would reject the generous conditions offered by the Church of Wisdom. However, she didn't expect that Sulin would reject them so decisively after a few seconds of silence. "I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't accept your and the Church of Wisdom's good intentions." "The Church of Wisdom? What did you say?" Vina, who was about to speak, opened her mouth wide. She looked at Sulin in disbelief. The Church of Wisdom was one of the most powerful churches in the continent. They had manpower, resources, financial resources, and all kinds of soft power. They weren't any worse than a powerful empire. With the full support of such a powerful force, Northtown City would rise even faster. However, there was also a problem. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world, especially for a huge force like the Church of Wisdom. They didn't ask for anything now because they had a bigger goal. A huge force like this wouldn't care about temporary gains and losses. They were more focused on the bigger picture, especially for the Church of Wisdom. The Church of Wisdom was famous for their wisdom. They were good at scheming and scheming. When dealing with them, although it seemed like you were taking advantage of them, the Church of Wisdom was always the one who benefited the most in the end. Fortunately, the Church of Wisdom had a good reputation. Although they took the most benefits, they would leave some for others. At least, they didn't take everything. Otherwise, Sulin would have rejected them, even if he had to risk offending them. Although these churches were huge and seemed like they couldn't withstand a single blow from Northtown City, there were many benefits involved. They also had to face many enemies. If they really wanted to fight, the forces they could deploy wouldn't be much stronger than Northtown City. Otherwise, they would have to face the invasion of other churches or forces. More importantly, from the Harvest Altar to the Triumphal Arch, to the Secret Realm and the underground world in Northtown City, the value of any one of these secrets was immeasurable. They couldn't let other forces know about them. Therefore, no matter how generous the Church of Wisdom's conditions were, he couldn't agree. The control of the city had to be firmly in his hands. If he let the Church of Wisdom participate in the management of the city and open up the authority, they might discover the city's secrets. Do you know how much benefits the conditions you rejected just now represent? After a moment of silence, Venus still looked like she couldn't accept it. What kind of joke was this? The Church of Wisdom actually rejected the offer of money. Sulen nodded. He didn't care about Reverend Vena's reluctant expression. He continued, "Although I won't accept the Church of Wisdom's help, it won't affect their preaching here. I can set aside an area for the Church of Wisdom to build a temple. However, you'll have to find your own materials and manpower to build the temple. As you can see, there are still many places in Northtown City that are under construction." Vena frowned. This was completely different from what she had expected. In her opinion, Sulen, as the Lord, should be grateful for the Church of Wisdom's strong support. However, this script seemed to be completely different. If Excellency Vena is willing to accept, I can get someone to bring over the city's planning blueprint. There are many empty spaces on it for you to choose from, Sulen said with a smile. Then we'll have to trouble you, Excellency Sulen. However, you don't have to give us the land. We'll buy it ourselves, Vena said with a playful tone after taking a deep look at Sulen. Chapter 301. Soon, the servants brought over a sand table map of the entire northern battlefront city. That sand table had been made by Hathaway after precise calculations, and its precision was very high. There were all kinds of buildings scattered all over the sand table. The city was divided into countless squares by the markets. The entire city looked like a chessboard. This Lord Sulen really has some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder. What kind of city would plan the layout of the entire city so neatly? It's like a chessboard? Weina thought to herself as she looked at the chessboard-like sand table in front of her. These empty spaces were all reserved in advance. Miss Weina, take a look and see which ones you like. You can choose the most straightforward one. Sulen came to the sand table and pointed at a few empty spaces on the sand table. The empty spaces on the sand table were all reserved by Sulen on purpose. They were all in the outer city of the third phase of construction. In other words, the construction around those areas had yet to begin. Sulen didn't plan to let the church build temples in the inner city. The power of a temple was almost equivalent to half of a wizard tower, and it was supported by the gods. Before the gods fell, the temple was equivalent to an impregnable fortress. Even someone as powerful as Sulen would not feel at ease if such a powerful force was placed in the inner city. Sulen wouldn't allow the temple's power to enter the core area under his control. If possible, he would even refuse to let all the temples in. However, once he did that, he would become the target of public criticism. He wouldn't be able to handle the pressure that he would face. These places... Weina was slightly stunned when she saw the empty spaces on the sand table. All the empty spaces were actually in the outer city. This made her slightly stunned, but she didn't give up on the idea. This was because building the Wisdom Temple here was her mission. If she didn't complete the mission, her position in the church would drop. "Are you not satisfied with these places?" Sulen stepped forward and asked. In fact, these lands are very valuable investments. Although these lands are in the outer city, there are a lot of people in the surrounding areas. Moreover, these locations are all located in the bustling areas. Here, and here. These few pieces of land are around a few places. The people who live here are natural believers. Weina looked at the few pieces of land that Sulen had pointed out. She had to admit that Sulen was right. Those few pieces of land were indeed very good. There were also many residents living in the surroundings. It was indeed a very good place to preach. Therefore, even though it was the land of the outer city, Wei Na still agreed after some consideration. Moreover, Wei Na discovered that the commoners in northern Battlefront City weren't ordinary commoners. Many commoners owned farmland. This showed that the commoners still had hope of raising their social status. Of course, what Wei Na didn't know was that the citizens of northern Garrison City were loyal to their lord before they had faith. After looking around for a while, Wei Na chose a piece of land that hadn't been developed yet. Su Lin asked someone to stick a triangular flag in the empty space, indicating that this piece of land had already been occupied. Su Lin hesitated for a moment before saying, "Miss Wei Na, there's something I need the Wisdom Shrine's help with." "Oh, what is it that can make you personally ask for it?" Wei Na looked at Su Lin with interest. She was extremely pleased. Just a moment ago, this man had ruthlessly rejected all of her conditions, causing her to lose face. Now, it was finally his turn to bow his head to her. That feeling was indescribably satisfying. There are too many illiterate people in my territory. Moreover, many of the basic officials are illiterate as well. This makes their work very difficult. They often make some low-level mistakes in their work. Therefore, I established a training school to train these basic officials. However, Northern Battlefront City is developing too quickly. There aren't enough teachers to train them. Therefore, I hope you can provide some scholars to teach them, Su Lin explained. Of course, there's no need to teach them advanced knowledge. I just need them to learn how to read and write. If one were to ask which organization in this world had the highest literacy rate and the least illiterate people, then it would be the Wisdom Shrine and the Wizard Organization. These two organizations were very knowledgeable. The Wisdom Shrine wasn't too bad. They didn't have high requirements for ordinary people, but the knowledge of the wizards was astonishing. Even a beginner wizard had to master at least 4 languages, such as the Elven language, Byron language, Nesser language, and the Continent Common language. As for the more advanced ones, being proficient in more than 10 languages was only average. I see. I can promise you that. Wei Na agreed very quickly. Thank you for your generosity. Su Lin bowed seriously. This time, he was sincerely grateful. After coming to this world, Su Lin realized how strict the nobles of this world were when it came to knowledge. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to learn. Now that Wei Na agreed so easily, it could be said that she was giving Su Lin a lot of face. Although Su Lin didn't plan to let the Wisdom Shrine's people enter the city and become the city's administrators, it was still good to borrow their strength to nurture talents. Meanwhile, Wei Na was also scheming in her heart. Although she couldn't plant people in the city, it wasn't a bad idea to arrange people to impart knowledge to the grassroots officials. Most importantly, after imparting knowledge to these people, although they wouldn't have the status of master and disciple, there would still be some incense. This way, the grassroots officials would naturally have a good impression of the Wisdom Church. No need to thank me. From now on, we are also a member of the Northern City. It's only right for us to contribute to the Northern City. Wei Na quickly found her position. She didn't feel that she was superior just because of Su Lin's request. Welcome to the Northern City. Su Lin was stunned for a moment before he said with a smile. After a discussion with Su Lin, Wei Na, the Wisdom Shrine, led a group of people out of the Lord's Manor. They were arranged to stay in a courtyard in the southwest of the inner city. This courtyard was specially built by Su Lin to receive VIPs. Even though there was a shortage of housing in the city, no one was allowed to stay here. Wei Na and the others were quickly arranged to stay. The Wisdom Shrine had brought over 40 people this time. Apart from the paladins and priests, there were also many servants. The food for these people was provided by the Northern City. Of course, these things were charged. After all, as the wealthy Wisdom Shrine, it would be a waste if they didn't make some money. Wei Na was still very surprised by Northgard City. Just a moment ago, she had seen a group of barbarian warriors pass by in a hurry. Their robust bodies, excellent weapons, and the countless scars on their bodies all indicated how powerful these barbarian warriors were. Even she felt a vague sense of threat when she approached those barbarian warriors. What powerful warriors! Wei Na watched the group of barbarian warriors leave and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. There weren't many such powerful warriors even among the paladins of the paladins. Just a moment ago, she encountered an entire group of them. Moreover, when they entered the city, Lord Sulin had his army stand guard on both sides of the city's roads. Just from their equipment and discipline, these soldiers could all be considered elites. Even the trump-card army of the kingdom's capital wasn't as powerful. With such a group of powerful warriors, it was no wonder that Sulin could establish such a prosperous city in the northern wastelands in just over a year. Sulin arranged for this group of people to stay in the southwest of the city. At the same time, he arranged for the drows to keep an eye on them. Sulin didn't let his guard down against the people of the Wisdom Shrine. There were many secrets in the northern city. He didn't want these people to run around and discover anything. In addition, Sulin also sent more people to the Triumphal Arch, the Harvest Altar, the Teleportation Circle, and other places. Without Sulin's permission, no one was allowed to approach these areas. The people of the Wisdom Shrine didn't try to secretly send people to these areas. After discussing with Sulin, she sent 6 scholars of the Wisdom Shrine to Sulin the next day to report. Sulin conducted a simple test on the knowledge of these scholars. He found that these people's standards weren't bad, much better than what he had requested. Without any delay, Sulin directly brought these people to the basic officer training school in the northern city. There were 6 teachers in the school now. The teaching materials they taught were specially written by Sulin. Although they weren't very profound, they were still good for basic education. Sulin looked at the 6 scholars in front of him and said with a serious expression, "These are the teaching materials you need to teach in the future. Take a look at them first. I hope you can teach the knowledge in the materials to the best of your ability. Of course, you can also teach some other knowledge, but I don't want you to mix in your own knowledge. If this happens, you will be fired immediately. I will also propose a serious negotiation with Miss Vina." The scholars looked at each other. One of the leaders stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Sulin. Miss Vina has already told us to listen to everything you say." "That's good. I hope we can work well together," Sulin said with a smile. "As for your work here, I've already arranged, Mr. Sulin. We don't need to be paid." "Miss Vina has already told us," the leader said. "That won't do. As long as you work here, you'll be paid. You can't reject it." Sulin interrupted him and continued, "This is the rule of the northern city. If you think there is a problem, I will communicate with Miss Venus separately." Sulin didn't want to owe the Wisdom Shrine any more favors. It was just some money. He wouldn't be stingy. Chapter 302. No matter which world it was, a debt of gratitude was the hardest to repay. Fortunately, the debt with the Wisdom Church wasn't that big, so Sulin wasn't too worried. After the training school for grassroots officials was doubled in size, the number of students that could be taught directly doubled. These scholars who came here quickly adapted to the teaching methods here and then began to train more grassroots officials. Northtown had increased by nearly 100,000 people in a short period of time, which led to a large shortage of officials. With the help of these people, the shortage of officials could be partially filled. Sulin specially wrote a booklet about the working methods of grassroots officials in Northern Town, which summarized the common problems encountered by grassroots officials. There were more than 50 articles in the booklet. Although it was impossible to cover all grassroots problems, it could cover some of them. Sulin gave the most standard solutions to these most common and easiest problems. Although these solutions weren't the best, they were the most suitable for Northtown City's current situation. Although this method made the grassroots officials rigid, it also reduced the chances of them slacking off and being perfunctory. As long as they didn't follow the solution, they would be punished. Of course, this situation was also because the quality of the grassroots officials was too poor and they didn't have enough people. When the number and quality of the grassroots officials gradually increased, Sulin would gradually change it. After seeing that the people from the Wisdom Church didn't do anything out of line, Sulin gradually relaxed. However, he didn't relax his monitoring of him. Sulin, after the Wisdom Church came, the other churches shouldn't be far away. Hathaway said, "Indeed, I think it won't be long before the other churches send messengers." Sulin nodded. Hathaway got up and poured a cup of black tea. Then she added a piece of rock sugar and stirred it. She continued, "But this is also an opportunity. With the arrival of the Wisdom Church, the other churches will definitely come. Although the arrival of these churches will be troublesome, it will also bring opportunities. At the same time, the arrival of these churches can prevent the Wisdom Church from dominating. We can use them to maintain a balance between the other churches. This isn't easy to control. If things go out of hand, the consequences won't be good." Sulin said with a smile. "Will you go out of hand? Besides, what can they do even if they lose? Do they dare to make a move?" Hathaway suddenly said in a domineering manner. Indeed, the current strength of the Northern Citadel was far from comparable to the church, but it was not weak either. Moreover, the Northern Citadel had a legendary master, close to 10 level 4 transcendence, and more than 100 level 3 transcendence. Such strength was not considered weak, no matter where it was. Sulin's power was still increasing rapidly, and so was Hathaway's power. It was just like how Hathaway became a grand wizard in just a year when she was just a beginner wizard. If other wizards knew about this, they would die of jealousy. Sulin quickly made a decision. Give up some of the benefits and let the churches fight among themselves. We will be the judges. No matter which church is the strongest, we will support the weak to suppress the strong. The arrival of the priest of the god of wisdom also gave Su Luan a sense of urgency. When the elemental tide came again, a glorious era had begun. As the elemental tide became stronger and stronger, it would also become easier to advance in strength. Sulin had to make himself stronger as soon as possible. As the Northern Citadel grew stronger, it would attract the attention of many old powerful factions. There was nothing he could do about it. When the Northern Citadel was still weak, those factions would ignore him. However, once the Northern Citadel grew to a certain level, they would naturally pay attention to him. If Sulin, Chris, Hathaway, and Alex all became legendary in the Northern Citadel, then he would not have to worry about the church's revenge, even if he rejected them. For legendary contenders and 3 legendary level spellcasters, this was the top force on this continent. If Su Luan broke through to the advanced legendary level, he would not have to look at other people's faces at all. Just like the Red Dragon Queen in the south, everyone knew that she was an evil dragon, but who would dare to slay a dragon? Even the god of light, who hated evil the most, had to accept it. Otherwise, what could he do? Send a god's avatar down? Not to mention that an avatar would not be able to defeat an ancient red dragon, who was also a legendary wizard. Even a god's avatar might not be able to defeat such an existence. Although a god's avatar was powerful, once he died, he would really die. No god would leave his god's kingdom for such a thing. Although the gods were powerful in the state of saint, it did not mean that they were immortal. In this state, although the gods were still powerful, after killing the gods, they could directly snatch the godhead of the gods. It must be known that in history, such things had happened before. There were more than 1 or 2 masters who coveted the authority of a god. Although the risk was high, once they succeeded, they could reach the sky in 1 step. Therefore, if a god did not have to do this, under normal circumstances, a god's avatar would not descend. Once a god's avatar was discovered, not only those masters who wanted to become gods, but also the churches of the gods' enemies would send a large number of people to encircle and annihilate them. The most common way for a god to descend was through possession or an avatar. Possession was a way to respond to a believer and descend on a special believer. However, this way, the believer would be equivalent to death. Descent of an avatar was a god using part of his divinity and divine power to create an avatar. The advantage of this was that even if the avatar died, only a part of the divinity and divine power would be lost. There was almost no damage to the original body. Bang! Once again, he was hit by a stick. Sulin rubbed the place where he was hit. He was practicing combat spellcasting. This talent could be said to be one of the talents that wizards had to master. The method of standing spellcasting had been eliminated during the period of the Arcane Empire. In a fierce battle, the enemy would not give you a chance to cast spells. "Boss, why don't we take a break?" Johnson stopped attacking and said. In order to practice combat spellcasting, Sulin let Johnson, Boulder, and several warriors of the Formation Breaker attack him together. He was not allowed to counterattack and could only passively defend. Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to successfully cast spells. "Continue." Sulin shook his head and said, "The training effect is not very good." Boulder said again and again, and the weapon in his hand suddenly launched an attack. Sulin quickly blocked with his shield. The others took a look and then gathered again. Although Sulin's strength was already at the legendary level, he could only let go, so the whole situation was restrained. Clang, clang, clang. With the sound of weapons colliding, Sulin once again blocked the wave of attacks. "Come on, where's your spell? Using spells to attack us? You're a dud." Boulder next to him attacked and constantly harassed Sulin with words, which made the veins on Sulin's forehead twitch a few times. However, he could only endure for now. This was what he asked for. Those spells that were learned through skill points did not need to be constantly learned to cast spells and could be easily cast. However, those spells that were learned through him were different. He could only learn them bit by bit. After Sulin's sub-profession as a wizard, he had mastered too many spells. If he used skill points to learn all of them, even if he reached level 100, he would not have enough skill points. It should be known that there were hundreds of spells that wizards commonly used. Including some rare and not commonly used spells, there were thousands of spells. If he used skill points to learn all of them, how long would it take him to learn all of them? As for the taunting and harassment of enemies during battle, it was a common thing. This was also because Sulin's previous opponents were very strong, so he did not use these tricks. In fact, as a warrior, taunting skills were very important. If he could taunt the enemy until they lost their mind in battle, it would be best. Of course, if the taunting level was too high, it would be easy to be killed. It was said that there were some taunting masters who could seduce people with just a few gestures. Boulder and Johnson, one on the left and one on the right, quickly waved their weapons and did not give Sulin any chance to breathe. They kept taunting him. As warriors who were closest to the legendary level, their attacks were not to be underestimated. Sulin could only keep dodging. "Come on, do you only know how to dodge? A legendary warrior who only knows how to dodge? Oh, I'm dying of laughter. You are a disgrace to the legendary warriors." Sulin's face was pale. Although this was what he asked for, the feeling of being taunted and not being able to fight back was really too sullen. He forced himself to focus and quickly cast a spell. Just as he was halfway through casting the spell, a wooden stick swept over again and directly interrupted Sulin's casting. During the battle, Sulin only defended and did not attack. Johnson and Boulder were satisfied. They completely treated Sulin as a punching bag. The rhythm of their movements was very satisfying. After all, there were not many opportunities to beat up a legendary figure. The two idiots, Boulder and Johnson, did not know that they had been recorded in Sulin's little notebook. Sulin secretly decided that he would definitely take good care of these two guys in the future and let them feel the care of the Lord. A wizard must always stay calm and learn to ignore the taunts of the enemy. Many wizards will deliberately provoke their opponents during battle, and then use this to see through your weakness and defeat you, Sulin said in his heart. He forced himself to suppress his anger and continued to fight. Chapter 303. After the Church of Wisdom obtained a right to use the land in the outer city, they also began to build. The Church of Wisdom had more manpower than Sulin. Architects, engineers, sculptors, painters, and other talented people came to build the temple. Sulin was drooling. The foundation of a large church was too strong. Although these people didn't have much strength, their design of the Church of Wisdom made Sulin look at it with new eyes. Next, the Church of Wisdom's caravan began to migrate a group of craftsmen to start the construction of the Church of Wisdom. At this time, another church's caravan came to northern town. This time, there were more people. From the god of war, the god of light, the goddess of earth, the goddess of nature, and so on, 6 or 7 churches came one after another. Su Luan communicated with these temples separately and then signed an agreement similar to that of the Wisdom Temple with them. He also divided a piece of land of similar size in the outer city for these churches to build temples. At the same time, Sulin received about 400,000 kinner from selling the land. Although it wasn't a lot, it was enough to alleviate his current financial crisis. With these churches' construction, the population of northern town city began to increase again. A Church of Wisdom wasn't an ordinary building. Building a Church of Wisdom required a lot of manpower and resources. With these churches' construction, the population of northern town city increased by another 20,000 to 30,000 people. Although this population was temporary and most of them would leave after the construction of the Church of Wisdom, their arrival also made the market prosperous. Although the population of northern town city wasn't small, there weren't many people with spending power. Most of the people here were serfs and refugees. According to Sulin's previous regulations, they needed to work hard for 3 to 5 years before they could become free people. In the past, there were many caravans that came here, but because of the war between the surrounding countries and the orcs, the trade routes of the caravans had been blocked. Fortunately, the orcs that invaded Florence had been defeated, and the caravans of the southern countries in Florence had begun to slowly recover. With the arrival of these churches, northern town city gradually returned to its previous prosperous state. The city walls of northern town city were more than half built. Sulin took some time to cast mud to stone to strengthen the walls. At the same time, the moat outside the city began to be excavated. According to Sulin's city plan, the moat would be directly from the Red Sand River. At the same time, this moat would be connected to the moat in the inner city. After the moat was completed, it would connect the inner city to the outer city and become a transportation channel in North Town City. The widest part of the moat was 30 meters, the narrowest part was 10 meters, and the depth was 3 to 5 meters. Now, the moat in the inner city served as the waterway for transporting stones, bricks, and other miscellaneous items. The main body of the Wisdom Temple was also built with white marble. The entire temple was tall and majestic, with an extraordinary aura. The entire architectural style was similar to the Gothic style, but the details were more exquisite. During the construction of the temple, more than 30 priests were dispatched to help. If it weren't for their divine spells, it would have taken at least a few years to complete the construction of this magnificent building. What surprised Sulin was the temple of the War God Church. The War God Church had chosen to build it next to the Wisdom Temple. The two temples stood opposite each other. The architectural style was different from the Wisdom Temple. The War God Church was built with Doric pillars. The entire temple was made of granite. There are 19 stone pillars with a diameter of 2 meters and a height of 12 meters on both sides of the temple. Although the temple wasn't as exquisite as the Wisdom Temple, it was still magnificent. The 8 stone pillars at the entrance were carved with statues. These statues were the messengers of the War God. On the walls of the temple, there were scenes of the War God Church fighting. However, the War God Church was built here to compete with the Wisdom Temple. After all, these two churches were known to be at odds with each other. If the War God wanted to increase his divine power, the best way was through war. If the entire continent fell into chaos, he would be able to become a great divine power in a few years. As for the Wisdom God, because he had wisdom, civilization, and prosperity priesthood, he had to spread wisdom, develop civilization, and make the country prosperous. This was the complete opposite of the War God. Now that both temples were built here, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. Of course, it wasn't just the War God and Wisdom God who had conflicts. The other gods were the same. However, these churches were more restrained, so there weren't any unmanageable situations. While the temples were being built, Sulin returned to the Mystery Realm through the teleportation circle. After greeting Tower Spirit 1, Sulin went directly to the farm. When he arrived, there were already 2 harpies working here. After a month of growth, the magic crystals on the backs of the crystal beasts had begun to fall off. The sizes of the magic crystals that fell off the back of the crystal beasts weren't very different. This should have been designed by the ancient arcanists in advance. Sulin picked up a crystal. These magic crystals were very hard. They could be used to make energy channels after some simple polishing. Soon, nearly 300 magic crystals were all collected. Sulin informed the 2 iron golems to bring these magic crystals over and transport them away. At the same time, he checked the health of these crystal beasts. These crystal beasts were the key to the restoration of the Mystery Realm. There couldn't be any problems. After checking, these crystal beasts were living quite well. A few of them had obviously gained weight. After checking on the crystal beasts, Sulin returned to the control room. At this time, Tower Spirit 1 was directing a few iron golems to build energy channels. Many of the energy channels in the Mystery Realm had been damaged. Now, they needed to be repaired. Sulin planned to rebuild the ecological park in this Mystery Realm. The previous ecological park had been severely damaged. The magical beasts that lived in it had died long ago. Sulin needed to capture them again. In addition to these, he also needed to plant various magical plants in the ecological park. The environment in the ecological park was closer to the natural environment. The quality of the plants was generally much better than the large-scale magical plants in the plantation. The only disadvantage was that there were fewer of them. It wasn't easy to rebuild the ecological park. The environment in the ecological park was different from the outside world. Therefore, an environmental regulator was needed. Originally, there was such a device in the Mystery Realm. However, because of the passage of time, this environmental regulator had rusted into a pile of scrap metal. This kind of device was in Tower Spirit 1's database. However, it wasn't easy to make. A large number of runes had to be engraved, so Hathaway was needed to help. In addition to this device, building the ecological park also required many runic matrices and energy channels to transmit energy. The cost of the entire ecological park was about 1.3 million kinnar. However, many of the raw materials were produced in Sullin's territory. They only needed to be processed. The overall cost wasn't high. The only thing that gave Sulin a headache was the various magical beasts. They could only be captured in the outside world. Rubbing his temples, Sulin went to the plantation area to check it out. The plantation area wasn't far from here. As soon as he entered, Sulin felt a rich elemental energy. The plantation area was one of the areas with the richest elemental energy in the entire Mystery Realm. When Sulin arrived, he saw a few harpies planting a magical plant called stargrass. Stargrass wasn't a high-level magical plant, but it was a very indispensable plant. It only had one function, and that was to be used as a stabilizer in potion experiments. The raw materials of many magical potions were very unstable. During the production process, stargrass had to be added to stabilize the potion. Hathaway's laboratory had a high demand for this kind of potion. The whole plantation was 30 meters long and 18 meters wide. There was a magic circle set up in the plantation, surrounded by a circle of marble. The effect of this magic circle was to change the environment of the plantation and maintain the environment of the plantation to be suitable for the growth of stargrass as much as possible. There was a tall steel golem next to it that was carrying something. 2 harpies were planting in the plantation. Sulin walked in and took a look, then went to check the other plantation. At present, there weren't many types of magical plants planted in the plantation. Among them, there were mandala flowers, golden silk grass, explosive chili, sunflower, cold moon grass, magical algae, Moore's coffee, thorny flower, lightning grass, and more than 10 other types. These plants were all commonly used magical plants. Sunflower, for example, was the main material for making purification potions. It had a wide range of uses. It was very effective against undead creatures or some negative energy creatures. A standard bottle of purification potion could easily purify a zombie or ghost completely. Magical algae was the main material for making underwater breathing potions. After using the underwater breathing potion, humans could breathe underwater and survive. One bottle could last for 6 hours. Although the effects of these potions could be seen through spells, when in the wilderness, it was often necessary to conserve as much strength as possible. As for the magical plants that could be used to make the azure potion, some of them were also planted here. However, these plants needed a long time to grow, so they were still in the seedling stage. Hathaway opened a magic shop in the northern part of the town. It sold some magical potions and rare-grade equipment. The prices of the goods were not cheap, but many caravans and mercenaries bought some potions here. The most popular ones were healing potions and evolving potions. Healing potions could quickly heal wounds, while purifying potions could clean up unclean things. The chances of encountering undead creatures in the wastelands were still quite high. Some people who died in accidents were never properly buried, so it wasn't uncommon for them to be resurrected as undead. Therefore, whether it was a caravan or a mercenary, they would buy a few types of potions. These low-level potions were not expensive, and they were easy to make. The cost was 5 kinner, and the price was 2 kinner. It was a huge profit. Chapter 304. Boom! There was a loud noise and a heat wave. Boulder's strong body was sent flying into the air and landed heavily on sand. Johnson and the other formation breaker soldiers couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "Oh, sorry, Boulder. I didn't control the direction well. Are you okay?" Sulin said apologetically, but his face didn't show any signs of regret. Just this morning, he finally succeeded in casting a spell in battle. After some practice, he learned the talent of combat casting. Ding! Congratulations, host. After a long period of practice, you have obtained some information about the talent combat casting. Ding! Talent combat casting experience is full. You have mastered the talent combat casting. Sulin moved his wrist. The difficulty of mastering a spellcaster's talent was much more difficult than other talents. Fortunately, he wasn't weak to begin with. Otherwise, it would have taken him a long time to master this talent. But since he mastered this talent, he needed to think about the next step carefully. These days, he was full of anger from being ridiculed. He only defended and didn't attack. Now that he learned combat casting, he was ready to continue practicing. "Boss, now that you've mastered battle casting, is this the end of the practice?" Johnson asked cautiously. "How can I stop? I just learned it. I'm not familiar with it at all. Let's continue training." Sulin said righteously. Hurry up and continue training." Sulin urged. Then, Sulin used all kinds of spells in the name of training to teach these two guys a lesson. His wizard level wasn't high, so he couldn't cast powerful spells. But the power of these spells was just right. It wouldn't hurt them, but it would make them suffer. Arcane Missile, Burning Hand, Fireball, Stun. Sulin blocked the attacks while quickly dodging. He raised his finger and gathered the energy in his body. He cast one spell after another, greeting the two barbarians. Sulin only let go of the two punching bags when the energy in his body was almost depleted. There were many spellcasting abilities that wizards needed to master. For example, the most basic, proficient spellcasting. Only by mastering this ability could one cast spells quickly and not be easily interrupted. Then, they also needed to learn spellcasting exemption. Spellcasting exemption was also very important. For example, without this ability, casting Acid Arrow would require the Poison Arrow Frog's acid, casting Grease would require a small piece of magic grease, and casting Burning Hand would require magic powder. Low-level spells were still okay, as the prices of these things weren't too high. However, when it came to high-level spells, the price of many of the casting materials was very painful. Therefore, this specialty was basically a must-learn. Combat spellcasting was a specialty that wizards had to master in actual combat. Once they mastered this talent, they would be able to break away from the state of standing and casting spells. Other abilities like instant spell casting, silent spell casting, and spell delay were all required after learning combat spell casting. A qualified wizard needed to master at least a dozen types of spellcasting abilities. There were also legendary spell, silent spell casting, and legendary spell, instant spell casting. These were talents that even legendary wizards might not be able to master. In addition to these, there were a lot of spellcasting abilities like maximal spell, spell upgrade, spell specialization, spell penetration, natural spellcasting, empower spellcasting, and so on. To measure the strength of a wizard, other than looking at the knowledge and spells they mastered, they also looked at the spellcasting abilities they mastered. Sulen would need to slowly master these spellcasting abilities in the future. Just as he was training his spellcasting abilities, on the road, not far from the northern town, a convoy was slowly approaching. There were more than 20 carriages in the convoy. There were more than 200 well-equipped knights in iron armor outside the convoy. There were also more than 200 elite soldiers in armor and holding weapons behind the convoy. Such a convoy could be seen at a glance that it wasn't a caravan. In the middle of the convoy, there was a carriage inlaid with a noble badge. If someone who had studied noble badges saw it, they would recognize it at a glance. It was the emblem of the Florentine royal family. That's right. This group of people were the messengers that set off from the Florentine royal city to the northern town to sign the agreement with Sulen. At the front of the convoy, a few soldiers from a northern town city were leading the way on horseback. As early as 3 days ago, the messengers from Florence had already come to the northern town city to report. These soldiers from a northern town city were specially sent by Sulen. Otherwise, with such an army approaching, it would be very likely, no, it should be 100% that the patrols would think it was an invasion. In the evening, the messengers from Florence arrived at the inner city of the northern town city. The knights and elite soldiers were arranged to stay in the barracks, and the carriage carrying the messengers and the guards of the messengers directly drove to the Lord's mansion. The carriage of the messengers from Florence was very special. It was made of coarse wood. This wood was very tough, and after being made with special techniques, it was as hard as steel. It also had a special fragrance. Not only could it get rid of mosquitoes, but it could also make people feel comfortable. It was a very precious wood. The 4 horses pulling the carriage were also very tall. They were not inferior to the horses raised by the centaurs at all. The 4 horses were snow white without any other colors. The carriage was almost like a small room, with an area of about 20 square meters. There was a griffin inlaid on the outside of the carriage. In front of the griffin was a sword and a shield. There was a circle of thorny flowers around the emblem. Only the royals of Florence could use this emblem. It was obvious that the person sitting in the carriage was a member of the royal family. There was also a special shock-absorbing device at the bottom of the carriage. With these shock-absorbing devices, the inside of the carriage was like walking on flat ground. The shaking was very small. Roughly calculating, a carriage like this cost about 5,000 to 6,000 kinder. Normal nobles could not afford it. Even Sulen did not have such a luxurious carriage. In fact, he did not have a carriage at all. Sulen usually rode a horse when he went out. Now that he had a Pegasus, riding a Pegasus was much more awesome than a carriage. Although Sulen was very rich, he rarely spent money on it. Although he also enjoyed life, such as using velvet blankets and liking all kinds of delicious food, he invested more of his wealth in the construction of a city. Now, there were so many projects such as wizard towers, secret realms, and city construction. Sulen did not have enough money to spend it all. In fact, Sulen's approach was not like the old nobles of this world at all. The nobles of this world and the nobles of the previous world were simply carved out of the same mold. Whether they had money or not, they all valued their face more than anything else. Things like clothes and carriages were definitely the best. As for the real situation, it was up to each person to see what was right. A crisp sound of horse hooves came from a distance, and a luxurious carriage stopped in front of the Lord's mansion. A cute maid of 14 or 15 years old opened the curtain and jumped out of the carriage. The maid was wearing a beautiful maid's dress, a string of pearl hairpins on her head, and a pair of exquisite bracelets on her white, jade-like wrists. After getting out of the carriage, she looked around with two beautiful big eyes, and then placed a brocade stool in front of the carriage with the coachman. "Your Royal Highness, we have arrived." At this time, a pair of white and delicate fingers stretched out from the luxurious carriage. There was a pair of black lace gloves on the hands. These lace gloves were a specialty of Autumn Fall City, a half-elf city near the Elven Forest. Although it was just a pair of gloves, it was very expensive. The maid stepped forward and carefully held the hands of the princess. The princess of the Kingdom of Florence stepped out of the carriage. When the curvaceous figure of the princess of the Kingdom of Florence appeared outside the carriage, the eyes of the people around her were involuntarily attracted by her noble and elegant temperament. Her long golden hair was very delicate, and her face was slightly powdered. Her face was like white jade, her eyes were like stars, and her eyebrows were picturesque. Although there was a translucent veil on her face, it could still be seen that she was an outstanding beauty. She was wearing a princess dress with a corset and breast augmentation. There was a pure white tube top at the neckline. It was both conservative and sexy, outlining her pair of towering peaks perfectly. Her slender waist looked even more slender under the effect of the corset. Her curvaceous figure, slender figure, and perky peaches perfectly revealed her advantages. Her sky-blue eyes were very pure. After getting out of the carriage, the princess looked around as if she was looking around. Soon, her eyes fell on Sulin, who came out to greet her. But soon, her eyes looked at Alex beside Sulin. As a high-level harpy, Alex's appearance was also top-notch. He was even better than the princess. As soon as the princess got out of the carriage, she felt the pressure. The momentum that she had maintained before also weakened a little in an instant. Fortunately, she adjusted quickly, smiled at everyone, and then recovered again. After receiving the news from the messenger, Sulin returned to the Lord's mansion and changed into a noble suit. This noble suit was made for him by Angie and Angela. His two half-elf maids were very capable now. The size of the sewn noble suit fit him perfectly, and it perfectly set off his temperament. After changing into the formal attire, Alex happened to arrive at the northern town. So Sulin took Alex to greet the emissary of Florence. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.